Is Michael gonna be ready to sing Rock and Roll Never Forgets on Saturday? I guess he's not listening, probably past his bedtime.
Are we doing karaoke again on Saturday?
Oh, hell yeah.
Ooh! Yay!
I think you're gonna like, yeah.
I hope so. It was awfully fun to have almost like that campfire experience.
Yeah.
Around the campfire.
It was so fun. And it was kind of nice to just take a break for us to all hang. Like, we do hang, but then there's like Globers that come. And so it's kind of fun to be able to just all hang and not have to fight the globe. Take a break.
Yeah, it was fun and relaxing. It was nice to find out how many people have so much talent and where their talent lies. It's pretty cool. And everybody participated, even if they weren't talented in something. That's okay. It was good, but it was nice to see so much talent being on and being allowed to show off a little bit.
I know. I'm like, why are there so many musical flat earthers? Like, is it correlated somehow?
Probably. I think it does a little bit. That artistic in some way. I mean, whether it be music or love of it, or even art, seems like a lot of the flat earthers are more right-brain people, able to see outside of boxes better than some. Seems like they're a little better at that usually. A little more right-brained, even if they're not left-handed like somebody like me. But there are a lot of left-handed flat earthers too. Should take a poll sometime and see if it matches with society or not.
That would be interesting. Yeah.
We use both sides of the brain.
Yeah, but you can be dominant more, and if your hand does depend on your dominance, so a little bit.
That's funny, right? I write with my right hand, but I throw a ball or a frisbee with my left hand.
Wow.
Yeah, you're definitely using both sides. Yeah, I'm kind of the wacky too. I'm left-handed when I write, but when I eat, I can go either side. Doesn't matter. I can shoot both right and left. I can throw only right-handed. I can only hit a baseball right-handed. I hate doing it left. It doesn't feel right. But then I do a bunch of other things left-handed. So
I'm a lefty. I'm a lefty also, and I play the guitar right-handed.
Yeah.
Makes more sense. And I throw a ball only with my left. I can't throw with my right.
Is that because most gloves are left hand to throw with the right? So you got used to that?
Just for the spin.
I could switch hit in baseball and it would really screw people up because I could hit it to one side, like to the extreme right field along the line, right field, and then I could switch and hit it way over to the left side. It would freak them out.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I can do both ways. It don't matter. I mean, I can do skateboard left or right. I mean, it's weird. It's weird how I am really left-handed on my writing. But
You goofy footer, you.
can be when I want to be. Well, it works good for fighting though. You can go left or right, prominent. It is good to switch it up if you're in a fight.
Yeah, boxers. I've seen boxers that not that many, but some boxers that can switch from left to right, and they can confuse the other fighter pretty easily. And I've seen a pitcher that can pitch with both hands. I mean, one at a time, but he can switch whenever he wants.
Wow.
It's a rare skill. That one's a hard one to throw as hard both sides is really, really, really.
Yeah, that's kind of rare. even in the fighting styles, like someone that switches from left to right, that's still rare.
Yeah. I know there's guys that practice at it, but you can tell sometimes that they don't ever get it where it's really natural looking usually. They look like they're a little bit
Yeah.
off kilter when they do their switch. I think we have somebody in here. Winston, is he
Yeah,
Oh.
Winston, do you have your mic? You have your mic on?
he's
I
asking
do.
some interesting
Yeah,
questions, or she is, or who he is, or whoever it is.
yeah,
The
because
lady.
it's getting to be too much to type.
Mm-hmm. That's okay.
Oh, hey, hi, good to see you. Sorry, I didn't mean to
Yeah.
call you
No,
a
it's
name.
okay. I talked a little bit earlier.
I don't even think I've ever heard you talk. So yeah. But yeah, there's two different kinds of conversations that could be had here. Mostly is the latter, where we talk about that the Earth measures flat and that it's stationary. But if you hold the heliocentric model to scrutiny, what you're going to come to find is that there are tons of anomalies
Mm-hmm.
that just don't make any logical sense. So if you watch the A Stranger's Guide to Flat Earth, 21 Questions and Answers,
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like a half an hour or something. But super good material. Um, you know, it could be a good starting point for you to investigate other things.
Yeah.
Now you do
Yeah, I'll
understand
definitely
that
do that. Mm-hmm.
that clouds are moved by several factors, including, same thing with weather. The solar, the sun causes much of your weather, so it moves in a similar path all the time, which again then gives you winds that are going in a certain direction. If you look at a flat Earth map, you can actually see the jet stream and trade winds and all kinds of other things that make the clouds move on top of the normal things that are going on with heating of the ground,
Mm-hmm.
pressure changes due to heat, and all kinds of weather. Weather moves clouds more than anything at the ground level, but even higher up, then you've got the jet stream, which is a constant thing. You can look it up even on a globe. You see it, but it doesn't look as organized on a globe. Once you see it on a flat Earth portrayed, it makes sense.
Yeah, if we were spinning like they say we are, how could we have multi-directional winds?
Yeah, that's true. I think I just get confused because usually, like, if I hang around, I don't really like contribute anything, but I just like listen to really what's being said in here. I don't really like look into
That
anything on my own. So there's a lot of like conflicting theories I've
you know
heard
what?
like just over time of being in
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Feel free to listen anytime. I mean, you contribute. Just listening is contributing, really. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
kind of, sort of. But if you ever have any questions and you don't want to be on the mic, just text them in the live stream voice text, and then whoever can answer it in the VC.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's a dumb question. I just think your point of reference is wrong in that. If you think
No,
about
that's
it,
okay.
if the atmosphere is what they would say is the atmosphere, if it's connected to Earth and moving with the rotation of the planet, like they say, you actually probably wouldn't see any clouds moving
Mm-hmm.
because again, it would all be connected and moving together. But it doesn't do that. It's completely dependent on all the weather cycles, and sun's path heating up the ground, and the changes in the pressure from the cold inversions to hot inversions. So much going on, but
Wow.
it doesn't tell you the shape of the Earth. And it doesn't correlate with the Earth is moving. That's why the clouds are moving for a lot of different reasons, and they would be stationary, held in the atmosphere if it really worked the way they talk about.
I never thought of it quite specifically like that. If the atmosphere moves with us, the clouds would be stationary.
And they move faster, and
I
they move
know.
upwards to the rotational plane the rotational spin that they're claiming. Sometimes they're going completely the opposite way, faster, and
Look at
all
that
kinds of.
GIF I posted. There's 4 axes of travel. The clouds are going 4 different ways in there.
Yeah, at different levels, and all being affected by different factors involving the sun, and because of the way it heated the ground and the change in
Heat,
the
convection,
tonight, day
diffusion.
to light,
Yeah.
night to day, all that affects it. Cooling
High
and
and
inversions.
low pressure. It's all from heat. High and low pressure
Yeah.
is created by temperature.
Yeah, and it just is moving that air to move. So that energy that was input to the ground and radiating.
Eventually it transfers to the winds and the clouds. Yep.
Beautifully complex, but it's wonderful.
What we see on the clouds, it's the Earth rotation, then the Earth following the sun, then the sun following the galaxy, and the galaxy moving its own way.
No,
It's
what we
reflected.
see is
It's reflected on the
the
clouds.
exchange of energy in a closed hydrodynamic system.
That sounds better.
Well, it's demonstratable. You guys ever seen that the guy that grows the ecosystem in a jar and he adds 12 volts of electricity to it? Has winds, rains, storms, all that.
Wow. By any chance, is there video of that?
No, the experiment was so old, I don't think they do have videos of it.
We really don't understand it all, or we would know everything in it. Still a lot of discovery to be made in understanding
As a
all the factors.
percentile, we know about 0.1 or 0.0001%
Yeah.
of everything.
A lot of
We know
guessing.
very little. We know how to use things we don't even know where they come from, like electricity, for example. We don't know where it comes from. We know
I
how
was
to
thinking that
induce it,
today.
generate it, contain it, store it, flow it, but we don't know shit about it. We know our body has dielectric and electric principles. It runs on electrolytes and many other conductive nutrients are nutrient to us. They're heavy metals, but they're nutrient wise. They help us conduct electricity.
Yes. Copper. We have copper, iron. We have stomach acid, and then we have salt and water.
Calcium.
Yes.
Yeah,
Calcium and calcium, the ion channels. If you don't understand how they permeate with electrical changes across the membrane, you wouldn't even be able to survive. You wouldn't be able to move things in and out of the cell.
Yeah, the more she speaks, the more I like her.
Electrical gradient is so important, and they don't understand how that actually happens. All my physiology classes, they couldn't explain exactly what was going on, and they don't even understand ATP, for God's sake. So the basic form of our energy. So mitochondria did it, basically, is all they tell you anymore. And they're trying to figure it out.
Chi. They call it chi, right? I can't remember which culture calls it chi.
Or
Chi energy.
what about
She's talking about energy carrying molecules found in the cells of living things, ATP.
All the way down. We're talking Krebs cycle. We're talking all the way down to the mitochondrial, how it does that, and where it stores it, and why you get energy even out of your carbohydrates that you eat, or your fat,
even in our
anaerobic,
food, yes.
aerobic, anaerobic digestion, all that fun stuff. The physiology of how your cell even keeps alive. They don't understand it all. Well, they don't even understand water, so why would I expect them to understand how the cell works?
Yeah, that's true.
I was driving home in this wild lightning storm. Like, I have never been surrounded by so much lightning. It was insane. But I was just thinking, it wasn't really scary though this time, because I was thinking about the earth and the ether. Sorry to use the word. But I was just so fascinating. Like, what is going on up there that's causing all of this electricity?
Was that today?
This was today. It was the craziest shit. Like, it was intentional, actually. I think I was intentionally supposed to be in the middle of this lightning storm. Like, I shit you not. Like, it was lit up the whole time because of lightning.
What are you, like, up in the mountains or something? Or was it a freak storm up in LA?
No, I went down. My mom came to town, and I went down with her to Utah to see my brother, because I was going to drop her off to him because she's come out west. And we stop in Mesquite, and my dumbass brother locks his keys in the car, like right as we get there. I'm like, oh my God. Wow. So then we have to wait an hour for AAA. The AAA guy comes, and he has forgotten the thing to get the key, like
the Slim Jim.
Unlock
right.
the door.
He forgot his people, right?
He literally forgot it. So we were at this gas station. I shit you not, 3 hours. Like, these people were like looking at us, like, who is this family? Like,
they're homeless. They need to donate to you. Yeah,
I know. And then, like, right as we get the
they're
key,
hungry.
this storm rolls up, and it is like so bad. Like, you can't even walk out without dust in your eyes. Like, it's insane. And Mesquite is in the middle of the fucking desert. And yeah, it was crazy.
Wow.
I feel like it was
it
intentional.
loud? Was it a loud one? Because of some of the last electrical storms we've had over our area here in the Northwest, where I'm at, the east side of Washington, they haven't been as loud as usual.
No, there was no thunder.
It's weird. It's like a lot of light, a lot of flashing, but not a lot of sound. And I'm like, what is up? What has changed that makes it not boom like it used to? Even if they're really close. I'm just like, this is weird. We've had some really weird storms here too. So I don't know. It's odd.
They've been awfully loud in Michigan. I feel like they're getting louder here anyway.
Well, we have some that are loud, and then in some, the recent ones have just been not the way they used to be. If for as much lightning as I'm getting and right overhead, it's be banging, and they haven't been doing that. And I've talk to other people, and they said the same thing. They have some that really get loud, and then other ones are just like really quiet, a lot of light show.
Yeah, like I've experienced that in the Caribbean over 20 years ago. There will be storms that will bring lightning, but you'll see even the night basically turn into day because it will flash everywhere. You will see like it's almost daytime. Not as clear as day, but it will light up the whole ground, everything, the trees, the hills, everything. But they will make no sound. It wouldn't be a thunder. It was only lightning. And then other days you will hear lightning, the thunder, and not see the lightning. So yeah, I've seen those before. Lightning without thunder, and thunder without lightning.
Thunder. No.
About a month ago, I had heard a storm here. It was like the thunder shook the whole house. I thought the windows were going to break, and I've never experienced that. It's like a little thunder, you could maybe feel it, but this thunder just shook the whole house.
That's the kind of thunder I felt in Washington. This thunder was so loud and so close. It was bending over these 60-foot trees in my backyard, halfway over, all the way. The tops of these trees were touching the top of my house. The wind was so strong, and the lightning was so close. It literally, like you just mentioned, Incre, it shook every window in my entire house. You could feel it shaking the walls and the windows rattling throughout the whole house.
Yeah, I've never experienced that till then.
That was crazy.
Thunder is great proof of a container, because in order for sound to echo, the waves have to bounce off a sound object. Dun dun dun.
It's like you're
That is
echoing
repeated
right
because
now.
the sound waves are reflected back. Sound waves can bounce off of me.
Perfectly,
I'm echoing?
yeah, perfectly with
In the dome.
with your statement.
Echo. But yeah, sound waves can bounce off smooth, hard objects in the same way as a rubber ball bounces off the ground. So what is the sound bouncing off of if we're uncontained?
Yeah, wouldn't it just be going completely out there? Plus, the Doppler effect would be an effect also.
Yes.
Gravity.
Gravity affects
Gravity.
sound.
Dang it! I was gonna say gravity makes it bounce.
You beat him to it.
All right,
Then what the
refraction.
heck is an amphitheater? That would can you imagine going to a concert and like if gravity actually like kept sound down?
So then you would have to like lean down to the floor like you were like
Yes. Yes.
sensing
So you'd have to
vibration
drop it
from
low
a distance.
to
Yes,
raise the
there's
roof.
6 horses 5 miles away traveling southeast. Sorry. You don't get it.
I got it right here in my pocket.
Remember, put your ear to the ground.
And
Suppose you could tell like what was happening in the distance from the vibration.
You can.
Yep.
Where do I post the perma bands for the gold to see it? Damn, and I forget the fucking lobby. Band list? Is it band list? None of you know.
No, that's above my pay
band list.
grade.
Yeah, the band list goes on
that's
in the band list. Yes,
That's for the golds, right?
they should be able to see it. Yeah.
'Cause we made a. Listen, we have a lobby for the mods. It's called Person Non Grata. That's where we put permaban people. But there's also another room where we put those same permabands for the gold members, knowing they don't talk somebody into bringing them back. I'll find it. Never mind.
So you just search their name, like if they go back into check in.
Well, there's a server log and a mod log.
Or
and
can
a
they
bot
never come
it.
back?
Yeah, those are for the bot to store its audit. I'm talking about where we post so golds know who is permanently banned.
Well, the only thing that I see, since I'm a gold, I can tell you what I see. I see a bot audit. I see a mod log, a voice log, and a server log.
It's down under the notes tab underneath Night Live.
FE
You gotta be
Council.
further down.
Oh my God, it's the FE Council permaban list. You guys are lost. How is it?
I know nothing. I saw the weirdest trail today. It was all by itself and it looked so weird. It was like a trail. It's kind of blurry, but it was like little tiny mini streaks that made up one swoosh. It was really weird. I posted a picture of it, but I don't feel like it does it justice.
Yeah, but that is pretty strange. Let's see here.
It was really weird. It was like all these little lines that were separate.
It spells
and they made up
something.
one swoosh.
It says happy in the
Oh,
It
middle.
does spell something.
does it?
It
Oh,
looks
it
like it
does.
does. Yeah.
That's
It
the room
says,
I
Oh my
was looking
god.
for.
it says Kai, you are high. No.
Yeah, and all you precious metal guys that couldn't tell me where your lobby was, here's the memo. I'm gonna be re-verifying everybody. We're gonna shake them on down.
It says Claire,
You
happy B-Day.
come to my house. I'm gonna shake you on down.
Oh my god, you solved mystery.
Claire, happy birthday. Yeah.
You get a Scooby snack. You get a Scooby
It does.
snack. You solved the mystery.
Ruh-oh, Raggy. It does say hi.
I was literally like, what the fuck is this?
Someone sent you a message.
How
That's
can we
just
do
the
this
other
for the
tribe
flat
telling
earth?
you they're
I
about
want
to
to
go
do
to
that for
war.
the flat earth.
Listen, this is Anishinaabe. It says, we're going to war, bitch, if you don't share that weed. Now, come on.
Come on.
I only smoke weed on the weekend, so ask me on
On the
Friday.
weekends.
Ahmad.
Oh, you
Ask me on
work for other
Friday.
people. Shit, I get stoned in the dump truck and make somebody else drive, but I'm the boss.
I will be the boss one. It's not today.
I've almost accidentally broke out a hooter in front of at a council meeting, a board meeting. Didn't realize that's what I was pulling out of my cigarette pack. Oops. Put that back in. 401k is straight, man. I smoke pot. I'm not gonna mess your shit up. Don't worry about it. The secretary does that, and she don't smoke pot, which is a lie. Them girls come in with a cake every day. Why do you think I like cake so much? Go in the office and there's like 6 different cakes in the fridge. I'm like, well, I guess it's cake. Cake and coffee, fuck it. There's protein in the cake. There's eggs, there's milk, flour.
I miss cake.
See?
You miss cake? What are you, starving?
And a
yourself?
whole shitload
No.
of sugar.
Butter? Is there any butter?
Butter?
There is butter in there. Yes, sir. Dairy products galore.
Butter is good stuff, man.
It is. I eat like 8 tablespoons of butter a day.
I
Minimum.
like to butter
Really?
biscuits. Man.
You're lying.
No, I will literally eat a tablespoon of butter like right now as a snack.
Nice. Wow. Okay. Okay. That's very impressive.
You ever
Hey,
had
what did I
Not a
say
big
about
fan.
that word?
Badass.
What did I say about that word nice?
Oh god.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, the nice word again.
You're really stuck. You suck, Mrs. Musk. I guess this means like you're really cool. I guess.
Being
It's
nice
opposite
to
day
me.
because Gemsy
I
fucking
so want
sucks.
to jump on that comment, but I'm just gonna let that door close.
Nice.
Being nice
Feel
isn't very
better.
nice. Not very nice
I
to be
guess
nice.
Sucking and butter in the same sentence. Oh my god. You butter sucker. that goes on the
Ahmad, your
biscuits,
British
right?
accent. Like I mean,
Oh, I can't do it. I know.
that's why I love it.
I like tea though. I do like tea.
Yes.
I'm
You
making
know the
coffee now.
etymology of
Not about tea.
tea though, something bad.
Tea?
Tea, yeah.
Oh my god.
The etymology.
Really?
Helps
Oh.
keep the urinary
It means
tract out.
poison, so we shouldn't say that word.
Really? Oh my god.
No.
Okay.
I'm literally
All right. You almost
I'm
got
just
me.
being a lame troll.
Okay. All right.
What is the etymology of Gemsy? Should find that out.
Asshole.
A twin, Gemini twin.
What
And,
is the etymology of Gemini?
I got the first word, but what's the second word? I
Gem.
can't,
I don't know.
can't even process that. Gemini and a twin? A twin? A twin?
No, not tuna. A twin.
Oh, a twin.
A twin, yeah. You got it. Good job.
What's the etymology of Gemini?
Hmm.
What
Good
do I
question.
see? Is there like a Google thing for that?
Just Google it. Etymology. Gemini.
Okay, I'm gonna do that.
See what comes up.
Or root.
But Jamesy, I made it up.
Twins. Germinate. The twins are Castor and Pollock in Latin. What?
Geminate.
Who are those twins?
Geminate.
Oh, it means twin.
You can say geminate all you want, but I see germinate.
That's a good one, Indio.
They're both verbs.
Wait, does it
Think
mean
in terms
twins?
of speed.
Oh,
Does it mean
Gemini.
twins?
Indio's not even in here. He's posting shit. It's magic.
Zodiac constellation, late Old English.
So isn't the constellation the twins? It's considered the twins. Constellation is Gemini, and they're Castor and Pollock, sons of Zeus.
Split personality, Jimsy. Do you have split personality? Are you two people in one?
Yeah, I'm also an identical twin. I have an identical twin.
Really? Are you kidding? Are you serious?
Are you
I'm
also
serious.
Are you
Whoa.
a demigod, son of Zeus?
That's actually perfect then.
So does that make you four personalities?
Possibly.
Possibly.
Did he post that? Oh no, I thought he posted the same meme out here he posted there. That's funny.
I'm not a double personality. I
was gonna say I have an identical twin, but she lives in my mind. Ooh.
I got 5 people inside of me trying to control my body. You guys never heard that song, Split Personality?
I don't think I want to.
All women got multiple personalities, Kai. We could have guessed that one. You got the nice one, you got the mom complex, you got the bitch that runs shit, and then you got hell, fire, and brimstone when all else fails.
You got submissive Sally.
The
aggressive
I am a goddess complex.
Submissive when?
Submissive Sally.
Bring it on home, Sally.
Oh, you're saying I'm submissive when? Is that the question?
I'm not.
I'm sorry.
Sometimes.
Elijah, let you speak instead. Ignore my opinion. Go ahead, sir.
Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah.
I didn't hear Elijah speak.
Savvy.
Oh, really? Oh.
I know.
Yeah, he did.
That must have been
Oh my God. Okay. I'm thinking of the other Elijah. Okay. Yes.
Stop thinking like that, serious.
Oh, shut up, Jamesy. Go do your coke somewhere else.
Oh, and the crackhead fights begin. I got a rap for that.
Is Elisha Savvy trying to speak up?
With the
And
crackheads.
couldn't hear him.
I guess he was rumping Mrs. Musk, and she got mad about it.
Oh no.
Okay, just making sure.
In the VC.
I'm submissive Sally right now, guys.
Their
Okay.
brain ain't working right. They're hitting from the pipe. That's why every night Mike and Kai are watching crackhead fights.
Hi, Sasha. Welcome to the server. You've been unmuted. My friend Sirius would like to speak to you.
Seriously?
Fuck Sasha. I could just tell from his tags. It's like, I don't want to talk to this guy.
He
You're
called
not
you
here
Sirius?
to learn. Oh, he
It's
did.
Cyrus.
It's Cyrus the virus, by the way.
Yeah, Cyrus the virus. I didn't know that.
Sirius.
That's even the virus, man. Don't be insulting the virus.
Oh, is it Sirius or I keep calling you Cyrus. LOL.
You're right. No, you're right. It's Cyrus. Like, I changed the spelling multiple times because everyone would call me Sirius, like the star, or like. Anyway, so I was
Are
like,
you
okay, let me
serious?
change it to a fucking
Serious?
Y. Yeah, I know, right? Serious, yeah. Real serious, yep. Serious Cyrus.
Serious
Yeah.
Cyrus?
Serious
Yeah.
Cyrus the virus.
Yeah.
Hyper fastidious about killing.
Oh, I heard the saddest thing today. My uncle's a doctor, and my mom said she was at their house, and he had brought in home a second jab to give my 11-year-old cousin.
Ouch.
I'm like, oh my God.
No, dude.
That's so sad. Like, you're literally poisoning your child, and you are completely unaware.
Would you ever jab your children? Never?
Never. I don't care
Oh,
what it is. I wouldn't even give them a
fuck
flu
yeah.
shot.
Fuck yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Not even the flu shot, that's right.
Not even a flu shot.
I don't mess with that shit.
Not even baby formula.
No.
Hell no.
Wow, you are. Fuck yeah, you're badass. Exactly. I don't know what's in that. I'm
Breastfeeding
always
is
like,
essential.
they be feeding their babies all that shit like all the time, man. I shop for people, and let me just tell you, fuck, they love that Gerber shit. It's like, oh, it's like when I look at the ingredients, it's like, why in the world would I feed this like to, it's a tiny little thing.
I know,
It's like,
I'm a real dad.
why?
Listen,
You,
bro.
you know what's
I'm
funny about
a
that?
real
Is
dad.
they
I want to
say
see the pump.
you
I
can't
wanna
give
see
them
the pump
water,
on the table and
but
the
you
breast
can give
milk
them
in the fridge.
water mixed with baby formula.
Oh, I don't know. I couldn't really. Mike was saying something at the same time.
Oh, maybe I turn mic up a little bit. He's coming in low.
You're coming in loud. You're coming in pretty
I said
good.
I'm a real father. I want to see the pump on the table and the breast milk in the fridge.
Whatever you do, don't use chamomile tea while you're pregnant.
Bro, the water they have extra fluoridated water for infants. Extra fluoride written on the fucking bottle. I just laugh. I took a picture of that shit. Like sent it to my friends. Like, hey, look at this. They have extra fluoridated water for the baby's teeth, of course. Fuck you guys.
Oh, I know that's fucking crazy.
I know, man.
Sometimes I just want to have a kid just so I can have my kid be like so, like, as an experiment baby. I'm like, I'm just gonna do everything that you are not supposed to do
Not
according
supposed-
to
yeah.
mainstream with the child.
Same here. I want to homeschool and whatnot. Just, the whole thing from A to
Don't
Z.
toss them. Yeah, don't toss them in the air unless you can catch them.
Yeah, the moon is going to kill us, guys. Yeah.
We myself and my wife, we homeschooled my ex. We homeschooled our 3 children. I'm still homeschooling a 16-year-old on my own.
That's really good.
I homeschool and no vaccines. One of the doctors got on her knees saying, "Please let us do this." I was like, "Thank you for the offer, but no thank you."
Start sucking.
I got a higher academic level than the last 4 teachers I talked to, so I'm not worried. I teach them
Yeah. I hate it when people say, like, can you teach your kids all the subjects? Like, and some. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, some morons do that and don't even have an associate's degree. They're just certified. It's called a curriculum, but hey, I guess knowing is half the battle. My daughter doesn't do that Common Core bullshit. Her friends are bummed. They're like, you get to do your math like that?
Yeah. You're teaching her different ways of doing shit, yeah. For different
shortcuts.
subjects.
All the shortcuts I was taught. Yeah. Common Core math is long form, although we do have to teach it to her. Certain curriculum has to be done on the internet.
Mhm.
They want to know you slowed your kid down, so I teach her the long form and then how to cut that shit in by 80%.
Nice.
There's certain things if you memorize, and when you get into advanced math, like your timetables, divisions, if you memorize these things, when you get into advanced math, because everything else is already automated from memory, then when you break down equations into their multiplications, divisions, and timetables, it's instantaneous. I mean, you did engineering, right? You you
Yeah.
can do a differential equation that takes 3 pages or
Yeah,
12
it's
pages.
ridiculous.
So,
No
and a
thanks.
lot of,
Yeah.
well, you know
That's
what I
how it is.
mean. And
Yeah, yeah.
a lot of us from that career, that sector, we can do mathematics in our head that most people can't do on paper.
Yeah. I agree.
Right? That's what I'm
Then people
pushing
think
for. in
people
my
think you're a
class.
wizard if you can divide in your head. It's like, dude, I just approximated miles to kilos. Like it's not that big of a deal. It's like there's 1.6 kilos to a mile. Like it's, you know what I'm saying? It's like 1.5, kilos to a
Yeah,
mile.
it's
So
just
just
newtons
multiply
to
it by 1.5.
kilograms and grams to pounds, man. What
Yeah.
the fuck? We're just bearing a
Right?
load. We need to know what it is. It's a
Man.
roundabout, that number. What I like is when you give them a roundabout number and then they do the shit on the calculator and go, no, that's the number. Oh, I was right? Okay. Cool. My son likes to do that to me. When I'm talking about how much we're going to make on each job, overhead versus material versus labor. I give him a guesstimation, and he's like, no, Dad, that's not a guesstimation. I said, see why no one can fuck me? There's no embezzling from my company. Shit. No way, no how.
Yeah, I think they dumbed us down pretty bad, like on purpose, especially math. Like I wondered, like why was everyone in the third world when I traveled like like their math skills are way better than everyone here. It's like fuck, man, what's going on here? It's like what the fuck are we eating? And maybe that was it. I think that's the key. It's like that's it.
Look,
Food.
they're still in the state where calculus was discovered. They're counting with rocks, throwing sticks. If they fuck up,
Yeah.
that's
right.
A dollar could mean they starve for a day. Their math's got to be exact. We need this many pounds of rice to live for this many months. You gonna fuck up?
Man, I wonder if remember that one dude? He said he was going to do a Cavendish thing and he ordered a stainless steel wire. And when I ran, just a little bit of math on it, I was like, dude, that wire could only hold 100 grams. And you're going to spend how big of a lead ball? He was like, yeah, 2 kilos. Or I was like, oh, yeah, good fucking luck. I was like, dude.
Shit, go get some fishing line. It'd be cheaper.
It's way cheaper and it's going to hold it,
Probably more durable, too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he did it or not. I forgot his name. I forgot what his name was. Might be the same. Or is that No, it's not platypus. No way. It's not.
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't. It wasn't. No.
I'm trying to remember his name.
Platypus wants to do the transit level
saying,
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he kept saying, "Why are you laughing at me?" And I'm like, "I'm stoned, and this shit is funny as hell. What do you mean?" I know platypus doesn't understand that the premise of survey is to get a topographical reading. So it's just measuring topography, man. Like the main surveyor, he never
needs to
did
do it.
survey in his life. If he did, he would have showed us how he calibrated all his equipment, and he would have showed us his test measurements.
Well, you're going to show him all that because he's going to borrow your equipment. Yeah.
Yeah, shit, I got the old transit level we can have.
I mean, he said he's going to contact you for it, right? Did he ever follow through?
Yeah, it was... No, not yet. I was gonna give him one that I broke one of the legs on the tripod. I'm just gonna manufacture a new leg. Show him how to level it.
Okay. Epoxy that shit or something.
No, I'll just fabricate it. I'll take
Make a
the
new
other
one.
two off. Just make a new one. Start
All
with
right.
raw steel. I got folders, formers, and I got a fabrication shop out here. Put it
All
there.
right, nice. That's badass.
I can fabricate whatever I want. Center, tap, and locate, not a problem. I do the math for that in my head too.
So
Yeah.
This bolt to the center
Sometimes
of
when I'm
that bolt
machining
to the
shit,
center.
I can't. I have to because I would have to do like quick math or a little trick to get an angle if I'm cutting a taper or something. It's like it's impossible doing your head. It's like fuck this. I need a calculator.
Oh, dude, I've got done and been like, wait a minute, the motor's not gonna bolt on now. I built a motorcycle frame of my own, and I got every fucking hole off like a 4 millimeter.
Damn.
It's like,
No, you're
motherfucker.
quite off.
I just took dye ink, engineer's ink, cut 4 bolts off, put them in the mounts for the motor, and set the motor where I wanted it. And then moved it once the ink dried, drilled holes. Fuck it. I'll fill the other ones in with weld.
Sounds like a humbling experience.
Filling in. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Welding up holes that you've drilled. Yeah.
Oh, it is.
It's humbling. Yes.
It is.
Been there plenty of times on projects.
Yeah.
I know how that works. You're like, I had this all figured out, mapped
you don't
out,
want-
planned out to the T, and what? I'm off? What?
Yeah.
Can't be.
Then you got to go back and slot the bolt so you can adjust it. Your chain's not at the right angle. Building a chopper. I ended up doing that too, slotting the bolt holes. And then building resets to go in there to hold it into place.
Anyone
My
around
brother
here
just
watching?
laughed. He's like,
Man,
my brother said next time, make the plate last, the mount plate for the motor. Be
I
the
was telling
last thing to
Jose.
go on the frame.
I told Jose like 3 years ago or 2 years ago. I was like, man, we should have like a flat Earth laboratory. You know what I'm saying? Like where we should all pitch in and do what was it? A 501c or I forgot what it was. Non-profitable organization and set it up so the organization owns the stuff and I was like, we should have it like a West Coast laboratory and an East Coast laboratory. And it's crowd funded, right? Everybody pitches in whatever you can, if you can. And he said, like, people would think we're shills and shit, And I kind of agree, like, because once like money is involved, then people kind of like start running away. But I see also like, let's just say like Masons, Freemasons, or whomever, like they're powerful because they use like tactics like this. Like, like we're a hive. You got a fucking dollar. Like I do right now. Who wants it? Yeah, I'll pitch it in. It's like, okay, where's the fucking pot? Does anyone have a pot? And I don't know, man. I still like that idea. Where if I ever have enough money, I'll do that. Like I'll buy something like on the West Coast and be like, all right, guys, this is like Flat Earth Laboratory / like sanctuary. Like if you want to swing on by, go ahead.
Yeah, but you have any idea the corporate sabotage that would take place at such a place? Like,
what?
You would have to be keeping people out.
No, I mean, hey, I got this contracts, bro. Like, you want here, like, you're gonna have to provide for yourself and like the place, and like, but anyways, it's crowdfunded, right? I don't know, man.
And teamwork is
It's
always
really,
the best idea, right?
oh,
No matter what you're doing.
no shit. Like, like I said, Freemasons wouldn't be where they're at if this is not true. So.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing up Loki. I don't know if anybody was paying attention to the series they came out with. Marvel did Loki. And so, not to be too big of a spoiler alert, but they introduced the idea of the Hydra at the end, right? You cut off the snake's head, and next thing you know, you've got 8 snake heads, right? And it is interesting when you think about this so-called New World Order, right? And if we were able to cut off the snake's head, would there just be 8 more? It's a fascinating philosophical question,
I mean, I agree, because I think the 8 more heads that you have to cut off are your fellow man, because I think your fellow man wants the system. So that's the problem. Like, even if you remove the head, let's say like the headquarters, or the officers of the system, I think others will just take their place, which is the high.
Perfect example of the cartel too.
Right. Any system of power, right? There's always going to be 8 more wanting to, mafioso.
Of course. Yeah, if the structure is
Sounds
still
like
there.
the 10-headed beast of Revelations. Sounds like Revelations. 10 heads, 12 crowns.
Yeah, you get too deep into this stuff and you start to get lost again, right? Like, am I fighting for the end of this nonsense, or not? Like, it's a difficult thing to ponder when you know it's so wrong, right? Like, it goes against everything you believe morally, every fiber of your being or body. However, is really cutting off the head of the snake the best idea?
Yeah, go find that fucking head of the snake. Good luck. Yeah, go ahead.
Let's start pointing fingers, right?
Go find. Yeah, it's shit. It's not like it's like damn, man, that head is not singular anymore. It's like a subsystem within the system that's hidden. It's like a good luck. It's like, have fun. I think the best way is just disconnect. Like tomorrow, if we all decide, hey, we're gonna chill at Cyrus's, we'll call it mansion, or Cyrus's mansion, laboratories, Cyrus's laboratories. That's it. And like, fuck the system. Do not work. It's like, why do you need to work? Like, work here. Work in the laboratories. There you go. And sell something, and that'll give you money to fuck with this bullshit system, to buy stuff, to purchase material, like gain. And that's the only reason I use the system is for material gain. It's like, okay, sure, this machine works. Like, hop in. All right, material gain. Hop out. Thanks. If you're lucky enough, you can do that. Yeah.
Well, that's easier said than done, right? Because first you have to identify what the system is. What am I dealing with here? How big is it? How broad is it? How deep is it? Because everywhere I look, it seems to be more of the system. Like, it's
it runs off of everybody.
Right? And learning that takes time, and to understand, like, well, what does it really mean to remove yourself from it, or understand that game is like to be played too, right? Like, you have
the system. I mean, all right. So, like, if I don't want to beat around the bush, it's like the system needs energy, and the money, like real money, really represents like your labor, like hours of labor, or in my thermodynamic mind is like energy output. So your energy output, in terms of man hours, is equivalent to real stuff, right? We decided to call that money, but it has value, but it represents labor in the end. Otherwise, it's fucking nothing. It represents a rock, a piece of gold. No, there was
Currency.
labor. There was energy spent to extract that gold from the rocks. So there, you know what I'm saying? So they're just, anyways. So if your labor is not fed into the machine, so if you divert that energy somewhere else, the machine can no longer run. If enough people do that, where it's like, I'm not going to put my energy into the machine because the machine needs energy to run, and they live off of like skimming a little bit of everybody's energy, you know what I'm saying, into their pocket, and that's how they run their machine. So if you can make sure they're not extracting energy from you. Now you're not feeding the machine. Now you can do whatever you want. You still, enjoy society, but you're not feeding the machine. Or you've minimized to a certain extent, because of course every dollar you spend, someone else is going to feed the machine with it, but that's not your problem now. Just worry about yourself.
Yeah, I think that's why the buzz around cryptocurrency exists, right? Let's get off the dollars and start using other means of trade. And I get that, like Ed and the Fed.
Crypto's cool. I got some crypto.
But
Crypto's
at the
dope,
same
man.
time, like it needs a dollar to be based off of, right?
Yeah, and it still needs the machine. Yeah, it's like you can't. This is not. You can't Yeah, it still runs on the machine. So, like me, I got crypto. It's like, bro, please, I want the machine to keep on running beautifully for me, for selfish endeavors. So my crypto doesn't fucking fall, and I could cash it out later. You see? But if people check out on the machine now, like my crypto goes to shit. So okay.
But you have no interest in replacing it and ending the Fed by not using their money.
No, you just don't give them your fucking money. That's the easiest way. Just don't whatever it is. Like, I'm just not gonna. This is my apple. You want a slice? Here, I'm gonna take it from my hand. That's it. Easy.
With their money.
No, it's yours. What do you mean their money? It's God's money.
But they control the value.
You're talking about the dollar bill that's printed. Yeah. Well, yes, their money to limit you, because money is designed to limit your access to energy. But I'm not talking about that money. I'm talking about your hours of labor, which is your output in life, your Q output, Q out. And that's like, okay, if my physical output, there's no money. If I till the land, grow something, and harvest it, my physical output, I will actually harvest it in bigger format. It's going to grow, right? So I've put something in and with nature, worked with nature, and then, energy from the sun, made it bigger, and then I harvest it, right? But I had to spend energy to get the system in order, entropy, right? To organize things from chaos to order, you're going to have to spend energy because it only goes the other way. So it's like, so that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, without the energy input of the machine, the body into the system, the money wouldn't have currency, wouldn't have the value.
Yeah.
That money could be sitting there, nobody doing anything, but once you start trading your time, your energy, your input for that money, then the money holds value.
Okay, like I used to work, I was lucky enough to meet like a millionaire guy in Spokane, which he's the one that taught me a lot of stuff. He's like, oh, no. Listen, instead of paying this, you buy yourself this kind of vehicle. And anyways, to kind of minimize the tax damage that you would have to pay. Anyway, so you could upgrade your life and not pay legally. But that's irrelevant to this conversation. Anyway, so we were talking about this, and I would barter with him, because you would get like grass-fed beef or whatnot. You buy just the entire cow like at once. I would even have to drive north and get it for him. But I would barter, like, okay, my hour of labor, he used to pay me 20 an hour, so like we would be, weigh the meat out, like, okay, he gets, $5 a pound or whatever. This is good. And he would, of course, always give me more, he was generous. And so it's like we're bartering with like fair terms, where it's like with the current currency of the system, a pound of meat cost me like $5. So anyway, so that we're going to equate out of that. So it's like at the end, we're working in hours of labor. So it's like, okay, so how much meat do you want? Do you want like all of it, like, or do you want like 4 hours of meat or of labor's worth, and those were the actual like terms we were using. I was like, oh, okay, so I'll take 3 hours in steaks, 2 hours in like ground beef, and whatever. And it was cool. So it was pretty awesome to do that, and I understood that it's like everything can run just fine. It really is like hours of labor, because it's your fucking output that's worth something, or else you're gonna just sit and you're gonna watch entropy pass by you in life. That's it. That's why your output is money.
Entropy.
I guess I'm more focused on the Fed, the old Ron Paul kind of idea of ending the Fed.
I'm like,
What would that mean?
I love Ron
And
Paul.
how do we do it? And the idea that right now, as any time, you can look back a year or 2 years and say that money I had in the bank is worth a whole lot less because I came out able to purchase as much as I used to be able to, right? So we know that the Fed is printing 30% more money than was in circulation with over the last year and a half, 2 years, right? That's devaluation of currency. There's no other way to look at that, right? So, how do we deal with this? And I'm not arguing your points at all. I'm just saying from a different angle here what the situation is.
You're talking from
the central
the
bank.
realistic angle. I'm talking about like you just don't give a fuck. Like this is the road you walk. Like
Right.
But realistically, yeah, not everyone can do that. I know.
And the $20 an hour you were making, 2 years ago isn't getting you the same thing it was getting you back then,
Right, it's worth
Putting this food
whatever,
on the table,
19 or
everything's more expensive.
Well, I've seen a lot of inflation in my lifetime.
That's the hidden tax that everyone pays. Inflation.
It's just such a bitch
Yeah.
lately, man. Everything's been rocketing, no doubt. But at the same time, man, I don't know. You can go if you're looking for something like I don't know. If you got cash, you can get some killer deals, man, out there. If you're looking for
Cash is
something
king.
specific, So things you do need, the necessary things like food and shelter are very expensive. But if you want to buy a used motorcycle, you could probably get a killer deal right now. Because, people are unloading their shit so they can buy more food.
So in the U.S., a lot of business have closed down. The prices are really high. Supposedly, a lot of businesses can't find employees. So the input of labor into the economics is down. So that's why they've been printing money so people can just go out and spend.
Yeah.
But productivity the labor of hands is down, but there's more machinery to do stuff. No, there's more automation of things than in the past.
Yeah.
I'm pro. You see, that's the problem I have inside my head. Like, I love mechanical shit, and I don't mind replacing humans with machines because I know about the ice cutters. Does anyone here know about the ice cutters? And who?
You used to cut the ice to deliver to people on the trains.
Yeah. Then what? What happened to those guys?
Well, they got somebody invented a freaking ice maker.
Yeah, mechanical refrigeration came along, and their egos were flying up really high. They're like, hey man, or like our jobs are set for life. Like we give people refrigeration. We cut the ice in the winter and be stored in caves, and they would to sell in the summer for for free in your fucking house. No refrigerators existed. So, anyways, along comes some dude, some asshole invents this machine that can do this. By input of electricity. It's like, boom, see you guys. And not a single one exists today.
So
people don't even know who the ice cutters are.
The refrigerator, for example, will provide a required service or need. So people people don't have to do this by hand. Now they have a machine that will solve that issue. So that still is giving value or is solving a need in place.
Right.
But it's not causing trouble. It's not causing trouble for
at that time, a lot of people lost their jobs. But if fast forward time, that allowed homes to flourish. Yeah. Because you'd spend less money on food, or things would go bad. Anyways, but that life just took off, right? With
it's disruptive,
electricity.
It's disruptive technology. It's called, and at one hand, you know, like taxis, they're fucked, you know, because of Uber. Thanks. But
Oh
at the
yeah.
same time, there's a shitload of people working, you know, driving around, people or whatever, you know. And
Yep.
so, you know, is there a balance? But there's still somebody needs to go fix that fucking ice maker every once in a while too. So there's a job.
Ac-
You know.
Actually, Uber, when you think about it, it gives a good experience for the user in a way, but the driver itself that is inputting the energy, he's getting fucked.
Oh yeah. I mean, when it first started, it was great. My friend drove, and he was making all kinds of money. I'm like, right on, man. But now, yeah, they kind of like squeezed and squeezed, you know, they've squeezed these drivers down to making fucking, you know, $10 an hour, you know.
Oh, it depends where though. I know
And
some places they're paying them
Well,
30 bucks an hour minimum.
Yeah,
what
30
if
bucks an hour, but when you input the vehicle maintenance, the taxes that the bracket is in of the self-employee, it's not $30.
what if
What if
Gas.
side gig though, not your full time gig
yeah,
side?
you're gonna have new
Good. 'Cause
tires.
you can have your real job, like your main job can give you insurance.
can I give my paranoid idea real quick? Like,
No, not yet. So
Afraid
the Uber itself is offering a lower fare, a lower charge for the transit that the person is requiring, right? But it's offering a lower price than the taxi company, so blowing them away because some people want to pay cheaper. But since they are paying under the market price, they're charging on the market price for the service. The driver himself, it's working for less. And also Uber themselves, they have said that they haven't made a profit yet. That's their claim. I wouldn't believe it. I think there's something else under that. Because between each transaction, there is a company in the middle that charges a fee for each transaction done by between the company and the user. So someone is making a profit 100%. But Uber themselves, they say they don't make a profit because they are giving discounted rides to users.
I posted a video that explains it. Now, don't focus on the world is flat thing. It's the flattening things, right? It's exactly what we're talking about. Making things so affordable, it's free. So in this talk, right, it goes through these points how the world is being flattened, right, and the internet being one of them. No, now it's free because it's so cheap to make. And I was thinking like automating, automation is here now, right? And as this technology develops, it's eventually going to be so efficient, it's going to be free. You know what I mean? Therefore, flattening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, like, eventually, because they say we have to retrain, we have to reskill. And I was thinking, what kind of skills, like, what kind of job are you going to give all these people? I was thinking, marketing. Look at content creation, propaganda,
Coding. A
teaching
lot
people
of
how
companies are hiring coders, people that can
Okay.
make systems work, computer systems, codes.
But for the rest of us, I think it's propaganda to teach us how to spread propaganda because that all these YouTubers are like expert marketers. You know what I mean? So I think that's where you know what I mean? Okay, yeah, I think that's yep. I see
I
what I
do
want
know
to
what
say.
you mean, Bone. I get you,
Yeah.
Bone. We operate in the same coconut wavelength, so I understand, my friend.
I love
That's
Uber
how.
though. Uber is like amazing.
Yeah, Uber is spreading like into different industries too. I know. I mean, like if
Like
cars transport becomes automated,
Uber eliminates drunk driving. No one has an excuse now to drink and drive
yeah.
ever again.
Yeah.
Like it's so cheap. Taxis are so expensive. I feel way more sketched out in a taxi because you don't have like the phone telling you where you're going.
But eventually it's going to go away. The person that's driving the car is going to go away because 5G is here,
Yes.
and real time communication can happen now. Real time, so automation is better, and eventually they'll get public. Everyone's going to be using public. no more personal transport because that kills people. You're being
We're
unsafe and you're
fucked.
putting lives
Yeah.
at risk if you get
That
on
is it's
behind a
hard
car.
though. That is true though. Like that is one of the hard things. It's not like COVID where like nobody's dying. Like it is hard because there actually is like so many people dying because of
Mrs.
driving.
Mrs. Musk, if you reach your pickup destination and Uber gives you two options, you have a driver or an automatic vehicle. Which one you pick?
Driver.
At the
Well,
moment,
The driver, the
I would
driver
pick
you
a
gotta
driver.
pay. The driver you gotta pay. The automatic vehicle is free.
You know how many I've been in Ubers where they have like little mini bottles and they have like the coolest stuff in there. So
okay.
Yeah, well,
Assuming
I
The
like
automatic one
infrastructure,
is gonna
Uber
have that too.
drivers are telling me
assuming it's super safe to take the automated car, right? Because the
then
infrastructure is already in
I'll
place.
car.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we're far away from the automated car, so don't worry.
It's
We
here.
weren't supposed to be.
20 years.
The
Yeah,
infrastructure is in place. It's called
yeah,
5G till 2020.
They suck. They suck. Too many variables. That's the problem. We need
Yeah.
tracks. We need tracks. That's another. If they're on tracks,
tracks, yeah.
can easily manage it.
Underground.
Like, okay, in Asia, all their trains are unmanned, motherfucker. I was like, holy smokes! I was in Malaysia like for a while, and I was like, oh wow, this is interesting in a third world or whatever country. They have unmanned trains. Like, cool. This thing is scary, you know, but it works. It works just fine. You know, and they're all unmanned.
Computer,
Like
the AI is perfect. Like what you know,
on
like
track.
how they're develop. Yeah, and they won't release it unless it's, you know what I mean. It's perfect. I mean, I wouldn't, and it's perfect. It's got all.
We talked.
I mean, it's so good now.
I talked. I'm sorry about that.
Go ahead. I'm finished. Yeah.
No, I didn't mean to rumpus you.
It's not unmanned. It's that the driver or the controllers or the administrators of the machinery are in a different room or a further distance, you know, but they're still connected and being managed by people.
But less people need to, like, you can have, depends, like, of course, what's the load on that employee, but one man can manage several trains at the same time because he's not managing shit. It's like he only manages problems. If things go wrong, then it's like, okay, human, do something. But as long as things are smooth, like, okay, the green light, the train's moving, everything's cool. You know, just monitoring, just taking a look
Now
at
you can
cameras.
monitor 1,000. One man can monitor 1,000 trains because the computer tells him, you know, oh, problem here. It just brings it to him on the screen. You know? So it's like, it's almost
Yeah, but driving cars, we're struggling with that. We're still tripping over that shit. So I just laugh.
lights.
Like,
I would be
yeah.
okay with that though. Like I'm being real. Like I would be okay with automated driving cars because it would eliminate there are so many problems with people driving cars. Like people suck at driving so bad.
That's true.
Every day I feel
I
like I'm
agree.
gonna die because of how bad people drive.
Horses are better.
People do die every day because of driving. Like I guess what could be the negatives of automated cars? They could kidnap you.
They can crash. They can
crash. That's already, but that's like not. What's exclusively negative to automated cars? Automated.
I mean, I will say like 90 plus of the drivers that are in the 95% plus of the drivers on the roads, they drive fine. There is a percentage of people that are really bad at driving, or they just way too aggressive, or way whatever. There's something. It's like a synchronicity on the road that it has to
where
be
you live.
accomplished.
Yeah, where do you live?
Yeah, it's where you live. But that's what I'm saying. I live in the U.S. in the Northeast,
Oh,
and I
where?
will say
Northeast?
that in Boston, right? So
Oh.
I will say that you do see accidents, right? But when you think about how the rules of the road works, I will say most of the people do follow the rules overall, and everybody can get wherever they're going for most of the time. then you have a percentage of people that definitely don't know how to drive. Sure.
One apple
Gemsy,
spoils that.
Gemsy, how do they say car? How do they say car
I
there?
think
Car, get the car.
Boston in Boston. How's Boston?
Boston?
Yeah,
Got in
Boston.
my vehicle.
But in the car park. Yeah.
Car park.
Car park. It's wicked.
But,
Make it.
but
It's
people
wicked
people do
bad.
know how to drive.
Bad.
But
It's the
have you been in a
variables
bad
of like
accident?
pedestrians.
I know how to drive. I know how to drive.
Have you been?
I can drive over
But
here.
even if you know how to drive, that doesn't prevent you from getting killed or hit by somebody. Like accidents suck.
They
Like,
do
I don't know.
suck.
I was run over by a vehicle when I was crossing the street. Yeah, some people are, I guess, too way aggressive on vehicles.
Yeah.
But
People
So
are
then,
too
like,
late to
what is
work.
the negative? What's the downside exclusively to automated?
Control. That's your biggest problem is if you have an automated car or anything that works with a computer as much as they're already going to, it can be shut down by the government to control you and not let you move.
And now
That's
you're
your biggest
tracked.
thing.
Everywhere you go, you're tracked because the car, you gotta give it your ID in order for you to use it. Dun, dun, dun.
It always
they
comes
really
to
want-
control because
if
they
they
can shut
really
it
want-
off.
True, but if they really wanted us to control us, they could also just turn off the oil, and then we
They could
can't
also
drive
kill you
anyways.
in it. They could program it to run over something or run off something. I mean, it would be an easy way to put a glitch in and off somebody and nobody would know that. Who knows? Yeah.
Hillary
Oh,
would
it was a
have new weapons.
virus. Somebody
you
put a
can do that
virus.
with vehicles.
I think we are far away from that because
I
of
think
the
we are.
variables of life, like the pedestrians. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said if they're on tracks, you remove the variables of like steering out of it. So we have fixed tracks, so it just goes back and
Yeah.
forward, so it's on and off.
But Cyrus,
The
that's
spacing.
not gonna stop me, right, from developing something that's automated,
No.
like a drone
No,
or a machine or a vehicle,
it's gonna
right?
keep going.
that
Oh no.
Right, well,
I'm
it's
with you.
for all kinds of transport. Like that has to be accomplished like this, and it has been, right? When you look at drones,
Yeah.
drones like they can automate drones so they can fly super fast and avoid everything. So, like we're
They
talking about
got
roads,
ships.
right?
They have automated ships.
You know what I mean?
I was talking about
Right.
Veach. I was talking with Veach about this a couple of
Public
years back.
transportation.
Yeah, and it was serious. It's like he's like we both agreed. We're fucking really far away from that because of the variables of the street. The common something all of a sudden crosses the street. Boom, dog runs out, cat runs out, squirrel runs out.
Yeah.
You know, we encounter this like a
Deer.
lot on a daily basis. We make a lot of decisions when we're driving. Yeah, flat
You
Earth.
know, one of the
Flat Earth, dude.
first things that I heard someone talking about driving. I was pretty young, and that person said that if you're driving and let's say there's vehicles coming towards you from the other lane and you're going the other way, and while you're driving, if a dog or a cat gets in your way and you don't have time to stop or whatever because you or turn into the other lane because you will cause an accident, it's better that you run over the animal, and
Right.
so you don't run into
Yeah.
another
That's what
vehicle
that's how
and
Yeah.
kill
It
someone.
might kill. Yeah.
that's
Might be the best
that's what I
decision.
mean. Like the reaction
Look away.
time, right? Because there's this thing called LiDAR technology. The reaction time of the machine and the decision the machine makes, right? The choices it has to make, because there are going to be all these conditions, if, then this, then that, and it's going to react way faster than 95-98% of the population, right? So it's always going to react safer and way better than the average driver.
That's already in a car, though.
Yeah, we already.
Reaction.
Go ahead, man. Like here, this guy knows about it. It's like,
Bro,
dude, we were
Jumps.
fucking struggling with this. We're having a lot of issues. It's like it's we're far away. We're far away.
We'll be
Say,
fine.
don't underestimate the power of the dark side.
Driving works on
Not
a
about
flat
the dark
Earth,
side.
not on the
I
globe.
mean, if you're gonna be in Australia, there's a few things you can hit, but the one thing you probably don't want to hit is a wombat because it'll put you straight up a tree.
Or kangaroo. I mean, you know what truck drivers do? They
Ah.
just hit them.
What's a
Yeah,
wombat?
I mean, Bong. I've hit
What-
plenty of
what's that?
kangaroos in the past month.
Yeah,
I've hit
it'll
4.
take.
Oh,
The
yeah.
only thing they do is fuck my radiator up, so then I have to go have a cry to the mechanic, and then that's that.
I was talking about Chucky's. Yeah, this guy named Dave. He used to come over like after he cleaned. Oh, bro, I just cleaned a freaking kangaroo. You know what I mean? The Chucky, the big semis. Sucks. But yeah, it can
Wombats
damage.
are cute. What the heck is this thing? How big are they?
So the computer that driving will recognize that this is an endangered species, and when it tries to avoid killing it, it'll probably do it the safest way possible than any
You're
person.
assuming perfect conditions, and that's the problem. You're assuming that the machine is going to always recognize the animal. You know what I'm saying? From that angle, it's like that, and that's the shit that
I'm
does
saying
not
the
happen in
technology
reality. It's like,
exists.
oh fuck.
It's just a matter
Good.
of putting it together because 5G is
Mhm.
new, right? So it's a matter of testing all these things and putting them together. But
got one of those robot vacuum.
these, what's up?
I'm not a big 5G conspiracy guy at all. I've briefly looked into it. I understand it's
Oh
millimeter
man,
wave,
no, I'm a few dude. I love trying to figure out how to use these things, and I love looking
5G,
things up.
5G is not this magical thing that is gonna make everything work perfectly,
I'm talking about
synchronously,
speed. I'm talking
and
about real. I'm
everything is
talking
gonna
about
be
the signal
good.
that comes from your brain
Yeah,
to
but
your
the
arm.
infrastructure
I'm
of
talking.
things, the ground
Well,
stuff,
check it out.
that's the big
When we
variable.
control the
Like
car,
the
or when we
corner
control
and the
a
line between
car,
vehicles and one-way streets and all that kind of stuff. It takes a lot. 5G
no, what I'm
is
saying
not
is
this magic
this:
thing.
the time that it takes for your brain, right, to send a signal to your hand to move the control. Okay, 5G is going to be faster than that. I'm talking about less than 1 millisecond.
No,
less than 1 millisecond. That's
I
what
talk about
5G
like
is about. Speed.
like yeah, but that's communicating speed. Like you don't need that within the machine for
It's faster
processing
than your
the
brain.
data input. Yeah, but that's I don't know.
Prove it.
I don't give a fuck about 5G because I
Your
guarantee you
reaction.
I guarantee you 7G is already in line,
Virus.
like
And check
on the
this
pipeline.
saying
Like
out.
I'm
This
not.
saying, check this saying out
Bong,
from
you
Wing
sound like
Chun.
a glober right
The
now.
hand is
Oh,
faster
bro.
than the eye. Have you ever heard that
Sorry,
saying?
I'm an
The
engineer.
hand is faster than the eye. We were talking about this yesterday. Must remember, right?
When they get
Go ahead.
NASCAR driving without drivers, I'll take a ride in the old computer car.
Your hand is faster than your eye. Your hand is
Yeah,
really
that's like punching
crazy.
when you punch someone, right? Like this isn't that Kung Fu Bruce Lee stuff. Like the hand is a saying in Wing Chun that your hand is faster when you train. It
Is it,
snaps out.
is it actually
You
true,
can't.
or is it like a
The
Yeah,
opponent won't see
that's
it
true.
because it travels in
whoa?
a straight line, and you snap it so fast the opponent can't see it. It just hits them, and they don't know where it came from. Like Bruce Lee. It's
Your
true if you
eye
train.
has a frame rate that it really can't tell anything over like
Right.
140 unless
Right.
you have to be like laser hyper focus on like a very pinpoint, I don't know, like whatever you're looking at, whether it's a monitor, TV screen, whatever you're looking at, you have to be looking at it for a while to even notice
Frame
it.
rate. Yeah, you said it.
What are you talking about exactly? What is that parameter?
That's the computer
Or
will
talk
be
about
way
refresh rate, or
faster.
like what is that?
Yeah,
It's
Frame
refresh
rate.
rate.
Frame rate? Like how many frames per second I
Yeah,
can
I can't really tell
detect?
anything over like 120. It's not that
Okay.
noticeable. Yeah, you can't see a big picture. Like if you're looking at something that's pretty large, like a projector screen, you can't tell a difference really. But if you're looking at a really small point on that projector screen and you're focusing on it, then you can tell. If that makes sense, because your eye can't really look at
240 hertz
things.
monitor than I do a 140 hertz monitor.
Yeah,
Yeah,
talk
'cause
about
it's
monitors, yeah.
yeah, it's really small, and you're actually if you're playing a fast-paced game, then you can notice. But if you're like you really can't notice it. People say they do, but
On the monitor, if I put a sphere, is it actually a sphere or is it flat because it's a flat monitor?
It's a sphere, bro.
Flat as fuck, man.
No, it has to be a
It's a
sphere.
flat
'Cause it
sphere.
has to
It's a
be.
it is
has to
actually.
be.
Think about it. Think about it. It's an actual flat sphere.
The flat sphere.
Yeah, it's on the monitor.
Well, everything's
No, it's
flat.
actually pixels lit up. Actually, it's like
Computer's
you're
flat.
seeing
Oh,
pixels.
75% of that you can't really see the other 25 because water, so 75% the water is flat.
I did see
Can't
a
see it from
curved
this angle.
television one time. It's been a while. I was somewhere that curved. You guys seen those curved televisions?
Yeah.
So Bong, what
Oh
is so
yeah.
scary about 5G?
Drones that can kill you.
No, no.
and
We
It's
see
the
had that
you
before
all the
sympathetic
5G.
time.
frequency.
What does that have to do with
I don't
5G?
know.
It's
The
just because
5G,
Speed.
there's a web
It's
that they can
speed.
communicate
no,
through.
no,
Well,
no.
look.
It's
Yeah,
sympathetic
go ahead.
frequencies. That's what's scary about 5G.
Okay,
That's about it.
just a millimeter wave. Yeah. Okay, that's the only thing that
Uh,
I was worried about.
it's the
Well,
high
No
band.
research.
So there's
Yeah.
low, mid, and high. It's the high band that's dangerous.
Oh yeah, that's the physically dangerous. But yeah, of course there's those dangers, but I'm thinking
That's
about
the
the
only thing I was
possibilities, and all the
concerned
crazy
about.
things.
Really.
Yeah, the things they show you in the movies. Like I'm paranoid, right? And it's like,
I stopped
whoa.
watching conspiracy shit after Flat Earth. Like
No, I'll be like, possible? Is
I
this
just
possible?
like,
No, look it up, right? And I'll
what
be
is
like,
this?
holy shit, they're doing it. Like that they made this movie based on what's really possible and what's real. It's like shit. What? Nah, it's crazy. Iron Man. We are building Iron Man. Barack Obama. It's like, nah, he doesn't mean Iron Man. I mean, he's
What
like,
I'm saying is like throughout history, and especially like in the early like 1900s, where people are inventing a lot of new shit. Whenever something new came out, people were scared. Science was against it, and this happened time and time again. Telegraph, and you can start from the telegraph days, and what happened, and anyways, but people are always against new technology because it's the unknown, man. Man always fears that which he does not know. And that's the
remember,
opposite of love, fear.
look,
So
you heard of,
I don't know. I'm like the inventor type of character. So I love progress and technology, and I know it comes at a cost of experimentation sometimes
right,
on humans. Like it's
right.
whatever. It's like, oh, we'll see. We'll
I
see
was
that from
looking.
20 years. Like if this really fucked us up or not. Well,
Look, man, they got these really cool exoskeletons in the military. I'm so jealous because I was in the military and I wish I was there now so I can play with these things. Exoskeleton that
yeah.
gives you all these
They're so
abilities,
cool.
right? Drones that
Yeah.
follow you. I was like, oh man, I wish I was in the military right now.
Talk about Skynet. In my opinion, Skynet already exists, which is called Google. Google is Skynet.
Well, yeah,
That's the
I'm
web,
trying to,
right?
get
Internet.
I'm trying to get
Skynet,
my little bug out bag
internet.
going, and it would be nice to have some of these toys to help you out, when you have to do what you got to do to survive. You know what I mean? Like, what if flat earthers had toys? That would be cool, right?
Oh, I mean, fucking thing runs on a
Submarine.
battery still, like, or whatever. Shoot the fucking battery.
Like an oven that you could put it on low, or a stove, right? You could put it on low. The 5G tower operates in the low, right? And it will give you the communication that you need. But if it's turning to the high, it could do other stuff, like military wise.
Okay. Now, may I present a very powerful argument? Bluetooth and Wi-Fi are on microwave band frequency, which is the same thing as a microwave oven, but they're lower power. But it's the same band, which water responds to that band. So I don't use wireless headphones. I try to turn my computer is plugged in, wired in. I do have the Wi-Fi on for to hook to my phone, but I stay away from it as far as possible. But you see, and that's microwave band. Nobody fucking complains about that shit.
And then when you go outside,
I don't use it because it's microwave band.
And then when you go outside, you got power lines and cell
the
phone
tower
towers.
has way more things than microwave bands. You use a few features from the tower, but the tower has many other capabilities.
Bro, if the tower emitted a lot of power at 2.4 gigahertz, you're gonna get cooked like the microwave oven do. You know what I'm saying? So it doesn't. The tower doesn't use 2.4. That's Wi-Fi. That's local.
So we need
That's
to
you
make
don't.
some kind of Faraday suit, right? Some kind of
I was gonna
Faraday
say it sounds
cloth.
like Cyrus is walking around his house with a tinfoil hat.
No.
No,
What?
I'm not. I'm the
Nah,
opposite. Like,
Tinfoil
I
clothing,
minimize it.
though. Like
No,
tinfoil
lining yourself
lining,
up.
right?
You're really lining yourself up to just be the guy that doesn't answer his phone because he wants to keep it as far away from himself as possible.
I said,
This is just speculation.
guys,
We're just speculating.
guys, I was very fucking specific. I said I don't use the wireless headphones. I don't use, Bluetooth stuff because I don't want that frequency near my body because water responds to it. So like I'm if you're gonna call that tinfoil hat, you're wearing the fucking hat, not me. Because
Hey, what's wrong
look
with
at your
tinfoil
fucking
hats,
microwave
man?
oven.
Like,
That's how it was discovered.
I think
you
it's a
know?
good idea, though.
Radar.
Like, what's wrong with tinfoil hats?
Yeah,
Nothing.
you can buy 'em.
Nothing good.
It's a
I mean, it
Faraday
works.
cage for your skull, so it doesn't enter
Mhm.
your head.
Faraday
No,
cage.
I'm not sensitive to that.
Well,
Electromagnetic radiation.
everyone's sensitive to it. They just don't. So this is
Got
the same
desensitized.
thing. Yeah.
Desensitized.
So it's like
Yes.
it's like a smoker
I agree.
running a mile and saying, "I'm fine, I can run a mile." But like if
Yeah,
you stop
sure.
smoking, you'd know what it's like to run a mile and actually breathe.
Yeah.
So a lot
Yeah,
of people
perfect.
they shrug it off as it's nothing. But then they go hiking and they go, "Oh, I don't know why I feel so good." And it's like, "Oh,
Peaceful.
maybe I'm
It's
not."
peaceful out here. It's like, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, check your cell
What ab-
signal. Oh, I don't have
what
signal. It's
about
like, no shit. It's like, yeah,
what
no shit.
about duckling
Good point,
suit?
man. Good point.
What about duckling Halloween suit? Will that help to
Listen,
protect you?
I'm so that's the thing, Brain. Like, I am cool, man. I don't use wireless headphones. Thank you. If it was on another band, perhaps yes, but not this band right next to my head. I'm not even worried about 5G. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, water doesn't respond the same way to that 2.4 gigahertz. Like, just make a cup of, tea or something in the microwave. That's 2.4 gigahertz, your microwave.
What you do is you kind of like what you like to do. What you said before is you just water a plant with microwaved water and without. And there's your difference.
Have you tried that one? I've not tried that
Oh,
one yet. Is that
your
true?
plant won't grow at all. It'll just
I've seen
plant
that.
a seed and
I'm
try to grow it.
skeptical. I'm skeptical about it. Did you test it?
You know what,
yeah,
though? I've
I'll
tried
test it if you don't.
I've
No,
touched it
what does
3
5G mean?
times with corded headphones, and that shit gets so tangled.
I know.
Annoying. It rips out of your head when you're on the treadmill. I would rather
I know.
fry part of my brain, honestly.
Miss-
I thought
okay,
about it
that's it.
clearly,
All right,
and I'm
fine.
like, I
All
would
right.
rather fry
What does
part of
5G
long
mean?
as-
fucking corded
As long
headphones.
as you know what you're doing, that I would rather fight with the cord than fried my already fried brain. You know, what I'm saying some more. So I want to reserve the neurons for later on in life.
Do y'all know what 5G means?
5th generation.
Yeah, generation, man. Yeah, so there'll be a 6.1 already in the pipeline. 7 is already coming out. That's what I'm saying. By the time, like 10 years from now, dude, we're on like fucking 11G and like relax. And every generation, you're gonna get the same hype. Some will be harmful, some will not. It's like we'll see, man. You
I don't know why
technology.
What?
So relax.
Why is Bong so worried about 5G in Coconut Land? You're not gonna get this in 5G.
I'm not worried about it. I'm kind of excited about it, to be honest. I mean, not in a bad way, like it's all about learning, like they figure shit out and
5G
we
phones are
Just
piggyback
messing
on it,
with you, bro.
we took
You
advantage
just
of it.
don't.
Like,
Here's the thing you don't want though. There's
fuckers.
something called WiGig. It goes in your router. It turns your router into like a cooker for your whole house. So you don't want that.
Oh, why? What is that?
WiGig.
Is it a repeater? Or
It's
what is it?
it's like it's how the 5G signal gets sent out.
Dude, I keep turning off my 5G on my router, and it keeps fucking turning itself on.
No,
It's been like
your
5
5G
times
on your
already.
router is not
That's
with
different.
the 5G that's coming.
Are you talking
You
about
have to have
5
WiGig.
gigahertz? You're talking
Yeah.
about 5.2
I know,
gigahertz
I
on your
just
router. That's
I
cool.
don't need that much speed.
That's different.
Still
You
microwave.
need the 5G, man. No wonder you're
Keep coming back on.
No wonder you
No.
be cutting off on the game.
I don't. Nah. I'd just be safe. I just don't want. It's too close to the
So
area
smart
where
meters.
we are.
You know how bad those
You gotta
are.
be.
Yeah.
You gotta be worried
Why
because you're gonna
WiGig is that, but way worse.
Shit.
and it's inside
Wow,
your
yeah,
house.
I know about smart meters. Yeah,
Yeah,
those are
it's
not
worse than a
cool.
smart meter. Those
Dude, is
things
there
will
anything that's
make your
safe
nose
out
bleed.
there? Anything at all, man? Like distilled water,
I drink only strictly reverse osmosis or distilled. Yep. And
distilled.
people say it's unsafe. It strips minerals out of your body.
What
I
gamma rays, delta waves. We got beta waves,
Alpha particles, beta particles.
particles.
The G waves.
G waves. We got the bendy waves. Oh shit, man.
Hey, Bong,
Fluoride for your bones.
in American Samoa, are you guys gonna get American 5G or Chinese 5G?
It's all Chinese.
Oh, Chinese, most likely, yeah. Ice for
Real
real, right?
nice.
Or
That's
is
the
it
cable from Hawaii.
from them, Jemsy?
It's the
Chinese
cable.
5G in American Samoa.
It's the
It's
Hawaii
Huawei.
cable. It's
Huawei
Hawaii's
makes
cable.
most of it.
Yeah, but dude, they gotta pay like so much for it, man, because not a lot of people are on it. If we would have gotten on the one down here, you know, in Australia, it would have been less expensive. But because now a lot of people are using that cable Hawaii is on, they gotta pay all this freaking money, and they don't even know how to use it, or not even using it properly to do anything with. You know, just fucking playing games and shit. Dude, you can make money now in American Samoa. That's why I went down there in 2013, but it didn't come on until 2008. 2013, they
I'm
were
gonna
laying the
invest my
cable
dough
right
over
in
there,
front of me.
man. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
I helped the
I'm gonna
company
buy an
that
island from you, Bong. So would
come
you
down,
sell
bro.
me your family island, please? And how much would
You
you?
got a lot of land, man. Yeah, I'll sell you some land. It's the
Oh,
perfect
no,
spot,
no.
dude.
I've always. I'm an ambitious motherfucker. I always wanted to own an island.
No, you can't buy
So
this island. You know, a
no,
golfer,
can't
millionaire
buy
golfer
an
came down. I forget. I don't know. They didn't tell me, but some golfer wanted to buy this area up top to build a golf course. But the people said no. I think it was stupid for them to say no because that could have been good for tourism. But that's what I mean. You know, it's kind of difficult. You got to go through people you know there, which is me.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, yeah. You own it then, as long as I
Well,
own
that's what you just come through
51%.
me and
Yeah,
you
Bong Sao.
can do some stuff. You know,
The Bong Sao Incorporated,
we
bro.
got
We got
solar
this.
power. Yeah, we got solar panels
Oh, nice.
down there. Yeah, we got the water. Okay, the best thing about it is the rainwater. It's sweet. And there are springs, but the rainwater is how we drink.
We can make electricity out of ocean waves. You can use
Yes,
yeah.
you can
Dude, I was
study
working on
ocean.
that shit like way back in like college, and today, like, wow, you know, they actually they're starting to catch up, and that we're building prototypes, you know, and we're testing that in the ocean. It's pretty cool. Cool. Of course, it's not
Yeah,
it's not
man.
for the average Joe. For the energy company
So
to sell it to you. Obviously, it's for
oils,
money
spice
making
and
endeavors.
oils, yeah, spices and oils and spices. If you want to go down there, that's where the money is. And the internet, of course.
Cooking my
Data
ground
center,
beef. Oh, I'm about to
data
put coconut milk on my ground beef. There you go, Bong Sao.
center.
There you go.
That's
See?
not
Coconut
milk.
Coconut milk. And of course, it's not milk. I don't like milk at all. I like some
Milk
cheeses.
doesn't like you.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, we're not friends. We're fine. Good relationship.
You see that? 40 acres, 180,000. Mike posted it. Yeah.
That's Cyrus money.
40 acres of Cyrus money. What do you mean, Cyrus money?
I wonder why it's so cheap.
It's got a tank pond in the middle of it.
Cyrus money.
Why is it so why is the price so low?
Tank pond in the middle of it.
Who's hot micing?
It was me.
I
Sorry.
know.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, I've been looking at Land Watch and trying to figure out where's the cheapest that I can still get a little bit of forest for a few acres for not over 200 or 250.
Hey, I got a place for you. It's called
That was going to be my
American.
next question.
You're gonna like it. It's called American Samoa.
I
I'll get
like
you a
those
deal.
areas. I like
Back
those
in like 2016, I missed an opportunity It was a house like in North Spokane, like in the good north, like way past all the fucking people, like like really north. And it was on it was 3/4 of an acre. It needed some TLC for sure, but it was posted like for 25,000.
You don't want Spokane. It's too dry there.
No, dude, you can't find shit like that anymore. That's the reason I moved to the area back then. But guess what? Everyone moved there too. It's like, oh, they brought their
That
Cali
place
money.
is so ghetto.
It's
You don't want to
crazy.
live in Spokane.
North? No, north is ghetto, but past the ghetto north is nice.
That's
And
like Tacoma.
I know Spokane. I've been living there the
Spokane.
entire.
Yeah, Spokane is not bad actually.
Yeah,
It's not
it's
bad,
the
but the
same as
prices
Tacoma.
for apartments now, even
Well-
and houses, are at Seattle levels. They actually just
Yeah, yeah.
raised everybody around here again. Mine's going up by $200 extra a month on top.
Wow.
1 year
Yeah,
change.
I got out just in time. Oh my
What's
god.
like a two-bedroom? What's like an average two-bedroom? And
So I'm out of here.
280,000.
You're okay. You're moving.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking if anybody knows
going?
good places. I'm looking for some
Well, I
property
would've moved too,
with a
but-
house. It sucks
Oh,
because
no,
yeah,
no, it's not that
for what I
well,
pay
no.
for rent, I could have a really, really, really nice house and property.
Everything is selling over the asking price right now, so you don't want to buy shit right now.
Go ahead, Baramo. You're allowed to talk now.
Depends on where you're going. But if you can't find 5 bedrooms and 10 acres for 280,000 here, then something's wrong.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. I was looking at your area and that Michigan has got some really good pieces for a good price, but I'm not even looking for a big house. I just need more property than I do even a big house.
Yeah.
Just me.
I mean, to be actually where I am on the North Branch of the Kalamazoo River, you need more than 280,000, but that doesn't mean there's not good property. Anywhere outside the city limits is straight. Grass Lake, Parma, Michigan Center, these are all good areas, low crime rates. Jackson city limits, don't buy anything in there. We got one of the highest in the city. Our crime rate is like #1 in the nation.
That's crazy, man.
Well,
stupid.
Yeah, I live in the country. I pack a 45 ACP. I'm sitting on my front porch with a 45 right now. Me and the Eagle, we're chilling. But so I ain't too pressed about it. But you get people out here. But if you're not going to be farming and have big farm chemicals, you don't have to worry about the dope fiends coming out and trying to steal your cow tranquilizers or your anhydrous.
Right. Yeah, all that fun stuff that they like. Yeah,
Or,
no.
or your medicated chicken feed. I literally got to batten down the
Special
hatches.
K.
Wow.
Yeah, I have to batten the hatches down. I got my own veterinarian. She runs a horse refuge out here, so I have a large pharmacy for animals.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and they can steal it and use it.
Yeah.
They want it.
Yeah, we have special structures just for that and the anhydrous and the medicated chicken feed. I guess they can make crank or whatever out of
Anhydrous.
all that.
Anhydrous alcohol or
Ammonia. Anhydrous
ammonia. Oh, okay. Anhydrous ammonia. Okay.
Nice cooking for meth. Yep.
Yeah, my son says they use it for Hitler's SCP. I told my son he needed to hang out on the farm. He knows too much about city life. Needs to stay home.
Yeah, I hate city life. Being raised on a farm, just like what you're living on now, I just can't stand it. I hate it. I've only been here for a year and I'm done again.
It's
Getting
too
out.
quiet out here,
I like the quiet.
If you hear gunfire, you know who it is. I know exactly what property it's coming from, and I know whether it's something I got to worry about or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for too. No more city noise. I'm tired of traffic. Well, and my combat experience was all city, and I get triggered in the city too easily. Sucks. So I want to get out.
Urban combat sucks too, yeah. And then you're stuck envisioning what's going to happen if stuff.
Oh,
goes
cars
so bad.
scare me. Cars scare me driving by. Things on the side of the road because I'm always worried there's going to be an IED somewhere or something. It's
Believe
just
me, I
stupid
know.
shit. or crowds. I don't like crowds. Not real good with any of that stuff unless I really prep for it.
There wasn't even armor on the underbodies of the Humvees when I went.
Yeah, I know.
Me and my brothers
I saw
were,
the results. It
we were
wasn't
some of
pretty.
the first boots to hit the sand.
Yeah, they were just putting in the windows, the armored windows on the Humvees when I arrived in my area. They were still transforming their vehicles into something that could survive an IED. Even that wasn't really working. Or
Yeah. Where are you living right now? Did you say Pennsylvania?
no, Spokane,
Spokane. Where's that at?
Washington, Washington.
Damn, that's a hell of a trip.
I don't care. Anything to get something that's got some property so I'm not having neighbors all on top of me. I'm tired of it.
That is the best part.
Yeah.
It is, even if it's just 4 acres, 5 acres.
Yeah, 10, 5, 10 I'm looking at. So anything like that. With a lot of trees so that I don't have to see everybody either and they don't need to see me.
Listen, I don't do this, but I can go in my front yard and take a shit if I want. Nobody's calling the cops. Yep.
That's a good thing, though.
But
kind of what I'm looking for.
Yeah, I'm the guy that'll have to clean it up tomorrow, So
Yeah.
I don't, but I peed on every tree out here. I'm not gonna lie about that.
Yeah, I want to be able to sit
that's
on my
good
porch
nitrogen.
and know who's coming at me. I can, they're not going to come at me without having some space and distance. I'm sick of this store neighbor thing.
Yeah, I get it all the way around. Believe me, I do.
I know you do.
I lived in the valley over there, so the valley had more space because
A little more room. Yeah, I lived in the
Yeah,
valley
more
for a
room.
while too, but then I came from 32 acres up in Deer Park. I miss it.
Oh yeah, okay, that would
I
suck.
bet.
For sure.
If I hear anything more than a cow moo, damn it, it's time. The rifle's already loaded. I can't say it's time to load the rifle because I've usually got 5 or 6 ready to go.
Yeah.
At my disposal.
Always ready.
Well,
I
I'd be
don't
a
blame you
liar.
for where you live with your neighbors, your city anyway, your city neighbors coming
Yeah.
in. That's a
They're
problem.
lovely.
Yeah, if they break their food supply, they'll come right out here like, ooh, a dairy farm, they got beef. That's right, we got free lead too, buddy.
Let it be.
Everyone out here is
It's gonna cost you some
proficient.
holes.
I went out being a combat instructor. Everybody out here is proficient in combat and firearms.
Nice.
Good to know your neighbors too.
That's how you got to do it, man. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
It's good to have
all
good
my
neighbors.
neighbors are
For sure.
family. Shit, my
Right. Well, that's what you want. You want people you know or family. Because I tell you what, it sucks in the city. You don't know who's your enemy or who's your neighbor. For real.
Listen,
I'm switching around.
I know it was getting tight on 4th of July. The Amish, a couple of my Amish neighbors came over and hung out with me, and they said, Mike, if shit hits the fan, we don't use contraptions, but we're going to be over here so you can arm us, right? I was like, yeah, Jacob, many hands make light work.
Hell yeah.
That's right. I bet you the Amish would be really sharp on that kind of stuff.
Oh, yeah, he didn't have to say, there are people, few words, and when I said many hands make light work, he's like, yep, Mike's down. Yes, I'm down. You can run the farm. See, if you
Like, all right,
tend the
we're
crops,
partying.
Jacob, I'll be up there in that tree with my 22 Swift, scanning the area. I got an ultralight too. I can fly around, do reconnaissance from the air.
Nice,
there you go. That'll work.
Nice. Yep. Oh, that's the best. Yeah.
It is. I love playing with that thing.
Love it. That's badass. Hell yeah, man.
I've crashed it in a tree twice, but I still do it. I don't give a fuck.
Got your own
one of those
LPOP in the sky, man. Fuck yeah. I was like, hey, where you motherfuckers at? Okay, over here in Sector A5. You just holler at your kids and go cut them off.
I get
So Battle has his own little Air Force going on. That's funny.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's badass.
Yeah, I built a thing. I've got a cross gable roof. It's 2 roofs that come together for a cross, and I built a perch up there where I can go from the attic to the perch, and it's got 8 windows that go in an octagon. So
Oh, you got it. You got your land
Nice.
I wouldn't try and invade you.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, it's a sniper's perch, and so I don't have
I
to
was gonna
carry
say.
stuff up there. It's already up there.
Yeah. That's not good for anybody coming in. They're going to get spotted in holes.
Well, I've thought
Enemy
that
spotted.
most of my cousins are. So I was born into a family of militant people, long bloodline of veterans and militiamen. You know.
Militant.
Yeah. So the government makes us out to be a bunch of racist terrorists, but we're not. We're literally spent 5 generations in court arguing the Constitution with the government, and that's why they have to paint us to be patriot terrorists, because they just hand wave our courses out, our cases. They're, they don't want people to understand that we no longer have a course for regression, that we can't challenge the constitutionality of a crime or a law.
Yeah, you have no remedy. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, we have no remedy. So now the only thing we have as a remedy is man's natural state, which is war.
Yeah, war. That's what it leads to. Yeah.
Yeah, so they don't want you to know that. They don't want you to listen to us. They don't want you to consider anything we got to say because we're extremist terrorists. And now we're planning to kidnap a governor. Yeah, right. We're fucking veterans of war. We don't kidnap people.
Yeah, what's the point of that?
That would be the last thing. We don't want to carry you through the woods.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's so pointless.
Yeah, we'll leave you laying where we find you, and then we'll use you for an example of why we better get our way, but we haven't went to that. We've stuck faithful to our law. We spent millions in court with them on the proper platforms, and they just don't want people to be taught how to do this so they can continue to do it. It's undermining the economic status of the federal government,
Certainly. Yeah. Well, if they're hand waving you out by technicalities, more than likely, it sounds like they're always getting you on a technicality of something. It's
Yeah,
not giving you a proper court, not proper hearing.
Exactly. You
Nice.
came with the right premise, you're on the wrong platform. You go to the right platform, you came with the wrong premise, you're on the right platform.
Yep.
How the fuck does that even work?
Can't even find the
Sounds
right
like-
courts anymore. They're not available.
It sounds like
they're all
Globers.
courts of record.
All contract and commercial law you got
Yep.
nowadays. That's it.
Yep, they don't want the American people to know your constitution's fucked. You have no remedy. You have no input on the laws that rule your nation. When the Constitution says you absolutely do, that's the whole ideal of a constitutional republic. Your democratic system is held tight within the variances set by the Constitution, but this is no longer true.
I think that's why they keep saying over and over, this is democracy instead of saying it's a republic anymore. I think they have done that on purpose to dumb people down. They don't know what they or hear.
Yeah. Yes, they have. Most people just take it and still try to live a good life, though. And that's what they count on.
Yeah, they do.
They don't want to disturb
apathy.
Yeah, apathy. Nobody wants to disturb the peace. When they see others, well, they're doing all good. These people are doing good. Why should I disturb it? But as that changes, and it is changing now greatly.
Rapidly. Yeah, rapidly.
People are going to start looking to people like us. All of a sudden, them conspiracy theorists are going to start getting apologies because it turns out we're not conspiracy theorists. We're telling you the truth. It's not a conspiracy when you can prove your Constitution's been corrupted. That's not a conspiracy. And the Constitution is a social contract. Well, once it becomes unjust and tyrannistical, there's no longer justice or liberty. The man who was to perceive that he would get some benefit from this agreement, this social compact, no longer gets benefit from it. So it's no longer valid.
Yeah, it's null and void. And it gets to be remade by, again.
Exactly. Because it's not about governments, it's about we the people. Because we are the sleeping giant they don't want to awaken. They just want us to get in line and get rid of many. It seems to me right now they're heading up to get rid of as many people as they can. Take out as many as we can first wave. So it's guerrilla warfare.
Quiet, silent war.
Yeah.
Question.
Answer.
Are you guys drunk again?
No.
What do you mean?
I don't get drunk.
I very seldom drink. I buy scotch because it's a habit, but I rarely drink.
I'm just making sure because I came into this voice chat before and y'all were drunk and I was like, nobody's listening.
Who's y'all? Can you be
Who's you all?
I've never been
I'm
drunk.
talking about Battle Mod. I'm talking about what was the other guy's name?
I've
There
never
was
been drunk on
another
here.
guy in here. There was another guy in here playing guitar, and he was like playing it
So
like
what-
for at least an hour.
What do you want?
Some might have been, but not all of us.
Yeah.
I never am drunk.
I haven't been drunk on here anytime you've been on here. I've only been on here over 6 years with a buzz, maybe twice from alcohol.
Oh, okay. I
don't drink that often.
For some reason, I thought you guys were drunk last time. I was like in here.
We were having a good time because we were having a good time. Yeah, some people were, but everybody was just having a good time. What you were hearing was a good time.
Can you redact your you all comment?
Can I redact my comment? What?
Yeah, how about smoking weed, and then you might be talking about Mike.
Yeah.
You're talking about me too. Then I'm guilty of that too, Mike. Around the clock.
Because you say you all were drunk, but that's incorrect. Can you redact your comment?
Yeah, I see where you're getting at. Sorry. My bad. I'm just.
In your defense, there are a few people that are drunk every time they're on here, but yes, we noticed.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, smoking a little dope or whatever doesn't really hurt anyone, bro. I don't really care for it myself anymore because I used to try to smoke with my cousin, right? And it put me off because what happened was whenever we would smoke together, he wouldn't talk to me, and I was just like, I'm not having a good time, so I'm just not gonna smoke with this guy. So
yeah,
depends on who you're with, right?
Yeah, have a good time.
It does. I agree. Even drinking is like that. I can't drink with some people. I don't even drink much. 2 beers is more than my limit. But there are some people I will never drink with because they're total assholes when they drink.
About the only time I drink is when my brother comes out here and makes me open my liquor cabinet. I know he's going to drink a gallon, so I might as well get a couple glasses of it. Oh man, I can't believe how much he can drink. But he was a specialist and a demolitions expert. And I think his PTSD might have been a little more severe than mine. So,
Yeah, I've hung with a few of my buddies from around here that have been over there, and some of them one of them I know particular, actually, he's 34 or so now. He had his first heart attack from drinking so heavily when he was 31. He drank so much, he got so dehydrated. He was drinking a bottle of crack daily, at least. Full pint or more, at least, to stand up.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the result for a lot of our brothers at arms.
Well, he lost 2 of his best buddies that he had been in combat with. When they came home, they took. He was crushed, absolutely crushed. They were supposed to go hunting that week, and one of them took his life, and then a few more weeks.
I don't know why, but I can smoke, and sometimes I might like get a little bit too crazy with it, but when it comes to drinking, I can't do that shit because number one, that raises my blood sugar because I'm diabetic. Number two,
bad idea, man.
Number two, it makes me feel like shit. Like I feel depressed with it. Like,
well, it is a depressant. That's why it's not good to do too much. If you get really bad on it, you can do stupid things. Besides doing stupid things, you can do really stupid.
It also is kind of like that thing where it's like, oh, I'm happy. I'm kind of happy and I'm having fun at first, and I'm just like fuck. The depression hit me.
I can't stand a blubbering drunk.
Me neither. They bother.
How do you stand Helio?
Is he blubber?
Whoa,
I haven't
whoa,
caught him blubbering.
whoa,
What was blub?
Whoa.
What do you mean by?
whoa.
I actually don't think Helio's a blubbering drunk. I think he's a happy drunk.
Yeah. Now he's one I could probably handle getting
Happy.
around.
He is a happy drunk.
He is a
Yes.
happy. He's never come on here and been angry when he's been drinking.
Right. I'm talking about that guy that's like, no, fuck you. You don't know, bro. I just fucking got a fucked up life. That kind
For
of guy.
me. Yeah, the for me one.
Yeah, I can't stand that shit. Here's $20. Shut the fuck up. Drink another one.
I hate my life. Oh my god, so much fun. Oh my god, I love you all so much. Passes
Yeah,
out.
and 90% of the time, the only reason their life is shit is because rather than fix their fucking problems, they get drunk every day.
Like it feels like a lot of people go on an emotional roller coaster before passing out and throwing up or whatever, or throwing up and passing out. Like
some do. Yeah, some do.
Some people do that. Like literally they drink so much that they go on an emotional roller coaster of everything, and it's just like fuck, and then they throw up. And then
I never met anyone like that.
I've met a person like that, but
my brother gets to a point where he hurts himself and then he does all that you said.
Yeah,
I got a unicycle out here. Every time he gets drunk, real drunk, he's like, I'm gonna ride that fucking unicycle. I'm like, don't do it, bro. You're gonna bust your head, and then all of a sudden, I think I broke my arm. You gotta take me to the ER. And on the way to the ER, he's crying, puking, and passing out. But you know me, I'm the brother. I do the fireman's carry. I was trained well in the technique. Go in the ER, set him down on the desk.
yeah.
Can I get a gurney?
What did he get? Like a broken arm, or was it like?
I had a spiral break in his arm. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So he got a
Poor
cast.
guy. Poor guy.
He woke up in bed at my house. Come down like, oh, I broke it, huh? Yeah, you missed the trip to the ER, you son bitch. But yup.
Missed the part where I took you to the ER, but yes.
Hey, on a better note, you got pain pills on the dresser upstairs, so you can get rid of that hangover.
Yeah,
true.
That's what.
Now
He had to tell his wife that he didn't go home. She said, you was out screwing on me. He said, no, I got the cast to prove it. My dumb ass was getting drunk with my brother and broke my arm.
I tried kimchi for the first time today, and that was weird. It was like, it tasted okay, but it was like, the smell was awful. I hated the smell so much.
She still called me to verify that. I couldn't believe it. I was like, did you see the cast on his arm?
She didn't believe you?
Sorry.
No, she didn't believe him. No, she had to call me. Did he do that at your
She
house?
thought he was out with some girl or something, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I almost jumped to another subject. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
How dare you?
She knows I'm not a liar, though. I got no reason to lie to nobody. If you don't like the truth, that's your fucking problem.
Yeah, screw you, right?
Yeah. The truth is the truth, and it never changes.
Yep.
You can ask me the same question 20 times, I'll give you the same answer.
I have a question. Do you any of you remember the I forget their names. Terrell Williams versus I forgot the other guy's name, but he got brain damage because he went to a coma and then he woke up a vegetable. Do you guys remember that at all?
No, was it
talking about a boxing fight?
A fighter?
Yeah, he was a fight. They were fighting in the ring, and Terrell Williams
hit him in the temple.
He hit him in the temple, and then then the guy like went into a coma for like 200 days, and he came back a vegetable. Like It was
Was he
fucked
a
up.
Puerto Rican guy?
Yeah, he was Puerto Rican. Yes.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, I know the fight.
Yeah. Oh my god. I just learned about that today, and I was like, "What the fuck? When did this happen?"
Probably like what, 8 years ago, maybe something like that.
I think it was like 4 years ago, but I'm not sure. Let me see. Terrell Williams versus Richard Colon.
Yeah, Colon. Yeah, he's my cousin.
Richard Colon. My bad. Oh boy. It's been. Let me see. Let me see when this article was made. 18th September. When was this
Hey,
article?
Battle Mod. I got to ask you though one question about your area. How bad is the weather in Michigan in the summertime? Is it really hot?
No. Right now it's rained for a week now, or over a week.
It was 8 years ago. My bad.
So around August,
Told you.
we'll get one real hot month. It'll be August.
Your
August.
humidity pretty hot too. The high there too.
Yeah, we're surrounded by fresh water. Yeah,
I figured.
Humidity's high. It's good for growing though if you like to grow your own crops. But you might have spring in the morning, fall in the noon, and winter in the evening.
Oh, I love that. Then that's kind of what I'm still looking for is the 4 seasons too.
Yeah.
I'm used to that, but we have 100 degrees heat today. Kind of crazy, but it's really dry, so it's not the humidity. It's not the problem here usually, though it can get a little bit, but it's really rare for hardly any humidity. It's dry right now.
Autumn is beautiful, and ice
Yeah.
fishing has been plentiful the last 3 years.
And those are all things I like: hunting, fishing, outdoors, gardening. Got to do it all.
Yeah, I got 2 rivers that flow by my house. The Grand River goes north to south, and then the Kalamazoo River east to west. And
so
I can go catfishing. There's a pond where they join together because one rushes in so fast the other can't just move it away. So I got a nice catfishing hole right at the back 40.
Pretty awesome. But yeah, I noticed there's a lot of properties that are either have a lake really close or a stream or something or a river really close, and everything in Michigan has some kind of water body really close.
We
It's
have
cool.
the 5 largest lakes and over 11,000 inland lakes. So yep.
Yeah, I like that.
And up north we have a lot of sites to see, like Quantinon Falls, the Huron National Forest, the Manistee National Forest. There's a lot of entertainment parks close, like Cedar Point isn't that far. We have a few amusement parks right
I've been
here.
to the Wisconsin Dells. I've driven through that area. I've gone to the headwaters of the Mississippi a while back.
You ever seen the Aurora Borealis?
Yeah, here we're far enough north that we do once in a while, but not often.
Yeah, if you want to drive north here, you can see it too. Sometimes you can see it mid-state, but not too often.
Funny thing is, I actually was watching a video about the flat Earth and the Aurora Borealis. My bad. But it basically said that the Bible actually describes the Aurora Borealis as like a rainbow around the north. Like that's so I found that interesting.
Yep.
The North Aurora Field.
Mackinac Island's fun.
Yeah, any of those.
We got
Fun to explore.
Sleeping Bear Dunes, Silver Lake Sand Dunes. We got the Institute of Arts in Detroit, if you like that kind of crap.
Oh, I do
Motown
some, but
Museum's in
I'd
Detroit.
rather again stay away from the city unless I have something specific to do, and then get there and get out.
I might see the Aurora Borealis next year, to be honest.
We got Henry Ford Museum. Those are in nice areas. The museums, like gang warfare and gunfights and stuff, are only things you're going to see in certain areas. If you take the highway straight to your destination and then go right back to the highway, you're usually in most of the tourist attractions. You're straight. Like Detroit sucks, but not all of it. You can go to the Detroit Zoo, get right off the highway, be at the zoo before you see anything, and then when you leave, you're going right back to it. You don't have to worry about your kids getting shot in the car through a gang fight or something on the way from the highway to the zoo or Henry Ford.
Right. Well, they're going to protect those areas for tourism. I mean, that's what happens. It's usually really good police coverage and that.
Yes. We got a lot of state troopers.
Yeah.
County sheriffs. So Wayne County sheriffs, most of them guys are 6-footers too. Belle
Big
Isle.
boys.
Yeah. Belle Isle Park, that's pretty cool. A lot of people have done Tartarian research on Belle Isle Park.
Oh, they have. That would be a good place to visit.
There's a lot of the buildings there that still have the magneto on top that where they say they're taking the energy. You know.
Tartarian energy.
We got Holland, Michigan. We have tulip festivals in Holland, Michigan. In Michigan, you can go from Paradise to Hell in an hour and a half. Just an hour and a half drive from Paradise, Michigan to Hell, Michigan.
Nice.
Funny. We have a paradise, but it's at the edge of Mount Rainier slope. But we don't have a hell from there.
No hell, huh?
No hell from there.
My city is hell, bro. The
Hell
place
is just a place in Michigan.
And I've been to what I consider hell, United States. It's Death Valley, the lowest point at Deadwater.
Yeah.
It is the lowest place in the continental 48th. It's like second lowest in the world. And it is miserable hot there.
The temperature here is like peaking 115 degrees, and it's just like the people here don't make it any better, bro. A lot of the people here are just stuck up assholes. Like, I mean, what can I say? It's the locals of Las Vegas, so
yeah, you live in that godforsaken.
It's like Los Angeles if it was in the desert.
So Tequendon Falls is pretty cool because it's a park. And there's lots of trails. You get trail maps. You can hike there. You can mountain bike, moped. We got a lot of trails in Michigan.
Sorry.
Best thing about it is there's still cheap area here, cheap land.
That's the thing. It's hard to find cheap land that's got something on it besides in dirt or a few stick trees. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah, and the country schools are better than the city schools if you're going to send your kid to school.
Well, my kids are all old. And I don't even have to worry about that. Good.
I still got one at 16. But I still like being daddy too, so.
That's going to go by fast. It's only 4 years before they're pretty much adult. Don't even think about it, right?
Slow your roll, woman.
It goes by so fast, I know.
That's what I tell her mom. She's going to be my baby forever, damn it. The other one grew up and ran off to the military service. Want to be just like me. I don't need daddy's money. I'll go get an education in the military. I was like, damn it, girl, you were supposed to learn from that mistake when I told you that. You weren't supposed to repeat it.
Oh my God.
There'll be days for she'll long for a handful of this dirt out here. The smell of the cows, the sound of the river. I know.
You do know if you've been, both of us traveled over places, been away, or made to live somewhere you don't want to be.
Yeah, how many cows you see over there in the desert? You hear any rivers flowing?
No rivers. I used to just laugh and tell them I should have brought my fishing rod to fish for sand. That's all there was. There was no water.
Camel
There.
spiders. You catch a camel
Camels and
spider.
goats.
I was in Saudi Arabia when that was funny because I was missing it so bad, missing the blue water, missing anything. In Iraq, it wasn't so bad. In Baghdad, there is the Euphrates and a lot of
Yeah.
canal systems that Saddam Hussein, he built a bunch of lakes and water systems off that one river, so he put all his rich buddies on these little island and shoreline houses that were like, I don't know, you'd almost call them like palaces. They were like palaces everywhere.
Yeah.
It was crazy. We bombed the crap out of them, and then some higher ups took over a few, and special ops took over one in particular. That still had the pool. They refilled the pool, and we're having barbecues while we had mortars coming in. That was really fun. Crazy times. You really miss home when you start hearing the call to prayer every morning when you wake up. You wake up and you think you're still at home in the US, and then suddenly that call to prayer comes out across the land. And you suddenly know you are nowhere near home.
Ain't
Not
that the
anywhere.
truth? That's leading into my pond. I go down there in a kayak. My dog likes to fish with me too, but a lot of times he knocks me out, both of us out of the fucking kayak. I still take him though. He won't let me get in it without him.
Your dog.
Yeah. I need a bigger kayak.
Yeah, my
I got
dog likes boats too. It's a good little border collie, and she doesn't mind jumping in and riding on things. She's pretty sick about that.
Mine's a bulldog. He's like 65 pounds, man. He's a fat little fucker.
Yeah, she's only 40 pounds. Pretty cool. She can go anywhere.
I've been taking the canoe so that he fits in there good. I strap his ass in there with a safety sitter, but he don't care. He likes to watch the water, and we always see deer and animals, raccoons, porcupines, possums, geese.
That's what I like about that area too. It's just like here, we have got all the wild turkeys, the deer, all kinds of animals running around.
Oh, if you like wild turkeys, you'll be right at home here in Michigan.
Yeah, I like calling them. They're fun.
I got my wild turkey call down pat. But hey, they're in my front yard all the time. What can I do?
Yeah, you learn it pretty quick.
Hey, Mike, that's supper when they're in their front yard.
Baby. Peeping
Well,
like a baby.
Yeah, you can't. You couldn't eat them. You'd have to. I'll get a picture of the whole roost of them sons of bitches one time. I'm telling you, we couldn't eat them all.
We have thousands of them here around the city even.
Yeah, we're
They're just
overpopulated.
everywhere. We have 3 different species of them too. So they call it the Grand Slam if you shoot one of each species in one season up here. They give you a pin from the state that says you got a Grand Slam turkey year.
Yeah, see, I think I'm overran too, just because I don't hunt them, so they spread the word. We can live over here and they don't fuck with us. Plus,
Yeah.
I put out pulp from the cider mill, and I leave a certain amount of crops in the fields every year.
Right, so you're letting them.
Yeah, I go up north to hunt. I don't like to hunt on my property, but I mean, come the end of the world situation, I will.
Oh, certainly. Well, that's what you're doing. You're actually feeding for your future plan. That's what you're doing. You're just prepping. That's all it is.
It is.
Making sure you have a food supply. Yeah.
That's my future plan. Yes, it is. We'll go, what do you want? Turkey? You want pork? Wild boar? We got our own cattle. We even got wild chickens and roosters out here. That's why all them turkeys and the damn wild chickens, they attract the coyotes,
Yeah, they do.
That's why we got so many coyotes.
Hey, Mike, you should learn how to skin them and tan them so you can start making clothing.
The coyotes, they get $5 an ear out here. If you get an
We
ear,
get
you turn it in, you get $5 from the government.
yeah, we get 75. There's a bounty on them here. You just shoot them, take them in, get your $75.
There you go.
We've been overpopulated for like 3 years. There was one year they were offering $125 a body for them.
I do know that there are people that are tanning the hides and selling them for good money. Seen them. Different people are either fly tying with the fur or doing projects or making fake Indian crap or whatever. But
In the last 3 years, the price of the coyote pelt has skyrocketed like 200%.
yeah, so
So
it's
before
valuable.
we get $50 a pelt for a good coyote in prime, like in the wintertime. Now we're getting like $200 a pelt, depending on the quality.
That's pretty good. What are they making out of
So
yours? Do you know? Know what they're doing with them?
we send them to one of the big auction companies, and then they have buyers from all around the world that come and buy them.
I
So,
wonder
but
if they're making coats or hats or something out of them
oh
for
yeah,
the foreigners or
they're
something.
they're making coats and hats, gloves, earmuffs,
Tell them it's made out
headbands.
of sable or something instead of a coyote.
Well,
Who knows?
we also trap the squirrels too, because well, when we're trying to get our sables or marten, the odd time we'll get a squirrel that gets in there too, and we skin those. We get $3-4 for one of those pelts, and they use the squirrels as filler when they're
Ah,
making the coats out of wolf, coyote, or whatever.
Yeah. Yep. Jackrabbit, whatever.
yeah. I figured they were something.
Like 20 years ago when I was younger, we'd get between $50 to $70 for a beaver. And now we're lucky to get, $20 for a beaver. Like the caster, you get more money out of casters than you do the beaver pelt.
So weird that they would be that much cheaper after years of them being so scarce and then having to fight back. And I don't know. Seems
Well,
odd.
How much
it
they
has.
pay for alligators?
I don't
Hey,
trap
alligators will
alligators,
make you
so
some good money, I hear, and you can eat it. So an alligator pelt or skin is supposed to be worth quite a bit. Shoes and bags and things they make out of those.
we don't
Platypus.
got alligators up here in Canada.
Hey,
A little
look,
far north, isn't it, for little reptiles, big
they
reptiles?
make
We got little
blankets.
salamanders.
Yeah, salamander.
My cousins on the reservation, they make blankets out of coyotes. But like he said, you use squirrel to fill in, but they make blankets, coats, all kinds of stuff out of coyote. They'll make them burqa hats with the coyote trim around them, gloves with coyote fur. I've been saving jackrabbit pelts and squirrels so my cousin can make me a full outfit out of jackrabbit.
Kind of cool.
But at first I was just saving, jackrabbit. And she said, well, you got to get some squirrels too, Mike. You got to start saving those pelts. We use that stuff to fill in. And I was like, really? I didn't know. I thought a jackrabbit coat was made out of jackrabbits.
Jackrabbities.
Yeah.
My mom always called rabbits rabbities. My dad used to tell her, quit calling them rabbities. It drove him nuts. So she did it on purpose. She'd call them rabbities all the time. Rabbities.
No, compared to 20 years ago, the price of fur has dropped dramatically. And I would like to blame Greenpeace and PETA and all those organizations that are against fur harvesting.
Yeah, it's a piece of beautiful peltware there. It's really pretty. Nice little belt.
They asked $2,500 for them. These are like $3,500. So my cousins are Ojibwe, Chippewa, full-blooded natives.
Yep.
These are one of the things that they make most of their money on.
And you've
That's
got a
like,
family member that does that? Did you say your brother?
no, my cousin.
Your cousin.
Females, yeah. There's 4 females that do it in my family. And that one's on the floor by the fireplace, but it's a coyote blanket. Coyote fur blanket.
Well, I know who to hit up if I need something like that now. That's cool.
You go to the Sault Ste. Marie Chippewa Reserve. I got a porcupine quill jewelry box. I buy a lot of stuff off them.
I like the porcupine quill stuff. That's really pretty. You do some nice work with.
It is. My daughter
Really?
made me get her earrings. So regalia. We have her full regalia. Native jewelry, decorations, but we do powwows too. So
Been to one of them in here a long time.
I'll do
But they're
some.
fun.
Yeah, I get stoned. I like to do the ceremonial dances. My grandfather's from chieftain bloodline. He's a chieftain and he's on the Grand Council. So I get a lot of shit because I'm a white bear. So bear is my clan. But it's also in my name, Wabe Makuntz. It's my native name, and it means little white bear. I think my grandma gave me it. Personally, I see it as a
Did she
term
see
of
it? Did she see something? I was going to say, did your mom or somebody see a white bear or just have a dream or?
No, I think it was just a term of endearment for my grandmother.
Mm.
I wasn't just a mama's boy, I was a grandma's boy too. But I was lucky enough to grow up in a family where grandma and grandpa were. On my mom's side, they lived on our farm.
Yeah, I had the same situation, brother. I remember we talked about that because we all lived on the same pieces of property and only 6 miles apart for another part of the family. So on the other part of the farm.
And
So.
my mom's parents were good friends with my dad's parents, so they would always be camping down here and hanging out here during season. And I'd go home with them. You know, I'd do whatever grandma asked me. They used to tell me in my native language, little white bear was a little white butt kisser. Grandma's white butt kisser.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what my
Yeah.
cousin used to say. I'm like, yeah, fuck you. I'll be a great warrior someday and I'll smash you. But they don't test me now that I am. So I haven't had to.
Yeah, it's a rare thing to meet other people nowadays that have extended family living on the same property. I had grandma, I had my mom, I had grandpa, we had cousins, had aunts and uncles all living on the same several hundreds of acres, and it's just unusual. You don't, and then great grandma. You know,
in
how many people have that?
In my family, my Uncle Jim also lived with us, and him and my dad had a falling out for a minute, but did he move off the property? No. He built an outhouse, you know. He just had his own damn room in there, and then my dad would be like, go out there and build your Uncle Jim a closet. Run the drain out there, add some plumbing to your Uncle Jim's shack.
He just separated himself a little bit, yeah.
Well, he just wanted his own space, but yeah, I had 5 brothers, you know, so we ended up building him. We got a guest house now, and it was Uncle Jim.
Yep. It's unusual, but it's good for the kid.
It
Family
is.
around those tight bonds are
It's
so
good for all the
important.
kids in a big family. It is.
One of the saddest parts, the way the world is nowadays. It's not happening.
The wealth of knowledge in a large family is comparable to Fort Knox.
Yeah, I'm hoping to buy 20 to 30 acres in the next couple years, and I want to try and get my parents to move on to the property with me. And then when my daughter is old enough, I'd build a house for her on the property as well. And I want to try and get us back to our homesteading roots like we were back in the early 1900s.
Yeah, that's what we were doing. That's what our family did. And then it all split up after Grandpa got sick. And Grandma had to go off the property because couldn't be out there. It's too bad. Too bad everybody went separate ways. We were still all out there on that piece.
Well, back before my grandparents lost their farm, they had a big barn fire in '72. And like my father, my uncles, the rest of his brothers and sisters, they all lived on the same 100 acres of property. They just had their houses, in different parts of the property.
Yep, that's the way ours was too.
And the only ones who are left there are my one cousin and aunt. My father sold all the farms. We got tired of renting them out, so we just sold them. And I kind of want to bring the family back together and put us all on a homestead, essentially.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. That is a great idea for people to do if they can do it.
Yeah, that's the way to live.
I agree. I think it's the best thing if you can be with family.
It's the only way to live. That's for sale in Michigan, but they want 500,000.
Yeah, I'm not that rich.
555,000.
I'm not rich enough for that. I plan on getting something in the 200 to 250 at the most, improving on it over time, and then if I need to move again, I will sell it for more. But
it's a beautiful
start
property.
out.
I'm looking between 500 and 900,000 for 20 to 30 acres where I'm at.
Wow. Yeah, yours is expensive too. Yeah, that's a pretty farm, Battlemont. That's a pretty place.
I'm trying to look at the acreage. 180 acres.
Not bad for 180 acres. Productive land.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Not in this day and age, anyway. That's cheap.
The barn
180 with a house and the barn.
Hell, it's got 5 barns on the land.
Yeah.
Think I misread the price. Think that's 5.5 million.
That would be probably more in the range. Around here, you couldn't even touch any, like 100 acres with a house. If it's profitable land, yeah, it's going to be 500 to a million to up above, a couple million depending on the features. If you have water on it, even more.
Yeah, it's 5.5. It's got river to lake access. Plus,
Yeah,
it's
it's nice.
Productive land.
Yep.
I got more barns in them, but hey, my family's been here longer too. My dad used to, when he was working, doing asphalt, you drive all over the state, you drive to other states. My dad would see falling down barns in the middle of fields, and he'd stop and ask, could he have them? And if they said yes, they cleaned them up that day. They'd put every piece on the trailer with the equipment in the dump trucks, whatever. We bring them home. We just had stacks of Amish barns and.
Oh, that's some good wood that you would have gotten. Things really good old slowed growth, old logs. Those are the best.
Yep.
From old houses, old barns.
Hand carved wood. Yeah, that was one of my dad's hobbies.
That's a great hobby, and I know it's made people a lot of money too that are doing it. Still doing it, but it's getting harder and harder to find stuff.
Yeah, he used to. We'd go up north on the Channel Lakes and other regions and buy property, clear it out, log it out, and then build structures on there with the wood. Build cabins, put a barn on the cabin, sell a hunting cabin right on the lake up north. for 2 free barns, you can build a $3 million hunting cabin. One of them, we took old log cabin logs and we built a log staircase all the way down because the lake had a big hill. It went down the hill to the lake, and we built a log platform all the way down. So it was like 30 different individual decks until you got to the lower level deck that sat right on the lake. But you could party on any one of the steps if you wanted to. It just was deck after deck after deck that went down to the lake. It took us like 8 years to build that.
It sounds like you said you got it mostly from reclaiming wood.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, my grandfather was into that. He came out of the Great Depression, and he beat that shit from my dad's head.
Yeah, that's the way my grandparents were Depression era and their parents too. So, they were kids when it happened. They
One
told
day
me
that-
all about it. And that's one of the reasons they had the farm that they did. And the reason they raised us like they did. They were afraid of that ever not being able to feed your kids was their biggest fear.
Oh, yeah. Well, imagine if the grocery store shut down, the economics crash, and the National Guard sitting inside the city. Hell, they might come out on your farm and start seizing stuff just to try and feed the population.
Yep. It's like the old Romans used to do.
Yep. Don't get me wrong, I'll feed anybody who's willing to work and I can trust around my kids, but if I can't trust you around the children, you gotta go.
Yeah.
I swear to God, if I catch pedophilia on my property or abuse,
There'll be a new grave on your property.
yeah, I'm the type of person that'll walk you out in front of everybody and shoot you right there in the head in front of everybody so they know what's coming if they repeat what you did. And I say that with no shame in my heart.
No, you shouldn't. Nothing shameful about that. You're protective of your kids that much. Nothing.
Not just my kids. Just like
Anybody's kids. Yeah.
it's
Children.
just like it's a bad dog, You take a bad dog, bit your kid, and give it to another family, it might bite your kid.
No. Better not. Unless you're a scumball, you might do that. But people won't do.
Right. Take it on its last walk. My cousin one time had a dog, and I told him, man, that's a retard dog. That dog, something wrong with it, or somebody did something to it, and it's going to end up biting your kid one day. Well, one day it bit his kid, tore her face all up.
Yeah.
He said, will you take it and just find it a home, give it to somebody with no kid? I didn't even argue with him. I opened the door and told him to get in the truck. The dog knew what was up. He didn't want to get in the truck. I put him in the truck. I said, sure, Bill. Sure, I'll give him to somebody. Gave him back to God.
Yeah. Gave him back to the place he really needed to go back to. That's crazy that somebody would think that that was okay to do. My son had a dog recently with his family, and the dog backed him into a corner. 6 months old, had Malinois mixed in it with a pit bull, I think. And he knows how to raise a dog. He knows how to train. So it wasn't him. He was there enough to know that for sure that it wasn't being abused by any of the kids or anything like that. They're really young anyway. But this dog went loopy. He backed his girl in the corner and then the kids, and then even tried to get him in the corner, all about just them trying to take him outside for go potty. This dog got really whacked. And so, yeah, he had to fend him off and got bit out of it really bad. And that dog ended up not living very long. Done. He was unstable. It was crazy how unstable he went and how quick. It was crazy. Within a week. I mean, he was doing okay, a little aggressive, and then suddenly just within a couple days, it's like anything you asked this dog to do, to go outside, whatever, he started to react and started backing people up. Crazy. There's something wrong in his head.
I've been expecting a lot of the population to start shifting around from where they are to different spots, start looking for new spots, trying to spread out. It's a smart thing to do in these times.
Yeah. Not be in the cities to do.
Yes, it is.
Do not like pack mentality. Hate it.
Yep. Here, this link's got some better listings in it. So also got listings in Albion, but the problem is there's not a lot of work in Albion, so the land is going cheap there. But you might have to drive, hour drive to work or home, depending on what you do. See one at 40 acres for 74,000. It hasn't been constructed on it. It looks like it's adjacent to a river. It just looks like they're having problems maybe keeping up with the farm, and they're going to sell 40 acres of the farm off,
What's the coding for building structures around these areas, Fatima? Do you have to go what the government says?
It's different for every area. Every township has its own zoning codes. It's like every county has their own codes. So it depends. In certain townships, if you're 150 foot from the road building a structure, you don't even have to follow code. So when I build a barn right now, if I need a new barn, I put it 200 foot from the road. Then I don't even have to fuck with the county inspector.
What they can't
That-
see, they can't tax, right?
Well, it doesn't have to. It's not within the zoning. And if you're doing it under homestead laws, there's a lot like that too. Where if you're so far from any road or any structure, you don't have to follow zoning on building, maybe on electrical. Yeah, but since you know, the auto industry took a big hit here, so since then there's a lot of land available in Michigan that people lost because they lost their jobs in the auto industry. That's why I got a bunch of free horses.
Yeah, I remember you telling that story about how you ended up with poor starving horses
You
from
know,
all
they
those
got
jobs, the auto industry laying off so many.
yeah. You know, they're dwindling down. You know, fuck, right now you can make $14 an hour at Taco Bell. So I've even had to raise my rates. You know, asphalt work isn't Taco Bell work. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the minimum wage up here in Canada, it went from like 11.25 an hour and jumped to 14 a couple years ago.
Yeah. So I used to start at 13, but now I start at 18. And you know, most school kids or liberal kids would be like, I'm not doing this for 18 when I can go work for 14. They don't care. They get the whole winter off. During the summer, you get so many hours at $18 an hour, you can make a couple thousand a week. Probably make three, bring home a couple. They don't care. I love my winters off. Shit, I travel.
They just don't get it. They don't have enough experience in life to know that that's a really great opportunity to do other things and be, learn some really cool things. Being outside and working too, it's a good experience.
Yeah, that's the best part of it.
Most of these kids, all they do is sit on their butts with computers, and that's playing a video game is exercise.
My guys aren't dumb. They know we might miss the summer here in Michigan, but there's always Cancun, you know.
Yeah, there you go.
You can always go to Cancun
Uh-oh.
when you
Is
got
that
money.
Platypus or somebody else?
That was Bufu. He
That
got
was
it.
Bufu.
Well, I was just going to say, for the kids that would rather go work at Taco Bell, McDonald's actually put out an article a little while back saying that they wish they could just stop hiring teenagers because they don't want to work. They have better performance in their restaurants with an older staff than they do with high school children. Like today's generation of children, they just don't want to work. They want to
No,
sit on their butt.
they're not taught to work. They're taught to sit on their butts. That's all they know. It's really all they know. Not everybody. Like Platypus says, he takes his kids out, sure that they're off the computer and crap. And I know he doesn't want them to have phones and all that technology. It's just too much. I didn't let my kids either. We did stuff on the weekends outdoors constantly, and we did yard work and gardening, whatever else I could do. But a lot of people don't make their kids do those things. They just would rather not hear them whine about it for, 2 or 3 hours of work and don't put up with it. Or they zone out themselves and are just as lazy too. So it's really bad. It's bad for everybody.
Yeah, I'm happy to be able to say my 16-year-old's not lazy. She gets up 5:30 every morning with me and cleans stalls.
They say she's got horses. That's why. It helps to have an animal, especially a big animal like that, where you have to take care of it.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to say. When I go to work all day long, she's the farm foreman. my general. I have a general manager, but he's so much so like family that he tries to make my daughter think that she's running everything. You know what I mean? I tell him he doesn't have to please her, but it doesn't bother him. He's a good guy. She just wants to make sure she's picky like Dad, and she wants to make sure the animals are treated right. And like I've told her, that's why he's the boss. Because me and him have the same. He punched a guy out for hurting a calf, punching around on a calf. It's just
shouldn't happen. Nobody should be abusing the animals. No.
So he Well, he punched the guy out, and he went to jail, and he thought he lost his job and all that shit. But I came and bailed them both out, and he said, well, I'll clear my stuff out. And I was like, clear your stuff out? They said, you beat his ass for beating on the calf. He said, I did. I said, well, you're going back to work.
Calves can't defend himself. So yeah, good farmer will take care of it. They'll never abuse their animals if they're good. Never.
He didn't expect it, so we've been best friends ever since. Like, that motherfucker's going home without a job, but I bailed his ass out. I bailed you out too. I don't know who called the county sheriffs. We're gonna have to talk to our employees, bro. You're the boss now. He's like, what? I said, you heard
He made
me.
himself boss. Yeah, but he did the right thing. You're not supposed to do that. Oh.
That's
Innocent animals.
Oh,
the main thing on my farm.
I can't type. Apparently, I said a bad word.
Oh, God.
So I'll speak instead. I get what you're saying in that story, but I'm very disappointed that the guy who hit the calf, and that's unfortunate. But I'm very disappointed that he didn't take the opportunity to say, I was just tenderizing it.
Yeah. Gotta wait till after they're expired.
I think he was smart enough to know I bailed my foreman out. I'd probably beat his ass and bail myself out too. He would have got his ass beat twice that day. Yeah, he was all bummed out. He told him to fire him. Like, hell no. 5 years later, I picked out 12 acres and deeded it to him. Let him and his old lady and his kids go move out there and start building. Give him some of that wood my dad used to collect, materials,
cool.
access to anything. I wanted him close to work. In wintertime, he's getting late. I had to build him a truck, and then I thought, well, fuck, I ought to just give him that 12 acres down there we don't even fucking use,
There you go. Well, it's easier to have your hands right there. Then you can have them 24/7, so he earns it. Yeah, my grandparents did the same thing. They deeded the parts of the farm to whoever stayed and worked. My mom worked.
Yeah, that's
So it
just
closed, and they gave her 10 acres just for, needed another for them.
Yeah, so now he can stop whenever he wants and go get his meal or tend to his family or do whatever he wants, and he can do his work as it's done. Because his job is to make sure everybody else does their job properly and the animals get the care they get. He's not supposed to be doing hands-on work, but he's like me. You keep telling him that, but he's still
Can't help
gonna
himself, right? Yeah.
No, he's give me that shovel. Let me show you how to fucking do that, you lazy ass young motherfucker. And that's me all the way, so I don't complain.
Yeah, it's sad when a 50-year-old can outwork a 25-year-old. It's pretty sad.
I'll go up all the time. Yeah, I take their shovel, hand them my cigar, and say, here, let's switch places. Let me show you how the fuck it's done. But when I'm done, I want you to do it the way I'm doing it. I mean, I know the guys done. There's a certain way to shovel asphalt where it doesn't wear you out. And part of that is keeping your shovel clean, keeping diesel on it. If you
It'll
don't
build up. Yeah.
Yeah, if you don't put diesel on your shovel, you're going to end up with 10 pounds of asphalt stuck to the shovel, and you're throwing a spoonful of asphalt every time you dig. You're just swinging around a heavy-ass shovel. That's all.
Yeah. No. It's using manure tools or anything like that. It gets too built up. You're carrying extra weight. You can't even get off it.
Yeah. Same way. Yep.
But a lot of those people probably don't know that until they've worked on farming with tools. You have to work those tools for a while before you figure these things out.
I know a clean poop shovel is way lighter than a dirty poop shovel.
Yep.
I had one kid tell me, man, you need aluminum shovels, Mike. I said, no, you just need to scrape the built-up shit off your shovel. That's it. Now I put them in water troughs. Put up water troughs. Like, just put it in the damn water trough. You're too lazy to do it. But keeping them wet, that helps for a shit shovel sometimes.
Yeah.
Not always. But we use diesel on them to clean them too. When if you let turd build up on it, that stuff gets pretty rugged. It's pretty durable. Poop don't come off a shovel real easy when it's dried there. It's like concrete,
Yeah. Do know after having cattle lots, absolutely do know. Milk farms, all that crap. There's a lot of work to keep that stuff.
Yeah, if you let it build up too bad, we got to break out the propane torch and get it so hot you can smack it with the hammer once and get it all out there.
Yeah.
Cow patties burn forever too, though.
Yes, they do. I was laughing at that because I know that's what happened to us a few times. Grandpa let us fool around with burn piles and things, lit some cow piles on fire, and they would not stop burning for weeks.
No, and people say there's no way lava would work unless we were on a globe. Well, bullshit. You got nitrate deposits, you got coal deposits. The earth itself is a compost pile. There's decomposition going all the time. You got heat from decomposition and chemical reactions. The only thing you need for lava is to have a decomposing compost pile interlock into a nitrate buildup, and boom, you got a pyroclastic flow.
You got all kinds of ways to do it. There's enough stuff going on, but people don't think like that. They just think dirt is dirt. They don't realize that it's a living thing. It has a cycle. It has intake, waste. It's got the same things that are going on, and something has to get rid of all the animals and insects and everything else that shit and die. Got to do something with that stuff.
Yeah,
If it didn't decompose, you would have piles and piles of dead things.
That fertilizer farm that burnt for like 3 weeks, they were comparing that to lava rock.
Yeah, I bet.
Once it cooled off.
Molder forever. Well, there is a fire underground. Where is it? I don't remember what state that one's in, where they've set off some coal or something, deposits underneath the city that it's still burning. They had to evacuate the city and keep it. Nobody lives there other than maybe one or two people. They had to move all the people out because it's still burning. It's been burning for over 2 decades. Or what the date was. But it started probably in the 60s, I think. In the town with a coal mine seam underneath it. They were mining off and on, but it eventually was done, and then somehow it got set on fire, and it hasn't stopped burning yet.
Yeah, I heard of that one. I bet it's easy. Yeah, it is easy to find. Centrilla, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I was going to say, nobody hardly lives there. I think there's only like 2 or 3 residents. It probably will never stop burning in our lifetime. They couldn't put it out. They tried all kinds of crazy stuff, I guess. It's a weird story.
Oh, there's 38 known active mining fires in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, there's weird stuff like that. Nobody knows about these things, and I find those little trivia things like that, and I'm like, so weird. Never heard of that until I started looking around for fires underground and found there was a town in the United States had to be evacuated and never been repopulated because it's still burning.
And they talk about global warming.
I know.
My arse. Imagine what new metals are being generated at them intense heats.
Yeah, 50 years of burning. Look at that. Forever.
Yeah.
Probably go for another 100. Who knows?
I'm amazed that it says it's only one of 38. One of 38 known mining fires in Pennsylvania. Get the fuck out of here. The state of Pennsylvania is burning?
From underneath.
Right.
That's one of the reasons I don't want to move there.
That's the core, the core of the Earth. It's lava.
Did he say decorum?
The core.
I'm with you. I was just making a pun. Well, you know, they're probably not pressed for cooking materials, huh? We'll just set this rock here. It'll be hot in a minute. We'll cook on the rock. Clean it off, boys.
Now, if you're cold in the winter, I bet you could go there and find the spot that's warm.
It makes you wonder how much wildlife is grouping up around them hot spots.
Well, if it's anything like Alaska, the pipeline is heated, and so the caribou love to mate around that and hang out around the winter, and they've done really good because the pipeline. Most people don't know the pipeline actually made the caribou survive better through the winter.
Yeah.
It was a benefit, not a detriment.
I had a few family members that worked on that. It's when I found out what a noosick was. A big ivory rod. You know what a noosick is?
I think I know the bone. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a walrus.
Walrus bone. Yeah.
Yeah, big old walrus. Yep. But they're worth money. They're, you know, ivory's worth money, so.
Even ivory from that area.
Yeah, my aunt was telling me about that. I was like, TMI, Aunt Judy, TMI. Don't need to know about that. She told me about the caribou, though. I thought that was cool. Really? They just go hang out by and reproduce, huh?
They love it.
Cool.
They love being warm while they do it. They're good lovers like us. They like to be warm when they're making love.
Come over here where it's hot, baby. Mmm.
They obviously works. They have an exploding population around the pipeline. So
well, they're just now reproducing all year long, huh?
You can, I guess.
It feels like spring over here, baby. Come over here.
Obviously triggers that. Probably something. So yeah, they're happier with the pipeline.
Caribou's good eating.
Oh yeah, I like caribou. I haven't had it in a long time. I like moose and caribou. I even like elk.
Yeah.
Elk is really good too.
Yeah, elk is okay. I like elk, but I like moose and caribou better.
Not much of a fan of bear. Like bear.
Well, rump roast, elk rump roast is good. I don't know. I kind of like bear, but it could have been the person that prepared it for me, and that could be the differences. Everything depends on who's cooking it.
That's true. You can have a good squirrel or a bad squirrel.
Yeah. So
Possum or bad possum.
I mean, when I had bear, my grandma made it, and she's full-blooded native, so she's using passed down recipes, and it was good. I liked it. Not so much that I hunt them, but I kind of like the black bear. I think they're king of their realm, you know. They're real majestic.
I like the blacks. We've got a lot of black up here, but we also have the grizzly a little further north, over in Glacier and Yellowstone. Quite different behavior. Kind of imposing and very scary if you don't pay attention and make sure you're not in an area with a mommy and a baby, that's for sure. But we have black bear come right in our city here. Oh, wow, there was one recently, actually, messing around in somebody's backyard. Black bear.
Yep, they're less intimidating than the grizzly or a brown bear.
They don't have the same attitude, quite as territorial and aggressive about it.
Yeah, I go to the place we call Tip Up Town, and it's for the salmon runs.
Oh,
Tippy Dam on the Marquette River. And I was up there fishing one time, and my daughter looked over and said, Dad, this bear is taking my fish. And I said, well, you just cut the line and give it to him. She's like, no, screw that. Give me the sidearm. We'll take him. I said, look around.
How many did you have? I was going to say, how many?
Because we almost got our quota in fish, but they're freaking 200 bears on the river. I was like, it's time for us to go. It's not time for us to fight. You better look around. We're outnumbered. And she was like, I didn't even see them all move in, and I'd been paying attention all morning, just to make sure that they weren't really congregating up and blocking the trail for us to get out.
They were watching you fish. They knew what there was on the menu.
Yeah, they want fish. They don't want to eat us, and that's what I told her. Give them that fish and let's get the hell on. We'll come back tomorrow and see how
Give
long.
them a gift. They'll be fine.
Yeah, because we like to fish away from the group of people. So that's what happens. If you go up where the group is and you don't mind getting tangled up with a bunch of other people every time you try to fish, then you don't have to worry about the bears. But if you wander away from the entire group, well, the bears are there. They know what time it is. They're not dumb. They don't need a clock or a calendar. Shit, them fish are running. Yeah, let's go get some fish. They know what's up.
Not stupid.
We're taking their food.
Yeah. No, that's why I said, give them a gift. You got your supply. Give them a little. They won't hurt you. Especially if you get free passage without a problem.
Right. Well, they really don't want to fight us. They're not intimidated by you. They'll fish right next to you. But, I mean, when he caught the fish, he didn't know it was on her line. He's not that smart. He just knew he caught a fish. It's his fish. He got it first. That's that natural law, first seizure. Your line might be connected to it, but he was the first one to put it in his mouth. So that's his.
It's his dibs. Too bad, man. I got dibs. It's in my teeth first.
Yeah, and it was a bigger fish. She was fighting it to get it in, It was probably one of the biggest fish she caught for the day. She was bummed. She was only 14. She's pretty determined. She'd bring in a 4-foot salmon at 14 years old. For a little girl, she got some guns. But she likes to work right next to me. She don't like to be told she's not pulling her weight. She's not scared of work. She's a little slim, healthy person just like me.
Yeah, that's the way I used to be. I got sick. Used to be able to go.
Yeah.
After 10 years in a wheelchair, recovering from that now. It's been now almost 2 years now. It'll be 2 years out of the wheelchair in September.
That's good.
Yeah.
Do
My
you
body
walk?
will never be the same. Yeah, I can walk now. I can walk and drive. That's what's so cool. I can actually go back to gardening.
I mean, do you walk a mile a day or walk 2 miles a day or something?
Walk a mile right now. But yeah, I'm still never going to be quite the same. I was on so much steroids and all that. It really wrecked me, and a lot of what they call arthritic drugs, bunches of modifying drugs that really kind of wrecked me. But I used to be, I'd race bicycles 100 miles. I was actually one of those Centurion racers when I was 20, 21. Rode horses everywhere, ran everywhere, swam, took care of all the animals, just like you're saying your daughter does. Thin, 120-pound go-getter. More energy than I knew what to do with. And all that taken away for a while. But I'm getting it back. Slowly but surely. But yeah, my body will never be the same. Tell you what, those drugs will wreck you.
No, you can't see me fighting no bear during. I respect wildlife.
No bear wrestling. He says it nice.
There's enough fish to go around. Can't we all just get along?
That's a pretty good gift. Or put that one up. That's funny.
It is. You know that somebody in a bear outfit.
Yeah, I know. It's funny though. It looks pretty funny. I like the roundhouse back kick.
Now, if the bear tried to eat my dog, I might fight the bear. after the 500 mag was empty.
Yeah, only if you have to.
Right. I'm not going to let him eat my dog. But we've spotted, there's been cats spotted, large cats, panthers, cougar, mountain lion, whatever you want to call it, in our area.
Yeah, I've dealt with it. We had wolves last year, a couple of years ago on our property. One big wolf out here, roaming countryside. There's like 2 lone wolves. It's a pack, not about another 80 miles away. There's a whole pack, but got 2 lone ones roaming the edge of our city. If you live out towards where I was at, and then we had cougar sighting number of times, real close to kids and people sitting out on their porch. I didn't spot cougar, but I did spot the wolf. The wolf did come in and I did see it. So, but I've dealt with cougar when I was living in Oregon for a while, down in the Central Oregon area. I had one jump across the road from side to side, didn't even touch the asphalt of the 2 lanes. It went from one leap, completely from one side to the other as I was driving my car, and it was at night. This thing leaped across the road in front of me. It was crazy. And then I've seen them other places with their babies. So, but yeah, there are a lot of them in the Northwest. A lot of cougar anymore.
We're not used to seeing them here, but they've been spotted here quite often lately. So I'm picky about letting my daughter wander too far on the farm.
Yeah, dog or and a gun.
Yep.
I'd be worried about the cougars. We didn't walk around without a gun and the dogs, at least, because at least they would probably go for the dog first. The dog would warn us too, usually.
Yeah, she has to take her dog and her sidearm. My daughter's 3rd in the state competitive shooting.
He taught her good.
So, but that doesn't mean I don't worry. You know.
Well, she's still a teenager. Might not pay attention and notice something sneaking up behind her. We've had too many cougar attacks where it's just people not paying attention, being stalked.
That's why the dog's a must. She's got a Brendel. It's a Staffordshire Brendel mix. His name's Bandit Jr. He's
Good
a
bird
beast.
dog.
So. Oh yeah.
You can smell that cat coming a long way.
Oh yeah. My dogs don't play. They can the other animals can sense those predators from miles, and what they pay attention to the other animals, the livestock, like the cows.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've got a border collie, and that's where they are. They're very sensitive to anything that's come into their range of what they think is their protection area, that they're supposed to protect the other animals.
Yeah, my dog, my Milo, he'll sit down and just lean backwards and sniff at the air all the time. Throughout the day, I catch him doing that all the time. He just sniffs the breeze.
Check and see if there's anything else.
Who's in my area? Them coyotes coming. He don't like coyotes. I think he likes to fight them. He gets that fighting out of his blood, you know?
Well, yeah, you said he's a pit bull, right? So.
Yeah, bull terrier.
Yeah, and then he's got a little bit of that want to battle.
Yeah, he won't. I know he does. He wants to battle. He's like, yeah, where they at? They don't want none. I'm the man.
Yeah, pit bulls are really popular in this town too. We got a lot of people with lots.
Well, I like the fact he's protective.
Yeah, he's good for a farm and protecting your kids, especially.
Yep, they're possessive when it comes to children and livestock.
Yep, they're good for both.
I really think he looks at it like this. This is my farm. These my people, my animals. Nobody's going to fuck with them.
And that's pretty much probably it. It is his.
Yeah, you can tell he thinks he's the king when you see him out front. And he just smiles at you. See them turkeys run from me, Dad? bitch. They know who's the king. He cracks me up. And he's a
My
lover.
my wife's little chihuahua got a 9-pound chihuahua, and he's got the mentality of a big pit bull like that. I've never seen such a little dog so protective.
So weird, isn't it? Those little chihuahuas think they're like wolves in the wrong suit, you know?
They do. Chihuahuas are funny as hell, man. Them motherfuckers are cocky as shit. And they look like a bat with no wings when they snarl up and show them fangs.
Yeah, they do.
My mom used to have one, and I used to go up when he was sitting on her lap and just put my hand in front of his face, and he'd curl up and show me them teeth. And I'm like, Ma, that's a bat. You put some wings on him, dress him up for a bat. I tried to dress him up as a bat on Halloween, and this little sumbitch bit me up and down and then smiled at me.
Smiled at you. Yeah, they give you that goofy looking, toothy grin.
Yeah, like you want to try again. Ready for round 2? I was like, I said, Mom, put these wings on him. I want to see what he looked like. I swear he's a bat. He gets up there and just lets her put them right on. I hated that dog. I'm not going to lie.
Well, they're very, very protective of their person. I haven't found hardly any of them that are really comfortable with other people. They have their one person usually.
Yep. I used to try to sneak out to go see my girlfriend across the street, who would later be my wife. And that son of a bitch would tell on me every time.
You couldn't get away with anything, right?
No, I had to learn how to cross. My brother says, I go see my girlfriend. Look, follow me. You just got to learn to just go out the window and climb down the porch roof. Oh, that was so fucking hard.
Funny.
He was right though, because the minute we if you stepped on the stairs to go downstairs, by the time you got to the bottom stairs, the dog was barking, saying, "Mom, Mom, they're coming. They're getting in your kitchen. They're leaving. They're doing stuff." No, motherfucker.
Funny though.
Yeah, my mom used to just smile. Yeah, you can't get. I was sleeping good, but you can't get past the dog.
Little
Yeah.
chihuahua.
I mean, to this day, I'm still nervous of them little fuckers because of him.
He caused you that much distress. A little psychologically, scarred from the dog, huh?
Yeah, I'll see him in a car at the fucking grocery store or something, and I walk all the way around that car. My daughter laughed too. Like, there was one trying to get out the damn window, and I'm like, you don't know, he might accidentally hit the damn window button or something. Walking the hell around. They're vicious. They really are.
They are vicious. I've met a number of them that are very vicious. Like I said, they really I haven't met one that is friendly with everybody at all, ever. They're either scared to death and then vicious on top of it, or they're pretty calm but vicious when they need, whenever anybody challenges their one person. Really.
Look, here it is. He looks like fucking Stripe the Gremlin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It looks like
kill
a badass. I'm going to get you. Kill you.
I'll kill you.
Kill you.
I'll kill you.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
That's
pointing
what my
at me,
mom would
Bob?
say.
Yeah.
I'm going to
pointing at
kill
me,
you.
Bob?
It's a knife through your throat.
Yeah.
I cut you. Yeah. Yeah, that one looks pretty evil.
Hell, that's how they all look to me.
Well, no wonder you're panicked. If they all look like that in your dreams too. That's all. And looking
Uh,
dog.
I stuck my finger in his face one time, and he damn near bit the tip of my finger off, man. And my mom says, "Oh, it's just a little scrape."
Because she always makes excuses for him, I'm sure.
Gets
Yeah.
out that bottle
It's
of
just a little dog. It's just, you can't hurt you.
what
Yeah,
is
right.
that crap they used to put on your cuts that was red and it's got the stick, you stick it in there and dab it and wipe it all over. What the hell is that crap?
Iodine.
Yeah, all
yeah.
that shit fucking burned so
They
bad.
still use that
Yeah,
shit.
the red juice, my mom used to call it. The red stuff.
Yeah, my mom was
They
like,
call it
"Here,
something else.
let me put some of this on there," and I'm like, "No, that shit hurts worse." My finger was already fucking throbbing from him clamping on it.
Well, they said didn't put fucking straight up alcohol on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know.
Not much better, though.
Yeah, I don't think iodine's much better.
Iodine's better if it's gonna hurt. It's the better one.
True. I would agree.
Well, what up, flat earthers? What up?
You're awake. You're up.
So are you.
I haven't gone to bed yet.
Oh, I def have.
I hated that shit. Robitussin and iodine. I ain't like either one of them.
Ugh, Robitussin sucks. That stuff is bad for you. It doesn't really do anything and makes you feel weird.
Yeah, I prefer promethazine if we're gonna.
If you're gonna take something, yeah, promethazine.
A little bit of codeine.
Enegrin.
Just a little. My doctor always said she got a little touch of. She got a Louisiana accent. Got a little touch of bronchitis. You know, it sounds like you're from New York, but they got this yatty accent. Little touch of bronchitis. It's like not Southern. It's like New Orleans accent, yatty accent. Little touch of bronchitis. We're gonna give some codeine. Codeine. Give us some codeine. Give us some codeine. Give us some codeine.
Talking about the codeine cough syrup.
We're gonna give a little bit of codeine for her cough. You get a little codeine. You get a little codeine.
I don't like that shit either.
My mom doesn't say make the rich.
Yeah, well, that's because it's the morphine. It transforms to morphine once it gets to your liver and converts. So that's the morphine.
Yeehaw. Yeehaw. That's why why we like it.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people like it.
Yeah, well, when I'm sick, it's my pride and joy. Like, gotta get the codeine when I'm sick. Gotta get the codeine.
Good. It does work for cough suppressant, so that's why we use it.
It's a fucking great night's sleep. If you ever had one.
Sleep and cough.
You sound
You don't
like
wanna
you're from a parish. You live in a parish?
Would you live in one?
I don't. They don't even know what those are here unless anybody's traveled down south. They go parish? What do you mean, church?
Only parish in Louisiana, and you get fucking boroughs in fucking New York.
Yeah, all that. This is all Eastern stuff, Eastern and Southern, and the Northwesters. They have no idea what you're freaking about.
The Northwesters,
Pacific Northwesters wouldn't know what the hell you're talking about. They've traveled.
Maybe they know about the codeine.
They do know about the codeine. They mix it up and do things like lean, make lean and all that out of codeine syrup, promethazine syrups mix.
Yeah, well, that's a Houston thing. That's a Houston thing.
Well, that's made it across here too.
Yeah, well, they've glorified it there. Well, you know, first come, first serve.
Yeah.
It's a big ass room for 3 old little people to be talking. How weird. These people all sleeping. They just stay in here 24 hours a day. What's this?
Some people.
Yeah,
Man, that's like a full-time damn job.
I'm not trying to hop my Oh, yeah.
Just got to be flat
Sure,
Earth and it left and right. Flat fucking Earth, baby.
No other way to do it. Whether you like it or not, you're flat earth.
You're on a flat Earth, baby. Flat ass, flat Earth. I ain't got no flat ass, but we on a flat Earth. Flat assers. That's funny.
I think I've heard somebody call us that a time, but that's okay.
I called us that, even though I'm not a flat asser. But yeah. Might be a flat earther, but I ain't a flat asser. Tickled me pink. Well, it's been great.
You headed out? You going somewhere?
Going nowhere fast. Bye, y'all.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. See ya.
Take care. Beware. Don't forget to have fun. Don't forget to be safe. But don't forget to have fun. But don't forget to be safe.
Yep.
Roger.
Flat ass you later, flat asses.
All right. Flatter day.
All right, that's cute.
Well, that was flattering.
There you go. See, you can keep it going.
Flatter day, flatter day, flatter day.
And I need to stop smoking for a bit. Goodness.
You smoking too much, man?
I do smoke way too much, damsel. It's, it's the problem. It's cheap, so it's affordable.
Smoking weed helps your immune system fight off the coronavirus.
Makes you fucking lazy too.
Can if you smoke too much or the wrong strain or too heavy dose in it.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm an
sativa,
addict.
bro.
Yeah.
Sativa power.
But it's the best inflammation reducer out there. And it's a good depression lifter. It'll lift depression. It's awesome for these things.
Yeah, it's true.
Help with sleep if you need it.
Yeah, I can't sleep for shit without weed, so.
She's a medic. Yeah, medic.
Medic. That's right. Man, I need a 9-volt battery for my multimeter, man. I think I'm gonna strip one out from a smoke detector. What's
Gonna
up?
sit out,
Yeah,
huh? You're smoking so much,
it's 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning, and this motherfucker needs a battery for his multimeter. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? It's like, are you all right?
In the middle of the night.
I know. I took a nap, and I got up at 10.
Oh, so
it was
you
like
got a lot of
3 hours.
energy. You're hitting their peak.
Yeah,
Oh, that's the problem.
Yep, exactly. That is a problem.
All right, what happens?
What? Took a nap?
Oh, yeah. What
Re-energize.
happens when you get a? Do you lose sleep or when we get older?
Oh yeah.
Need as
So they
much.
say yes, for sure. I lost my ability to deep sleep. I think when I was like 24. That's when it really went away. I can't deep sleep anymore. Yeah, sleep like shit
same.
now.
Yeah, as I get older, I don't need as much. Need near as many hours. It's weird.
It makes me frustrated.
It frustrated me a lot. I just gave up on getting mad at it though. I just try to make it productive. If I get up and I go find something to do, like talk on here or write something or do something. I've just learned to live with it. But yeah, it's weird. I used to have to sleep 12 hours to feel, and now no.
Yeah, same
4
here.
hours.
That's my standard shift. It's like a 12-hour shift.
Really changed.
Now, last night I got 3 hours of sleep, and the night before 3 hours of sleep. It's like I need to catch up, and like I didn't want to take a nap. Like I was like, all right, it's 6 o'clock or like 7. I was like, nice. I'll sleep into like 6 in the morning. Nope. 10 p.m. Get up. Fuck. Why? I want to sleep. I want to recover. But no, my body just gets up. It's like, you're fine, man. Get your ass up. Stop wasting your life.
Yeah, I've just learned to sleep in really short cycles. Stay up for 8 hours and go to sleep for 4 hours. Get up 6 hours, go back to sleep for 3. It's just is weird. It's weird.
You guys reckon the pandemic has affected people's sleep as well? Like, could it be a big
Say it did.
factor?
There's been a bunch of studies being done on it. They found that out from a lot of different natural whole cities and stuff, and those things kind of affect patterns in humanity, people, whether it be sleep, whether it be depression, whether it even be the offspring they have. They've already started running big studies on all these things from being locked down, because it's like the biggest study you could ever do on stress on people, since they'll have offspring that were born within it and before it and because of it. So they've got a lot of research subjects there to really study how this all affects even you genetically. Because they do know it does. Your offspring will be affected by the stress that you're under when you've been, before you have the kid, or even when you actually conceive. Really interesting.
So what are they calling? Is there a name for this generation now? Yet?
I can't remember. Has this one got a name other than Z?
All right.
Then A?
Z?
A, I think
X?
A is the one that's after Z. Gen
Starting
A.
again.
Yep. You're resetting it, if I'm not mistaken.
And that's why they call this the reset too.
Oh,
Reset.
yeah.
Everything's
Cool.
being
Oh, okay. Not bad. Good
Well, there's been a
catch.
couple of resets.
Good catch.
When the internet became free, that was a reset.
Yeah. 9/11.
Yeah, I posted it. Yeah, 9/11.
Oh, yeah. 9/11.
Vietnam. All kinds of resets. Vietnam was a big one for my parents' generation. Huge resets.
The world wars.
Yeah, anytime the world goes like that, yeah, anything big like that, those were definitely resets. Yep. All that
Federal
stuff.
bank. The federal bank.
Fuck those guys. That's all I'll say.
Abraham Lincoln. The slaves. Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, I wasn't talking about Abe. I was saying the Federal Reserve.
It's like it keeps going back. Like all these. They call it the Great Work.
Magnum
the
Opus.
Masons.
The Freemasons. Yeah,
The Magnum
that's what
Opus.
all this is. Yeah.
Great work. They do. They look at it generational. So yeah.
Yeah, I've been looking into the Masons a lot again.
Oh my! Oh, again, no! Please don't grill
hey.
me, punk style. You're gonna grill me again.
I got you on that one. Let me see. I've got you on those. Somebody just posted yesterday a whole thing on reading out of book. See if I got that. Was recommending.
I met the ones out in Spokane. They're really nice.
What's that?
Nice people. Said the Freemasons out in Spokane. Like I met a few of them.
I met them too. A lot of them don't know what they're into. That's their biggest problem.
Okay.
Hey, don't
They have no idea. It's not everybody knows what they're doing. That's the funny part.
I think if you take the oath, right, and you reveal anything, it's gonna ruin you or even get you killed. You know what I'm saying?
I don't intend on revealing anything. Yeah, like
that means you can't say anything. Right now, you're free to talk and fight for the truth. Look, what I'm saying is, Freemasons, when they kill you, it's legal. It's legal for them to kill you. That's what I'm saying. It's
I
all
don't know about
legal for
legal,
them.
but I
They're
get what
above
you're
the
saying. But
law, bro. They're above the law.
brother, like, okay, whatever. I'm not
I'm
gonna
saying.
This
talk.
I'm just
one,
saying. I'm just saying.
this one's
No.
4 hours long. If anybody wants about what the Masons actually teach, put it in
Yeah.
for you guys.
Who's it? Yeah, I'll check it out.
It actually goes over their books, shows you right from the book they give their members. It's actually pretty good because it actually shows you instead of just telling you a bunch of crap. It proves it.
All right.
Oh, I wasn't. I didn't mean to. Point it towards you, Cyrus. I'm just kind of. You know what I mean? I'm
Yeah,
fascinated
Matt.
about
You
the
can,
New
bro. I
World
don't
Order,
mind.
but the
Almost
New
every
World
one of
Order,
us has a
and
family member that's been in it. I mean, you can't
Yeah.
avoid it. They have a stinking lodge in every town. What town have you been to that you haven't seen a lodge? I mean, even little towns in the middle of nowhere will have this membership you can join. So yeah,
Yes.
take a look
I
and see
was
what
like,
they actually write.
and I said to some person in the lobby because they asked, "Oh, so what about all the people that went to space?" I was like, "Well, they were all Freemasons," and I was like, that makes a lot of sense,
Yeah.
man. Once you
Well, and
understand, like,
35% of all the presidents are known to be absolutely publicly are known to be
Yeah. Mason. Yeah.
thieves.
Yeah. Especially the old ones. Yeah. Back. Yeah. Yeah.
Because you don't
It's a
know who
big
the
club.
hidden ones are.
Big
There are
club.
people that aren't telling you.
I was like, I could probably learn as much as the 33rds and whatever higher ups, and maybe
Of
even
course you
more
can.
because God will reveal it to me without having to join.
100%.
And
100%. I agree.
and I think that gives you some kind of leverage. I mean, levels the playing field, a little bit, and then you got God on your side, so keep believing God.
I hope you don't think that God is already doing that.
Yeah,
As
but don't
like
swear the oath.
they increase. Well, I haven't seen an oath yet, and that's the thing. Like I said, man, I'm not gonna swear on anything that goes against my spiritual doctrine, right? My spiritual
Yep.
contract with the
Yep.
Creator.
I'm just
So
reminding you, bro. Yep.
if which according to me asking them, no, there shouldn't there. None of them say that there's something like that. So I'll say,
But man, I've been checking out some hands, them gang signs they'd be throwing up. Yo, it was like, yo,
I have not. I want to.
gang
I would
signs,
like it to be a surprise.
handshakes. These the way
Yeah,
they take
yeah.
photos. How they put their hand under their chin a certain way. Like these are all certain. They're communicating to each other. And it's
Oh, they
friendly,
have
friendly
lots
out.
of different symbols. Yeah. I think it was either Albert Pike or the other guy. They all say, if man understood the language of symbology, they would actually know a heck of a lot more about what's going on. If they ever wake up to that. Yeah, it's at Manly P.
We all
Hall.
should.
Yep.
I love Manly
Symbol.
P. Hall. He's great.
Yeah.
It's actually
He's the
good
one
reading.
that got me interested in like masonry. And then when I met a mason, and he was also a huge fan of Manly P. Hall, and we started talking.
Well, they all are
And
because it's told as it's specific reading.
Check this out. So check this out. This was like my walk. I was extremely hostile towards him, where I was honest and I was like, I was like, what are Masons? I was like, that's me telling them like what I understand. I was like, Masons are builders, and you can either build for the light or for the dark. So you got dark builders, and I called them, and I was like, so I'm not saying all Masons are dark builders, but there are those out there are dark builders. He was like, okay, man, name them out. Anyways,
False dichotomy. That's a false
so
dichotomy.
he was a fan of Manly P. Hall, and I was like, oh, anyway, so we talk, and he in his journey in like life, he studied a lot of stuff like I'm interested in, and like cymatics and stuff like that. So he's a cool guy. And I was like, oh, do you guys, is this part of like some Masonic teachings? He's like, no, man, that's just me. You know, we're all different. You know, it's like everyone has his own interests or whatnot. And so he's like, you're okay. He's like, he invited me. He's like, hey, you know, this Thursday or whatever, we're having dinner. Would you like to swing by? Sure, man. I was like, okay. And I'm still hot. Like, he understands that I'm charged up from the internet, and what he really did, he was like, here, let me prove this to you that we're not all like we're not all uniform actually, like you think, like in interests wise, like, you know what I'm saying? So at the dinner table, I started, and one of them, I think one of them, Mitchell, he noticed that. He's like, this guy is testing us. You know, they started laughing, you know, because I started quizzing their knowledge, like, about antiquity. So not all of them were Manly P. Hall fans, like, you know. So that guy was correct. Like, hey, it's actually some, you know, it depends on what that person wants to read.
Manly
You know what I
Manly
mean?
P. Hall, to me, Manly P. Hall is like a teacher. He teaches you like the religion, the spiritual side of it. And it may be true, it might be true some of it, right? But that there are spirits, you know, behind it, lying spirits. But the actual physical process of you, your physical body becoming a part of their secret society, that's, you know what I mean? Like he's lying.
Remember, he also
Well,
corrected me
it's
real
it's the
quick.
mystery. It's
So
the
he's like,
mystery
we're not a
religion.
secret society. He's like, we are a society with secrets. And that was the
They
first Masonic smack I got. I was like, okay. You know, like
they are
flat
a
smack. I
counterfeit.
was like,
They
all
are a
right, cool.
counterfeit of the real church, the spiritual church. They are a counterfeit of it. Okay, you are the one with the power. You're the one that God spoke to. They lie. They take what God says and twist it and try to reword it and present themselves as angels of light. Do not be surprised when you see the servants of darkness masquerading as servants of light. For
Of course.
the devil himself transforms himself into an angel of light. So that's what I'm
It's
saying.
what
You know,
they
these
actually
things are
say
all
in their
counterfeit.
writing. I know that says it in Man P. Hall and even Pike's that that's what it is. It's the angel of light. They do transform into
And
light
yeah.
bodies or formless, either formless or light.
So I hear his teaching and I'm like, these guys are such counterfeiters of God's word. Like it says it's antichrists. It's exactly what Jesus warned about. These people. You know, because the idea is that you can become a god. See, that's the idea.
I
That's
don't
that's
believe
the
in
false.
that now.
When you
But that's
become
what they
enlightened,
teach. They
yeah,
do
when you
teach.
become right, that's what the torch is. The eye,
Okay.
the top of the pyramid.
You'll see. You watch that video I just put up. They'll cover it really good. They'll show you exactly in the writing. P. Hall and Pike and some others that are all worshipful masters. Grand worshipful master. Why would you worship any person that? But that's what they call them. So, but they're all approved writings. And you can find it. So
Well,
once
I
you
know.
get the
I know.
43rd degree, that's what
Right.
you're supposed to find the secret name of God, the ultimate secret name of God, and weird combination of Jehovah, Baal, what's the other one? Osiris. Combination of the three gods' names. So you'll have three members stand in a circle. Each one of them will say part of the name. Yah, Baal, or something or other. They say it weird. It's weird, but they actually show them doing a video and show the reference for it. Look,
Yeah.
crazy.
It's also the Kabbalah. It's also Kabbalah, and
Yeah,
it's
they
also
got the Kabbalah.
yeah, and it's also the Talmud, and it's also you know, in Hinduism, there's a serpent that comes up your back. You know, the chakras and all
Kundalini.
that.
Oh,
Kundalini. Yep.
okay, the Kundalini.
It's
Yeah,
also the
raising the
Kundalini.
Kundalini.
Yeah,
Don't spill the Masonic degrees. I get them.
but they call it the mystery religions. I mean, it started in
It's
Babylon.
all just paganism. You know, if you really want to get general, it's all paganism. Paganism. Worshipping multiple gods,
Rebellion.
creation, and thinking you can be a god.
It's crazy,
Well,
man.
is that what they actually teach you, or is that what
That's what's in the
If
books. You watch that. You watch that little film I just put up, 3 hours of it, and they'll show you right in the book. And then they even have interviews with like 3 or 4 former Masons, several 32-degree, all kinds of stuff. It's full of evidence. So that's the nice thing. It's not one just somebody's, oh, the Masons are bad, blah blah blah. No, they show you from their book, the books that they were able to obtain, that are the approved literature on Masons.
Okay.
They had the interviews from literal Masons that once they realized what they were in, they got out. And then the crazy thing is they even put up comparison interviews with Satanists, because Satanists go through the exact same initiation ceremonies.
The oath starts off like this: I, and then you say your name, by my own will and accord. Then you say, so you are stating, you're stating that you're making a choice and you understand what you're doing.
Yeah, you're the owner of that choice.
Scary stuff, though. It's like
Probably one of the longest and best documented that's really got proof in it of what he. I was impressed. You'll get a lot from it that I learned a lot that I had not heard. Very interesting details. Like the secret name thing being 3 parts, 3 different gods. Just weird.
Yeah, I always wonder, the name that was being used by the disciples. One of the sorcerers, Simon the sorcerer, heard Paul and Peter using that name, Jesus, Yeshua.
Yeah.
That's the name I'm kind of like, because it says it's the name that has the power. And then Simon the sorcerer tried to use it on the
Yeah, he
possessed
thought that was
man.
magic.
Yeah,
He thought the
right.
name was magic by itself. It's not the
Right.
name, it's the spirit of what
Yep.
it means. It's what's behind it.
Yeah. I was like, this must be the name that we
The
should try and
magic
learn.
word.
People use that name like to blaspheme, or to when they get angry, they'll just say the name, Jesus Christ, or Jesus, like saying it
Like an
like
incantation, yeah.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, yeah, but I don't know the name. I think it's Yeshua.
Dog's asked with that. Yeshua HaMashiach. Hashem. Take her out.
Yeah,
Okay.
Hashem, yeah. That's Hebrew, yeah. From the Torah. Right? Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Emmanuel. You guys remember that name? Emmanuel? God is with us. I was like, oh, such another name. It was in the prophecies.
Oh, I don't know though. I do not know the Bible, sir.
Yeah, I mean, if I didn't know the Bible, I probably wouldn't. Probably would have been terrified of the Freemasons and the world, knowing Dad can't do anything about it, and I'm just one dude, and like, what a horrible world. But if you understand the Bible,
Never underestimate one dude, ever. Because that's what God always does. He always sends one dude.
One, yeah.
It's like one dude. Tell me when did God ever send 2? Now, Aaron was an exception because Moses asked for his brother to be with him. So he's an exception because he was like, okay, cool, granted. So you can't use that one. So when did God ever send 2 people? It doesn't happen. Why? Just one is enough. So it's like that's why I believe in the individual. I don't believe in the collective ever, because God always sends one guy. So it's like, oh, proven.
Like
Having
understanding the
time. Yeah.
Bible, understanding the Bible helps me to understand the lies, the symbolism, the rituals, the whys, because it's God's ways of doing things, and they're corrupted it and twisted it. You know what I mean? And you can see how they're they're lost too. I think most Freemasons maybe they don't know, or I don't know, but they might have spoken the oath without knowing what they were doing. So there could be a chance. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know, man. I don't know. They're like when you meet those guys, you would like. I don't know. I had a positive encounter with them, so.
If I didn't know the Bible, I'd be amazed at the mysteries, the secrets of the knowledge, that I can learn if I could join the Masons and climb the ladder and help bring
No.
awesome to the
There's no
world.
secret knowledge of no. I'm
You know
not
what I
fooled
mean?
by that. No, there's no. They laugh
Yeah.
at you if you say something like that. Like a secret knowledge. Funny
Well,
guy.
like a business person, right? If you want to succeed in business, join the launch. Have some awesome ideas. Maybe, maybe,
Yeah.
maybe a
I get it.
miracle
I
will
get it.
happen.
Doesn't
Like
even have to
many
be an awesome
miracles.
idea.
Right, like
Doesn't
hundreds of millions of dollars might just appear out of nowhere. Like there you go.
it
Perhaps.
How much
can
you need to bill?
it can even be a complete and total lie as long as your network is large enough and they are one of the largest networks, they can perpetrate it to make it reality.
Yep.
Absolutely, yeah. You can push it if you control the propaganda machine, or you got influence, or you got control of it. Yeah. 100%. No shit. No shit.
And now you hate the world. How the world is
No,
just
this is the world we live in. Actually, that's when
how
I
the
woke
world
up.
is your
I was
oyster.
born into this
Is that
fucked
how
up
we
thing.
say it?
It's like this machine is. It's not cool, but whatever.
When you're in a position like that, you got to play ball, right?
Like I said, I'm willing to play ball to a certain degree, but I'm not willing to deceive.
No, I don't play ball. I don't have anything to do with ball.
The earth is flat.
Basketball's not bad. Not like bad. Basketball's alright. Football's alright.
Yeah, but the problem is it's still symbolizing Baal.
Oh, I see. I see what you're talking about. I see.
Yeah.
And did you notice that
that's deep. That's deep.
most of the people in the NBA are literally giants?
Yeah, they are. That's true. Yeah,
They're the size
they
of
are
Goliath.
giants. Yep, they're. You bury them next to like someone from China. Yeah, dude. Or you bury them in China. They're like, oh, dude, fuck.
Not
They're
all
giants.
NBA.
Well,
Most
Bill
NBA
Gates
players.
is a giant, right?
Who?
He's a
LeBron
titan
James, giant.
of industry. That's what he is. Bill Gates, right? He's more than a giant. He's a titan.
No, he's a mental giant.
I mean, in their world, he's like, these are the gods
He's
over here.
he's
These
got
are other
dough.
gods. These are titans. Gods
Yeah,
over.
financial gods, I guess.
You know what basketball players call themselves? Gods. Yeah, the little god here. He's a little. LeBron James calls someone a little god. Like they're
Oh,
calling
really?
themselves gods. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that's
in
like the
my
slang
spiritual
term now.
doctrine.
Goat.
That's like
Yeah.
supreme blasphemy. So I never use that term, God or
You're either
gods
goat.
of anything.
You're
It's
either
like,
you're either a
Yeah,
god or a
I
goat.
try not to use Gimel Dalit anymore unless I'm talking to the normies.
You know what goat means? Goat, greatest of all time.
oh, that kind of goat. Yeah. It's funny that they
I
call
know,
themselves a
right?
goat. Yeah, it's like, what, dude? You're like, you mean
Goat
goyim?
god.
There's a whole hey kid.
You're proud of being a goyim? Like goy? It's like a goy. It's like, oh man, they like saying I'm a goy.
Or Baphomet. Like that guy in the goat, scapegoat, Azazel.
Well, it's not just that, but listen to this. Everybody, I keep telling people, don't say kid unless you're talking about a goat, because you're literally calling your child a beast.
Yeah.
You're cursing yourself.
Yeah.
And then now the so-called ones that grew up knowing that I'm just a kid, I'm just a goat, I'm the greatest of all time, right?
Yeah.
And then
Is
these
it-
actors are called what? Bodies of light, stars.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hollywood
nice.
stars, yeah. Superstars, sports stars,
Good connection.
all kinds of stars. His baby, you're a firework. As you shoot across the sky, something like that, right? Boom, like a supernova or something. I don't know the words. Paper bag, something like that.
You talking about the interview?
No, Katy Perry's song, firework.
Yeah, the interview.
Oh,
It was
oh,
It's Kim Jong Il's favorite song.
oh. Oh, I remember. Yeah, yeah.
Yo,
I
I think he's already compromised. I think he's part of the NWO already, because he loves everything about America. But we're going to defeat Satan America. Just like all of these dictators, And by the way, did you see what's happening in Cuba?
No clue.
What?
No clue.
What's going on?
Yeah, man, I don't
Llega
watch.
la
Like, I don't.
revolución.
Only thing, space news is all I care about. Like, I don't search for another news. Tell us.
They're out in the street, like in masses, chanting "Libertas, liberta, liberta." Freedom, freedom. They're going at it, and when the government rounds them all up and kills them, because hey, that's what America did on January 6th with all the Trump supporters. Now, if you look at South Africa, that's a completely other story. I mean, it's like Mad Max out there. You got rural areas where people are running around with guns just to protect their neighborhoods and everything, and marauders are coming in because the president was
Africa's wild.
arrested for fraud. Now, something else about South Africa. The government supposedly lost like 20,000 guns and ammunition.
Lost? What?
Lost.
Excuse me, sir. What the fuck you mean lost? How do you lose? How many?
Well, like 20,000 guns. There's what do you
Where
call
do you
it?
lose those?
There were heists,
Weapons
and
cache.
even right now they do. They chase down the cash trucks and all that, and they bomb them and take all the money.
What the?
You didn't know about that?
How could Africans with AKs just take the government's like weapons cache?
The
Makes
police
no
aren't
sense.
out there. The police aren't out there. They're not
No,
enforcing
they had
anything.
box.
They're
had
letting
box
the helter
cutters,
skelter
bro.
go on. It's helter skelter, man. That's their
Yeah,
master
some
plan.
warehouse got looted too, right? What's the name of the warehouse? Big
Dunlop
company.
Tire House.
Yeah.
Manufacturing house.
Yeah.
And then they set it on fire.
Yep. Martial law, right?
But aren't you glad you don't live on their globe? Aren't you glad you live on the flat earth?
Sometimes.
Yeah, we're occupying God's earth.
Because if you were living on
That's
their
what pisses me
globe,
off.
you would be up in arms like they are, right? Anyways, all roads lead to Rome.
Yeah. I mean, you would believe. I don't know. Because I think people say, oh, they can't lie about the shape of the earth, but they are lying about the vaccines. Like, nah, bro. That's not how it works. They're lying about
Bro,
one
I
thing.
come on
They're
here
lying
to
about
chill. I'm done debating with people. I'm done arguing. I just can't. What the fuck you mean? Why would someone lie to you? Are you fucking? You've never lied in your life, you motherfucker. Like, are you? So those people, like, they just want to argue for their ego, sort of thing, and they're not thinking about what the fuck they're saying. So it's like, why would I even engage in this? Let me just laugh because this thing, this sheep, this goat, I cannot, talk to, sort of thing, which is not good because that's how Jews, look upon people. But some are sheep, man.
I went to the store today, supermarket. Everybody was staring at me, man.
Why?
I wasn't wearing a mask. And I was like,
Oh wow!
I was scanning the crowd, like, yeah.
Yeah, I went to like 3
Look at
stores
me.
today. One of them said, "Sir, you have to have a mask on in here." I said, "First of all, do not patronize me. I'm not a fucking sir. If I'm a sir, that
What?
means you do as I please."
What state are you in, man?
Arizona.
Sir?
Wow, bro, I'm in
Oh.
Washington, man, and we've lifted that mandate. Like, the stores, they can walk in as long as you're vaccinated. So, that's what they say. You don't have to have a mask on.
Yeah, I'm sitting there
So,
in Walmart,
wow.
and this guy's like, I go, "Why are there so many people wearing masks?" And they go, "Maybe they didn't get vaccinated." And I go, "I didn't get vaccinated. Did you get vaccinated?" He goes, "Yeah." And I go, "Rest in peace, bro."
Good one.
He looked at me like, "Yeah, hey, hey, wait, what?"
What? What you just
Yeah,
tell
I'm
me?
on
Rest
I'm
in
on a
peace.
reservation, so it's a little different. They have a dictator here.
Mm.
So I'm trying to
Okay.
get all the people together to go down there and take that shit over because taxation without representation, 1776, buddy. You want
Hell
to sit
yeah,
there and
man.
tax me, and I can't
1776.
vote in your fucking government, but yet you don't have to pay my fucking tax, and you get a fucking paycheck from our government, and you get to fucking vote in our government? Who the fuck do you think you are, motherfuckers? 1776, bitch. You got one headquarters. You're supposed to be Homeland Security. And we already know what you're doing. You sold yourself out for fucking money. All right? That's what these tribal leaders do. They don't know what the hell they're doing. They're lost. So it's like, bro, wake up. If you're not going to claim your own shit, then I'll claim it for you. So
I think that happens everywhere I go.
oh, you'd be surprised the amount of people here locally that know what they're doing is bullshit. It's like, why are you going along with it? Stand up.
Bro, Samuel, we just got this asshole out. He was exactly the same. He was like giving everything over to China, fucking Chinese businesses everywhere, and the people were fucking complaining. Western Samuel, Prime Minister.
This is
China,
the same
some
place
bitch.
that has given a
And
lot of their farmland to Al Qaeda.
Yes, right. Sold the lands to China, and people are trying to get it back. Crazy.
it's crazy how it is like that in Samoa. Because when I was in Malaysia, it's the same way over there, man. In Asia,
That's
the
Western
Chinese
Samoa.
business, Chinese are they have a stronghold like of the countries, of the Asian countries. They have a lot of money, like from China. Like they're the wealthiest that I've seen because I lived in that neighborhood and they were primarily Chinese Malaysians.
Yeah.
And yeah, man. They have
You know
mega
what I
business.
heard? You know what I heard? Now this is just what I heard. I can't back this up with any facts. I heard that they created the Free State of Edom in 2014 after that Gaza conflict because they were afraid that Israel was going to get wiped off the map. So they wanted to create a sister state. And since Jacob, Israel, right, since he had a brother that was a twin named Esau, so they named it the Free Edomite State or the Free State of Edom. and it's all over the Pacific Southwest or Pacific Southwest, the South Pacific. They've taken over all the islands. What does that tell you on who the Zionists are?
They like you.
China.
They're your friends.
China. Look, hasn't anybody ever heard of Live and Let Live?
Yeah, I have.
No, I'm asking the alphabets that are listening. Hasn't anybody ever heard of Live and Let Live?
They don't know what that is. Search and destroy.
Oh, they're about to find out what it is all about.
Have you ever heard of Live and Let Die?
See, they go under something different. They go under the Black Prince's motto, which is kill them all and let God sort them out. Yeah. Yeah, and isn't that a Beatles song? Live and Let Die or something like that?
Yeah, it is. It's also the soundtrack to a James Bond film.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't notice until the last time I watched that movie. I think they have a reference in that movie to the Beatles because there's a car chase, but the car chase involves James Bond driving Roger Moore's character driving a double-decker bus that's all rusted out from England.
That's funny. I know that what was it? Sergeant Pepper was Aleister Crowley on the cover.
How so?
If you look at the cover of the record, I don't have it, but if you look at the cover of the record of Sergeant Pepper, you see Aleister Crowley in the background, right? And what's Sergeant Pepper about? Sergeant Pepper and I can't remember what Peppermint Fields Forever or whatever it is. You know, there's
Sergeant Pepper and the Lonely Hearts Club Band, you mean?
yeah.
And then what you're thinking of is a song called Strawberry Fields Forever, which is a song about growing marijuana.
Yeah. Like all about that. If just look at the symbolism, there's a couple people that's broke it down for you already, but that's been on YouTube for quite some time. I'm pretty sure you can still find the stuff. But on that album cover, he's way off in the background. Aleister Crowley is, and he's got like something in front of his face, but it's an old picture of him. Is that the one with the Yellow Submarine on it? The album that had Yellow Submarine, or was that different?
I'm not sure. I think the Yellow Submarine might have been its own album within itself, but I'm not entirely sure. I mean, it was a movie. It was a movie within itself, but I think it was also an album within itself.
Yeah, but I mean that whole thing itself has some encoding in it too. I mean, it's like go back and look at the stuff that you looked at when you first started down the track, and you'll notice things that you know now that you didn't back then, and you're going to be like, "How did I miss that?" Well, because you didn't know about it.
Yeah, or someone else was too lazy to point it out to you, like the Earth being flat.
Yeah. I asked my teacher one time. I think I was in like 9th grade, or no, this was in junior high school. I go, yeah, how come there's no more globes in the class? How come you just have that big flat map on the whiteboard, right? That you pull down? Oh, that's because it's easier to draw if it's a flat map. Okay. So it's like they do this for more than just power and control, right? They perpetrated the lie, not just so that many would be deceived, but many will defend the lie with their life because that's all they've ever known. They've trusted man. And just like, somebody was sitting there saying, or just like you were saying, I can't deal with these people that say, but why would they lie? Why would they lie? Didn't your parents lie to you about Santa Claus?
No, that was
Why
me.
did they
I didn't
manipulate
know.
Santa? They
I didn't grow
Yeah,
up
manipulated.
I
with
can't really
Santa
relate to
Claus
that one.
culture.
When I was a child, I found out that Santa Claus wasn't real before I found out that he was supposed to be real. Maybe that's why it was so easy for me to accept the Earth being flat.
But see, the thing is the reason why parents tell kids Santa exists is you got to be a good person. You got to be a good little boy, Bong. Otherwise, you don't get no presents, okay, Bong? Right? It's one of those things. Is to control you. That's what it's all about. Why would they lie? To control you. I mean, deception. That's always a good one. Why would they lie? Well, anybody would lie to deceive. To lie is to deceive a person, right? But I don't know.
What if they did it just because they could?
No, there's a reason behind it.
Yeah, but even if they did, I mean, let's speak hypothetically. Let's say they did it just because they could. Would that make anyone feel better about the matter, worse about the matter, the same about the matter? I mean, it doesn't matter how they feel about it. I just think it's an interesting thought, I mean. Some people do bad things just 'cause.
Yeah, like the Jokers, the Lokis. The mischief, just for mischief's sake. They even have an order about that. The Royal Court Jesters, which are Masons, but they're not part of the body of Freemasonry. A lot of police commissioners are jesters.
So then who's the king? Biden?
Huh?
So then who's the king? Biden?
No. Biden's even said who the president is.
Is her name Chameleon Harris?
Yeah, if you spell it backwards, it's Amalek. The one from San Francisco.
I'm gonna let you out of the car when we're going down the highway at 90.
Good on him.
And then there's another fire in California. See, some will tell you that the secret has to do with forgiveness. But that's not a secret. It's not a secret that would be held with penalty of death if you reveal it. The royal secret is they worship Satan, Lucifer. That's it. The reason why nobody talks, because at a certain degree, the top of your head will be cut off and your brain will be exposed and you'll be buried in the sand by the sea and your skull will be baked or not your skull, your brain will be baked by the sun and birds will devour you. That's before they get on any world stage as a powerhead of any kind. I mean, these oaths that they take, and every degree has a new oath. Has anybody found out or come across anything legally that says at the age of 25 or attained at the age of 25 or attained at the age of 45? They say you cannot run for president of the United States of America until you've attained at the age of 45. A lot of people say, oh, that means
35.
you got to be 45 or 35.
35.
They'll say that means you got to be 35 years old. That's not what it means. That means you have to have yourself bonded at the age of 35 or sooner. At the age of 25 is for royalty. Before they can take a head, assume a head. And it's kind of funny how they're always talking about a head.
You said a second ago that every time they go to another level of Freemasonry, they have to, take another oath. Seems to me like by the time they get to the 33rd one, they wouldn't remember most of those oaths. You know what I mean?
Yeah. In fact, a buddy of mine, he is a Freemason, 32nd degree. He's been blackballed twice trying to get to 33, and I tell him, you're never going to get it because you're profane, dude. Anyways, he says once he got to the 3rd degree and entered the Scottish Rite, he could have went to a couple of different esoteric orders, but he wanted to go with the Scottish Rite. As soon as he went with the Scottish Rite, it was a weekend. And like, I can't remember how much money. I think it was $20,000. And you got boosted all the way up to 32 degrees.
What do you mean? What? What do you mean a weekend?
It's called the fast track. You watch a bunch of movies that's just jam packed with the information, and after each little segment, you recite it.
Oh, okay.
Do they keep your eyes
did,
open like in that movie
did.
Clockwork Orange?
He did
I'm not
all
sure.
the
I'm not sure he
degree
didn't
work
go.
in one sit, like in one, like for all 32 degrees, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
He says it takes about a weekend, like 2 days.
Study memorize all that stuff.
Yeah, and that's the Southern District of Texas.
Southern, jurisdiction or whatever it is. Yeah, okay.
And I told him, do you think 33rd is at the top? He says, well, yeah. And I go, how many of them are there that are 33rd?
Quite a few.
Well, that I don't know. 40. Wait, what? There's only 40. Because the other principalities are embodying other things. But beyond the 33rd, you have different arcs that are wide spanning. For instance, the Arc of Mithra, that one, like Aleister Crowley was a part of the Arc of Mithra, and he was like 97th level. So, I mean, the thing goes way deeper than anybody can think. It's called the Mystery School's Mystery of Babylon for a reason. The Mysteries of Babylon. Don't they say Babylon was the first civilization after the flood?
So they say.
Even science says, civilization started in Mesopotamia. Well, science don't say it, but these, historians and
history. Yeah, it's engraved in the curriculum they teach us.
If science told you to jump off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge?
I'd tell science to go take a hike.
Don't worry, gravity will keep you safe.
I'm like, hey, check it out. Go kick rocks. Kick rocks? Yeah, go kick rocks. There ain't no rocks in here. Exactly. Go find some and kick them.
Make sure to say your prayers to science before you go to bed tonight.
What if the Philosopher's Stone is nothing more than DMT?
Is it?
Maybe. It's the high you get from it.
I smoked DMT. I've had several sessions of that.
I mean, this thing we finally got a full grasp on, and we can create it in the lab and all that. It's alchemy.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, sure. It's actual alchemy, not spiritual alchemy.
Yeah.
just called chemistry today. You know, so I'm like, yeah, it's the same. For if you actually and are the thing like when speaking about like I don't know, to Masons or people that like it, or they talk a lot about spiritual alchemy, and I'm down with it. I get it. Yes, spiritual alchemy is cool, but actual alchemy is called chemistry today. So like, if you read the Golden Chain of Homer, you'll see processes in there that we do today. It's just like, oh shit, this is just the lingo is different. So instead of like, okay, nitric acid, you know, we know what that is today. You can go and buy it, or you can make your own, whatever. You can, you know, nitric acid. Okay, so back in the days, what they called it, niter or something, or niter or something like that. But so they had different names for different things and different like terminology. That's it. But the things are, you know, the reactions are the same. You know.
And see,
so
what was Egypt called?
exactly, Kemet. Yeah.
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 That's where
where I come
alchemy
from.
comes from.
I know. It's in my DNA, I guess.
And then get this. What was Egypt known for? Magic and sorcery.
Magic, yeah, science, yeah, magic, sorcery, science, yeah, advanced, very advanced, technologically,
Drugs, healers.
you know, chemically speaking, yeah. Elixir of life, shit like that, you know, or AK Fountain of Youth. It's all like that's all chemistry. And if you just kind of chill outside the box of what we're doing today, that's what we're doing, man. You know, with advancement in like you know, medical field or whatnot, with like whatever steroids or whatever it is that we're learning about different chemical processes in the body, is they want to live longer. So it's like, bro, we're still chasing the same thing. You know, those ancients were chasing, except those guys were right to it. They're like, listen, there's this magical potion Noah used to drink or something, because dude lived for like 950. So it's like, all right, so listen, let's get on this. This is real. It's like, all right, so they were really on it. Like, in my opinion, like they weren't so secular, but they went the other way with the creator. You know what I'm saying? They were believers, but to use the technology for ill. You know what I'm saying? Take the knowledge and do as they will with it. And that's, from my understanding, that's what they did. That's why they get erased, because they're kind of unique. You know, where they set you on the ball, right? But they're not on the fucking ball, and you know that, and we know that, right? We know that they know that they're not on the fucking ball. So what the fuck are they doing? Well, God spoke about that multiple times. What they're doing, like, you know, like multiple times. But that's how you have to understand the mindset of those guys. You got to go old school. Like, read the scripts, the scriptures, and you got to go old school, man. Because I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
Yahushua said it. Even Yahushua said it. All who love and practice a lie will be left outside of the gate with the idolaters, the whoremongers, the murderers, the thieves, the sexually immoral. Right?
Yeah.
So if they know it's flat and they are convincing everybody it's a ball, they are practicing a lie.
Right. Yeah. They make a living off of a lie. It's madness. But what kind of heart, like, you know, like, okay. I mean, we know who we're talking about, right? So it's like, okay, I'm gonna quote from, not because, like I said, I don't know the Bible, but I'm gonna quote from the Quran. They said this about themselves, right? They said, we have hard hearts, or hard-heartedness, or whatever, you know, like God said, no, like they said our hearts are as hard as rocks, you know, the Israelites or whatever. And God like replied to that and said, no, actually rocks, rivers, you know, so you can have rivers come out of rocks, like the Nile or whatnot. Like you can have good that still comes out of rocks. That's worse. Their heart is worse than that. So I was like, damn, exactly. To know the truth and willingly deceive your fellow brother and sister, you're a fucked up person. You're a fucked up. You have no. You don't have. It's not like you have no heart. God said your heart is harder than a rock. So it's like when God says that, I'm gonna take that and run, dude. It's like I see that in my life. Like, and I don't know what to make of it. It's like, how? What the fuck is this? It's like, exactly. It's like it's like the God voice inside of you talking. It's like, you see, man, there's some weird creatures out there. Okay, it's like, so it's interesting, man.
And see,
I
I
would
think
never.
it's
I can't
funny,
do that.
or it's not really funny. It's kind of actually really, really cruel what they've done. They've created the fool.
Cruel. Yeah, I
Cruel,
like that.
very
It is.
cruel.
It's very fucking cruel.
They've created the atheist, the modern atheist,
On
right?
purpose. Yeah. On
And you know
purpose.
who
Fucking
and you
milk
can't
'em.
even join their ranks unless you believe in a deity.
I know. It's funny. It's hilarious, man. That's
It's not. That's what I started out with. But I was
it's
like, it's not
cruel.
really funny. It
I
pisses me
know.
off.
I know.
You know.
But it creates madness. Don't fire me up, bro. Don't fire me up. It's shit. Because I got. Yeah.
They call those that have no God fools.
Yeah. The unbegun.
Yeah.
That's what those are. The unbegun. I call them. The unbegun. The sheep, the goyim. Same thing. I mean the same thing. It's just those things. The unbegun.
You know, it's kind
But
of amazing.
That's why would you do that? You see, you know what I'm saying, man? Like, like as a human, like, why would you do that to another one? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're sick. You're sick. You have sickness within your heart that I cannot help you, because that's fucking sickness. So, oh, look what you like. This is like just to fucking create the atheist mentality and to dissolve the family ties. So what? Why? Why? You don't already, God bless you with all the money that you can ever have and all the control. Like, why? Why are you being a piece of shit? Because they are. That's my conclusion. It's like, oh, okay, huh? Oh, because they are.
The love of
Piece
the
of
art.
shits.
And
the craft.
Yeah, arts and crafts.
I'm talking to who's what's is it Joshua or what's your name?
Yeah,
I think I
Joshua.
know who you are. Joshua. Yep, I knew it. I had to look at my phone to make sure.
Yeah,
arts and crafts. Yeah, so you have Mason buddies, obviously. Yeah, you said you do.
I
Me
even got
too.
Masons in my family, and I've gotten my grandfather. I've gotten him. He left it a long time ago, and I've got right there before the end. I got him to. I revealed to him what the secret is. He didn't believe me. He goes, "I gotta call my friend and call him." And when
Okay.
you call him, and he says, "Who told you that?" My grandson did, and he don't know nothing about Freemasonry, is what you say. And he's gonna sit there and say, everybody knows it. It's been out in a movie since '86. See, here's the thing. The Masonic Bible, the King James Masonic Blue Lodge Bible, only goes to 1900. There's nothing after 19.
Okay.
So right now, this stage, they know that they're on borrowed time. That's why the blind side happened to us, right? So that we're distracted, so we don't know what's really going on behind the scenes. Because they know they're on borrowed time. They have to create something and move it around like a straw man and try to make the straw man ruby, make it dazzle and shine and do all this other stuff.
Okay.
Meanwhile, they're perpetrating what they can to destroy the saints. Right? What I mean by the blind side is, the emergency number. down here. See, the thing is they know that. Well, do you remember the Aurora, Colorado shooter?
Oh, like the name of the I don't remember. No.
No, but you remember that guy that shot up Aurora, Colorado movie theater, supposedly?
Yeah. The theater. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
I
Do you know
remember
what his
that.
father does?
No, I don't. What?
Ooh, his
Tell me.
father.
Works for the company.
No, he's a mathematician.
Ah.
And what his father did is he discovered the banking algorithm and exposed it for fraud. Went before C-SPAN was going to expose it for fraud at noon. 9 in the morning, planes at the towers.
How interesting. Really? The father. What? Ah. What a connection.
And it was reportedly supposed
Coincidence.
to be
Of course.
announced the Gessera laws
Ah, yeah,
started in
supposedly,
the
yeah.
United States
Is
on that day.
that BS or?
I
I mean,
don't
it
know.
sounds too good. It
It
sounds
goes
too good
back
to
to
be true. That's
it
why I
was
was like,
written in
that's
the
BS.
70s. It was written in the 70s.
He said Ron Paul, which makes sense because he's the only guy that I ever liked in politics. Everyone else I just don't like. Everyone else is a politician. He never sounded like a politician to me. It's like, oh, an honest man. It's like, wow. He said, what? He wants to get rid of the what? What? Oh my God, Predator, what? Oh, wow. Whoa, oh my God, this guy's a badass. It's like, okay, he's never, ever going to make it. Nope, yep, never did. Even though
Yeah,
people liked him.
I don't like
No shit.
any politician whatsoever.
Same here. I don't think Ron Paul was a politic. Like, of course he is, but like he wasn't. I don't think he was like a puppet like the rest. Because he would speak the truth about a lot of stuff. You know, and he
What
wouldn't speak like a politician. You know, a wishy
what
washy
does
shit.
politic mean? What does politician mean? What does politic mean?
Well, I don't know. I'm just I'm just using the general word like those
They're
puppets on
company men.
TV.
They're company men. They're part of the corporation. It's policy. That's the root of it.
What policy?
That's what it is. That's the root of politics is policies.
Policy.
Yeah. Now you think of politics and politicians completely different. Oh, they're just enforcing the policy. It's the same thing, right? Two different coins. Same thing. Two or not two different coins, two different sides, heads and tails, but it's the same coin.
I see what you mean.
It's duality. Right? I mean, what was it since the first national or no, it wasn't the first national televised election. It was shoot, I think it was Carter when they changed the Democrats to blue and the Republicans to red, which are the Masonic order colors, including the white order, which is public schools. So yeah, sorry to say, but if you went to public school,
Oh, I did.
you may know more than you actually know about the order.
Oh.
Now, why do I
I don't
say
know
the
too much.
order? Why do I say order? The order out of chaos.
Ordo up, Kyle. I got you. I know what you're talking about. No, look, tell it to you in Latin. Order up, cow, friend. Yeah, yeah. I get it.
Now,
But
they
what you
have
said about Ron Paul, it was pretty real. He was proposing a lot of good ideas that will actually work within the economics and small size in the government and the reach of power that they've been gaining for the past years. Bringing the troops home, real economics. Uh, he was,
That's a big
yeah,
one. I was like, I'll get the fuck out of here, man. Once I heard that, I was like, oh my god.
Did any of you
yeah,
bother
abolish
to
the
vote for him in the primary?
I've
I
never
was too
voted.
young, man, and I don't.
So,
Yeah,
so you didn't
I don't
register
play.
as a Republican, so you could vote for him in the primary and push the other Republicans out of the way.
I did.
The
I
other
went to see
so-called
him.
Republicans.
I went to see him in New Hampshire. I know in what was Connecticut.
Nice.
Yeah, I registered as a Republican just so I could vote for him in the primary. If a few more people did, things might have been a little different.
So you think? So you think?
I campaigned for him too. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Even if, unless you're counting the votes yourself, you cannot verify that the votes have not been manipulated. So even if, which I think you probably won, but you have no way to verify that he didn't. So they just tell you, oh yeah, this guy fucking won, and go fuck yourself and prove the count.
Yeah, it's not that cut and dry, that simple. I mean, that's why we have an electoral process.
Exactly. That's why it's extremely complex. So
yeah,
they can
because if it was a
they depend on
democracy, you could just go to an isolated corner out in the countryside and pull millions of votes out of thin air, fabricate them, just make them fake votes, and then you could just control whoever becomes president if it was a democracy, not a republic.
Yeah, but when Ron Paul was running and gaining delegates, some very important delegates, and they changed the rules on him. They went
they did the same thing with
party
Trump.
went against their own rules just to have him not getting too much position, not getting delegates and stuff.
Yeah, they technically did the same thing with what's that guy's name? Bernie Sanders. Yeah, they technically did the same thing with him on the Democrat side. Not that I'm saying that I would have ever voted for him. What I'm saying is they changed the rules so that the delegates didn't go to him as much as they would have if they hadn't changed the rules in the middle of the election.
Yeah. But besides
the thing about politics is it's a lot of work to make it work, but it's not to say that politics can't work. It just takes a lot of work to make it work. Kind of like telling people that the earth is flat. It takes a lot of work to let all those lost and confused people out there know that the earth is flat and stationary.
But that's the thing about the election. He didn't win because of Ron Paul. What he was proposing, it was a downsizing of the government overall. Like, get out of the way, allow the free markets to work, real economics, lower taxes, a lot of bring the troops home, like peace. You know that word peace, that we haven't had peace for a long time. Like bring the troops home and all that kind of stuff. He was proposing real stuff that actually can work in nations. He wasn't proposing some weird new idea. He was proposing things that actually work, and it would have brought minding our own business. He was proposing that too.
Yeah, he actually proposed withdrawing all foreign troops and ending all foreign wars.
That would have saved a lot of money to people here, huh? Real foreign policies, not like the ones we have right now, which is attack, preempted war.
Money is worthless. They print it.
Yeah, but the energy that we input into war could be saved and do something more productive. And the big size of government, all the energy that we input into these policies and this law, policies that are not productive, we could save that energy and concentrate on something more and something better or something real, like
Yeah,
education,
or better yet, just
resources.
not tax the taxpayers. You know, not take that money from the taxpayers and waste it to begin with. Just let them keep the money to begin with.
He wanted to legalize freedom. He has a really good book. It was called Liberty Defined. And he also has some other books for economics. This guy on economics, there was no one in the political side of things that was superior to him on real economic side of things. And even medicine, he was a doctor as well. This was some real guy. This Ron Paul guy. He's like what, like 80 years old now? Talking about politicians in the last decades, there's doesn't get any more real than Ron Paul.
He's a doctor as well, isn't he, Ron Paul?
Yeah.
And his son as well, from medical background. I don't know if you saw Ron Paul made a message to the American people and warned them of what is coming. He went as far as to say that people should, they should start getting food together.
Yeah. If you look what he spoke about in the 70s and the 80s, everything came through about the economics and the foreign policies. He called everything out. I remember hearing an interview of him, and he said, "I'm not running for president just to win. I'm trying to change the course of history." 'Cause he was trying to implement a lot of policies that would have changed the way we think about the government. Instead of this controlling body, it will be more like an administrative contract enforcer instead of mandate machine that everything the government says and whatever policy the government makes, everybody has to do it. It would be more based in the free markets. Contract law. The way
Yeah,
economics should be working.
I'm not an American, but ever since Trump, I think people have been really interested in what's going on in America. And I see people like Jim Jordan and that Senator Kennedy and Rand Paul, working really, really hard to sort out, to push back against this whole fake narrative. And it's really difficult for them. When Jim Jordan asked Fauci to come to a hearing, then Fauci just ignores him. Those people are evil.
Oh yeah, when Ron Paul was calling a lot of these things in the policies, and he got kind of like a lot of attention in the debates, they just made him the crazy uncle. Oh no, don't listen to what he's saying. He's just some crazy old guy. But he was speaking some truth. We'll be like ignoring him and labeling him as a libertarian, whatever.
Apparently, the Texas Democrats didn't show up for a House thing, and they didn't have enough to run the House. So they sent out an order to make it obligatory for them to show up, which means they have to show up or they will be arrested. And they mobilized the the Texas Rangers to find them.
They actually ran away to Washington.
Yeah, they're no longer in the United States. They're in a foreign
Yes.
country called Washington, D.C.
Yes. They were all sitting on a plane with no masks, looking very proud of themselves. And then they sang that song when they were giving that interview outside. They're just ridiculous.
They're snakes.
Yes.
Where's my snake bashing club? I call them bowling pins.
Isn't Texas kind of like making some moves that goes against the kind of like the federal government and stuff? Like, there's even like legislation, recent legislation talking about seceding from the union, and
Yeah, I mean, they were.
their gun laws goes against, kind of like
The
They're the only
Democrats.
what the
state
government
that
wants.
The
they're the only.
Democrats who, sorry,
Sorry.
the Democrats who ran away. They did that because Texas wants wants ID for people who vote. That is the reason why they did that.
Hmm.
And Texas is the only state that reserves the right for secession. When they entered, that was part of their constitution. When they entered the union, that they have the right to secede because they are a republic unto themselves.
Yeah, that's right.
There's recent legislation for that.
They don't need legislation. They just need to sit there and say, you failed to protect the general public. We're no longer a part of this union.
Yeah.
And then they have to arrest the National Guard and set up the militia. Remember the Alamo. We are surrounded. Enemy is within the gates. Broken arrow, break. And it's not just here. It's every country all over the world. They have turned everybody against each other. Did you know the Bible even talks about a race war?
That's when nations start falling, when they start arguing about race and sex and all that kind of stuff.
Nation will rise against nation. That's not a world war. That's a race war. Because nation is ethnos. It's literally nationality. Now you know why they're doing what they're doing.
Divide and conquer.
They want the beast to show up. I mean, you even have, well, supposedly the Jews are talking about talking with their Messiah. Just hasn't announced their Ben David yet.
Talking to the Messiah, like what, on the cell phone or on the internet?
No, like talking about a man who is claiming to be the Messiah, that they have recognized as being the Messiah and anointed him.
But wouldn't they build like a temple and a throne for him or something? Or
That's
that's
what
already
they're in the
existing?
process of doing. They're waiting for a pure red heifer with no white hairs. They thought they had one like 2 years ago, but they found a white hair on its like haunches or something like that when it was a yearling, so they couldn't sacrifice it and burn it for ashes to purify everybody for building the temple.
So the temple is not built yet.
No, not until they have the red heifer.
What's that?
It's a pure cow, or it's a cow with no blemishes, all red fur.
All red fur?
Yep. The red heifer.
What?
They can't have one white hair on it.
That's the first
Most
time I've heard of that.
most red heifers have like white splotches over them. Like in 2016, there were a couple of red heifers that were born with a white 7 on their head. And then there was a dairy cow that was born with a white 7 on their head.
So it's a genetically modified bull?
No, it's not genetically modified. It's an Angus cow.
So who wrote the procedure for the cleansing and everything? Where do they get that from?
I don't know if it's Solomon or David, one of the two.
But that's from the old temple, the temple rites, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep. They're going straight pharisaical on it. They want to be known by their works, and we can see what their works are.
So what are they scouring the whole everywhere to find this red heifer?
Pretty much.
I didn't know
But
that.
they feel they have a good breeding stock now, and they're just waiting for one to pop out that doesn't have any white splotches on it. I just want to know what happened to Tartaria. There's a theory out there that Tartaria morphed into the Romanovs, and in order for them to gain power, they had to send their army out, called them the Golden Horde, and they had to band together under a king to defend against the Golden Horde, and the Golden Horde was their own people, Genghis Khan.
Mm-hmm. It bordered China and Mongolia.
Yep. Like a lot of these star forts all over the place, they're all facing north. Like most of the defenses are aimed towards the north.
Because they're watching the North Star, and when there's an event that probably is gonna be announced by the heavens, and everybody's aligned with the North Star. Whenever the creator or the designer decides to make a move, everybody's gonna see it. And it's gonna be in relation to the heavens.
What if all of a sudden, now this is just speculation, just what if all of a sudden the opaqueness of the sky is gone, right? Like you could see forever. You can see through the haze.
Are you gonna
And
see
you
new
see what,
skies, new heavens?
yeah, and you see what the stars really are. And the stars aren't really these balls of light, these points of light. These stars are actually eyes on these giant creatures that are lying in wait. And as soon as we can see them, they're going to come down and hunt us. What if that's what
If
it's
there
all about?
if there's any creatures that are gonna do that, it's probably from the earth, not from the sky like that. Because what's coming down from
Yeah.
heaven is what's coming down from heaven is called, people have called it New Jerusalem. It's the city of God, and it shines more than it doesn't need the sun or the moon to shine.
Yeah, but before that happens,
That's what's
before New
coming down from
Jerusalem,
heaven.
before it comes down, the stars will fall to the earth.
Yeah, because it's part of the construct that have to come down for the city to come down first.
The whole sky is falling.
And I think that's why they aligned the everything to the North Star most likely, because of course there's a value of observations, but since it's a clock, a calendar, I guess it will announce something big if, let's say, the North Star gets out of its place or something, you know.
Yeah, but
That will
I'm
be
just
that will be
speculating
a
here,
big
right?
event.
I'm just speculating on that. But if men could see these giant creatures, these angels or cherubim or whatever they are, the creatures with eyes all over the place, all over their bodies, they can see these creatures and that these creatures are moving to come down on the earth, they would have a heart attack. Their hearts would fail them for what they can see is about to come upon the earth. That's just speculation. I don't know. I'm probably 100% wrong on that. So,
Well, if the city of God comes down from heaven, people will think it's aliens or something. They might fight the aliens, you know. The armies will fight the aliens that are coming down from
Well,
space.
yeah, exactly.
now
That's
you
what
know what
the aliens are invading.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
now you know what the UFO is all about. The UFO disclosure BS.
Exactly.
Oh, they're real, but it's not ours, and we're not saying it's not other governments, but it's not ours. That's all they said.
It's probably true.
It's a false disclosure, like I said. They won't reveal what they really are. Like it's it's like yesterday, 2 days ago now, that George Floyd mural was struck by lightning.
Did you see that?
Yeah, struck by lightning. I
Yeah.
did an episode on it, and I did a whole live stream, and my sound wasn't working, so I just do it all over again. But yeah, I mean, we already know about lightning, right? I mean, we see in the Bible in Luke 10, it says, and I saw lightning fall, or I saw lightning, I'm sorry, and I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven, right? It's the only time that lightning is really equated with something like that, right? Now,
But it says
it's
like lightning from heaven. Doesn't say that Satan is lightning, right?
oh, I know, but I had a GIF, and you could see the GIF, and the lightning was coming down, and it's arcing all across the sky and zipping back and forth, trying as its must to just wander to and fro. Then all of a sudden, it gets too low and spam hits the ground. So, like the crow went to and fro, like, where did you come from? Talking to Satan and Job. Oh, I come from wandering to and fro upon the earth.
Yeah.
So it's the thing is there was a statue in the same state in Iowa or Ohio that got struck by lightning of Jesus, right? And there is nothing left of it, just a bunch of debris of foam and a molten puddle of metal.
Wow.
And then if you look at Rwanda, right, the Rwandese, they have a lot of superstition about lightning. They say that lightning is caused from witchcraft. And then when like there's a storm, they don't even say the word lightning. They say the king who sits above, right? And then while it's raining, they stand in their house because the only one that can sit when the king is present is the king, right? And it's
The king that
disrespect,
sits above. So that's maybe in relation to the Most High.
possibly.
So the Most High, they call about it. He sits above. He's sitting on a throne. The throne is in a city, and the city is above the heavens.
Yeah, but the thing is they even they say, lightning hits and destroys something that has disrespected he that sits above.
Oh yeah,
So
I'm
it's
pretty sure from above the Most High can definitely throw lighting down here anywhere he wants with precision.
like, for instance, I don't think it's a coincidence. Like, what was it? The New York Post was saying that they're not sure. Some witnesses say that they saw lightning strike the mural, and others are saying it was structural damage or structural weakness. But the city inspectors, according to like Yahoo News, says, and I trust Yahoo more than New York anything, is city inspector said that there is no structural weakness, no structural damage, no sagging. The building is structurally sound. The only part of the building that's damaged is the brick facade that's outside that had the mural on it.
That lightning
Share your
strike was
links. You say you had
those
a video of
bricks.
that?
Yeah, those bricks were
Yeah,
scattered everywhere.
it's on my channel. I just did a live stream on it.
Can you put a link on the voice text? Kindly.
Hang on. What the heck? Dang, I didn't realize I had that many views already. I must have hit the algorithm just right. Shoot, where are we? Right here.
And those keywords are important,
Yeah.
especially with whatever is trending.
And it was George Floyd, but I didn't say anything about George Floyd. Oh yeah, I did. I go George Floyd Memorial. Act of God, lightning. Look into it, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
There are many great deceptions. Globe Earth, evolution, dinosaurs. They're really dragons. Something tells me this is more than a coincidence. Is all right, man. I'm telling you, there's something to it.
Yeah, I thought that was quite weird when I saw that. Of all the places that lightning can strike.
Right. And it's random, right? Just wherever, random,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
But to pinpoint that spot and judging on the damage, it hit his face. Because that was the image of him with angel wings. And people were worshiping they were worshiping that image at that spot. Time to smash the idols. See, that's why I'm not upset about them tearing down the statues, because they're idols.
Yeah, the ones in Canada of the royals particularly. You should see how the BBC reported on that. I mean, I don't care what political persuasion these people are who did that, but I think it was in anger at the colonial powers, because it was right after all those graves were discovered, and we learned about the indigenous children that were forced to go into their boarding schools to get programmed by the state.
Yep.
And I mean, you can imagine those places. The Catholic Church was in control, and people were so hypercritical of it. Oh, the Queen Victoria's statue. I don't care about things like that either. I care if it's communists for their agenda, but really I don't care.
The thing that worries me is the United States is home of the world's largest ever created idol, Mount Rushmore.
That's indeed true. I thought you were going to say the Statue of Liberty. I didn't even think of Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, but see, the Statue of Liberty was a gift that came from
Yeah.
France.
I mean, Mount Rushmore, those are your pyramids, aren't they?
Yep. That's the new Egyptian pyramid.
It's always interesting to talk to you, Joshua.
Well, thank you. Toby, yeah, I'm pretty sure the mountain that they carved, those are the largest carved images, larger than anything ever done in Egypt. It was a wonder, a modern wonder. Unless I'm wrong.
What stone is that in that mountain?
Granite? Granite?
Is it granite?
Yeah. And the Freemasons are all about the history of granite. Look at Felicity, California. I have to drive by that thing next Monday. There's a giant pyramid, and at the top of the pyramid is a cathedral with blue paint. It's the Blue Lodge. And then as you're going up there, it says, welcome to the center of the earth or something like that. And the museum history of granite and all that other stuff.
You know, it's more and more like we have always inhabited Satan's world.
Yeah.
The people who grabbed the power, the people who held sway over other people. And the ridiculous things that they set out to do. What is mere man that they should go and carve him or his likeness into a granite mountain? It's ridiculous.
It's pride,
Pride and vanity.
vanity. That's Solomon's problem. Yeah.
Did they got bored or being on the earth and enjoying family? Or is it like a control obsession or just going against their
No,
father and that's it? Just it's
I
like
think it's more along the
rebelling.
lines of what's in their blood.
Mm.
Like Aleister Crowley, he was raised very Orthodox Christian. And his mother called him a beast. And he says, I'm not a beast, I'm the beast. So he knows the truth, but like, okay, let's put it this way. They hate the creator. They hate Yahuwah, right? They
Why?
accuse him day and night.
Because they wanna be in heaven or something? Or
There's something spiritual about it, man. They just, I think it's a bloodline. I think it's remnant of the Nephilim. Nephilim, what's the other one? Rapham. But even though Rapham was never, like, that's not a proper word anyway, so it's Nephilim, Nephal, the fallen. And that should tell them right there, fallen is man. How fallen are you, O Lucifer? Now, see, here's the other thing. What exactly is Lucifer, Lucy, in the sky with diamonds, right? Maybe
Oh my
Lucifer
goodness!
is
Look
the
at that.
daughter.
Lucy in the sky with diamonds. Oh, is that on that album cover of theirs where there are like reptiles behind each one of the Beatles?
I'm not sure.
Well, I heard somebody say that what if Eve was impregnated by the deceiver and then Adam, and she actually birthed Cain and Abel as twins, one just before the other, so that it's not clear.
Have you ever, like twins, right? Have you ever taken into an account? Well, have you ever looked etymologically into things, like with scripture?
I have just recently started reading the Bible again from the first verse.
Okay, when it talks about the Nakash, the serpent, right? Nakash, if you look up what the word Nakash means, trickster, deceiver, right? The serpent, sorcerer, right? And we know what sorcery is. It means it's pharmakia, it's drugs, right?
Right.
So he was a deceiver, he was all of this stuff. So what if the forbidden fruit got you drunk? Now just hear me out. What if you ate of that forbidden fruit and you were intoxicated with knowledge? And with this knowledge, with this sorcery, You're deceived. You're beguiled, astonished, or whatever, right? Now we know also that Balaam could not curse the Israelites, and he told that King Balak that, and they're all named Baal, by the way, that the only way, like, what you want to do is you don't want to curse the Israelites. You want them to curse themselves. So take your women and give all of your women to them, and they'll stumble on their self. And one of them wouldn't. So they brought him into the tent. Hey, you know, we're sons of Lot. You know, we're cousins. Come on, come into our tent. Got him drunk, really drunk. Then brought his wife and his daughter out there, made them naked before him and danced for him, and got him enticed. He's drunk. He didn't know what was what, and he stumbled. Well, with a Moabite woman, right? So it's one of these things to where it's that whole drunk with knowledge, that drunk with the flesh, the here and now, the pride, the what is now is all that ever will be, right? Type of thing.
Oh, I
That's
see.
why.
I
That's
see where
why
you're
these
going.
people. That's why these people. They might know the truth, but they want something here and now. They want to forge their own way. They want to build their own stairway to heaven. They want to build that tower.
Yeah, and that's where a lot of people stumble because they cannot understand the concept of faith.
Yeah.
Tell me this, because I was reading Genesis a few days ago. I found it peculiar that so soon after the fall of man, they produce two sons. One is tending the field, and the other one is herding some animals. And then when they're going in front of God to offer the fruit of their harvest, why did he show favor to Abel?
Okay. Now this is just my view on it. Okay. But Abel brought meat.
With
Meat
eyes.
you take meat into your body and you burn it as a sacrifice. You burn that in your body. That's what calories are. It means a unit to a unit of burning, to burn, right? So literally your body is the temple. What you bring into your body is a burnt offering. You know, you burn it on the fire, you cook it, and then you bring it into the temple, and then the temple burns it inside, right? Now, with tobacco and marijuana, you smoke it. You're supposed to eat the herbs, not smoke them. So that's the burnt offering that was not favored because you couldn't eat the ashes after you sacrificed it on the sacrificial altar and then took it into your temple. You couldn't take it into your temple because you smoked it. It's ash. That's just my thought on it. I'm probably 100% wrong on it.
Hmm.
But it kind of makes sense because, you know, with tobacco, you can get cancer. With cannabis, you can overdose. It's called greening out. Right? Everybody's like, oh, you got to smoke a dump truckload. And I'd like to try. It's like, no, you don't get it. You can green out to where you start puking. And if you smell it, you get sick. You start gagging and cough. It's not good. It's a reflex. It's a toxic thing.
I always say to people, moderation is key.
Yeah.
Cannabis is an interesting thing. The deceivers brought war and sent men and children to jail, even took their lives away just because of this plant. And this plant was being used in the past by many people, complete industries and nations were using this for many uses.
Yeah.
And then they dropped the hammer on it.
The wealth of the nation is determined by how much hemp it produces. I'll say it again. The wealth of a nation is dependent on how much hemp it produces.
I gotta agree with that because hemp is a multi-resource. You could solve a lot of problems of a lot of needs from it. So you have a fundamental, a strong fundamental if you producing enough, because you could get what oils, fuel, textiles, many different
Yeah,
things that
so many things.
are basic needs for a nation. And once you have the basic needs down, then you could do other stuff and expand on other things.
In fact, the first law on hemp in North America was you had to grow it. That's what the tax was.
Yeah.
You
had to
had
grow
to
it and give it to
grow
the government, but the government wanted
and
it.
give it to the king because the king needed it for ropes, sails, and canvas.
And textiles for clothing and stuff.
And then Canada wants it for blue jeans.
You know the oils from it are lubricants too for machinery and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can
And
you can drive your car with hemp oil.
yeah, you could lubricate it and also fuel it with it. So important key parts.
You can
So
also build.
a multi-resource that you could grow multiple times a year because it's an adult
Yeah,
plant 3 and 4 months.
you can get 3 crops a year, and it repels insects and stuff. It's good for the land as well.
Yeah.
It grows so very close together that other weeds and stuff it's not even a factor. So you can get a super quick crop that's super useful.
not
So
just
why
that,
wage war against a plant?
Yeah, that is the question.
because THC breaks mind control.
And also the chain controls, because if a nation, let's say a small islands in the tropic, like I don't know, any of the islands in the tropics, and they can produce hemp, they can produce a lot of things that they're basic needs, right? And they don't need control, they don't need imports from other places. Like many nations right now are in need to import, are dependent on other nations, like for oil, for the vehicles. Many small countries, they don't produce any oils, but could be producing it from plants and hemp.
Yeah, not just to put it in your car, but to to generate heat in the winter and for
Yes,
cooking, for all these things.
cooking too, yeah.
Yeah. I'll
But
link
that
you
will break
something,
some chains.
Joshua. I'll link you something later when I found it again that I found quite interesting with a timestamp.
Did you say with a time stone?
With a timestamp.
Oh,
Something specific that I want to show you regarding this
the
conversation
time stone?
that we've been having about The burnt offering.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the time stone from the DC universe.
You know, you can copy a video at a time, certain time. If you want to show somebody just a certain thing within a video, you know.
Yeah, you go,
Yeah, that's
you
what
look at the time and you say at, and then you put the minute, colon. If it's hour, you put 2 digits on each one of the things. So if it's like at 5 minutes, you go 05, colon 00. Yeah.
I'm just working at the moment, so I'm distracted. I can't look for it now.
It's all right. I ain't judging. But see, here's the thing, right? I am now 100% convinced that dabs is wrong. Wax is completely wrong.
Explain.
See, they've been able to strip all of the oils from the plant and leave the plant matter behind, to where you can take, like, say, a joint, a 1 gram joint, right? And pull everything out of it and scrape it up, and you're just going to have maybe, oh, I don't know, 5 milligrams of it. And, you know, that, and you smoke that wax, you're going to get just as high as you did if you were to smoke that whole joint in one hit, right? However, with dabs, oftentimes they'll get bigger and bigger, 1 gram dab, and to get 1 gram of that wax, you need like 10 grams of flour. So it's super concentrated.
Yeah.
And it's not natural. And a lot of people are getting sick from it. Like, what do you call it? Popcorn lung, they call it. Because you're literally melting or burning oil and inhaling it. When you, if you were to do that with that wax, that cannabis wax, those dabs, and collect all of that smoke and condense that smoke, it would turn back into an oil. So when you inhale it and everybody inhales it and they hold it for as long as they can, it's coating your lungs with wax.
I've never used it.
I'm convinced it's not good for you. It's not right.
In the city where I come from, in Africa, the weather is so temperate. You just drop the seeds. You don't even have to tend it or look at it. And then you just come back and there it is growing.
Yeah. How far are you from Malawi?
Well, I've been to Malawi, but I'm living in the UK at the moment. I've been to Malawi. Yeah, Malawi Reds. I've been all over.
Yeah.
I've been all over.
Because they got very unique strain in Malawi.
You got the Durban poison, the Malawi Red that they wrap in
Yeah,
banana
yeah.
leaves. Yeah,
The
I
Malawi
tried
Red.
that. I'm a connoisseur, so to speak.
In fact, I just had some Durban poison from the dispensary.
Really? Love
Yeah.
to get my hands on some.
Cost me like, I think, $12 for the joint.
Yeah, we used to not care about that in Durban.
But then
it,
again,
it
I could
was it was free. It was something that you just grew, or someone else grew, or it just grew somewhere.
see me myself. I should probably stay away from Durban poison because my ancestors were named Durban.
Oh, really? That's interesting. It's urban, isn't it?
I don't know. It's Irish. I don't know if it's Irish or Welsh because my surname now is like in both places. There's lands and rivers in both Wales and Ireland with my last name. So I'm not sure.
Are you a landlord?
I could be, but I don't know how to reclaim the right. If I could reclaim the right, I was like, all right, this is the new free land.
For flat earthers.
But if you come over here and you spout off with that globe shit, you're getting pushed into the ocean.
Yeah, the etymology of family names are interesting.
Have you ever looked up your coat of arms?
Yes, I have. On my father's side, we are from the northernmost province of Germany called Schleswig-Holstein. And our family name is von Brock. Von and then Brach. And that denotes that we were from a bridge where there was a brewery. And so, yes, my ancestors were landowners. There's a baron in there as well. My dad always kept the family Bible, which is a massive ancient old book with leather bound and gold embossed, which never came into my brother's possession after my dad died, because my father was such an interesting human being. Everything he touched
Yeah,
turned to ashes.
I would give you my family name, but that would be doxing me because that's actually my surname.
Well, this is no longer my name. That's my
Yeah.
maiden name.
Yeah, that's why I was like, yeah, I can't say what mine is. But
Yeah, mine. I mean, I say it because it's no longer associated with me. It's something from.
and here's something that kind of irritates me, right? Because the figure that's on my family's crest is a white knight. And white knights have been given a bad name due to slang. It's ridiculed, just like lunatic. Just like
Exactly.
April Fool.
Yes.
Just like the thinking path. The psychopath.
Oh.
Do you know what psychedelic means?
No, tell me.
Mind manifesting. Quite a fitting name, huh?
Oh.
Very fitting name for it, huh?
You know, I feel when I come to the Discord as if like I go away and my mind is crammed full of things. I have really missed talking to people who are, deeply interested in the world around them.
I mean, how can you not try to get to the bottom of things? How can one just go through life going through motions
It's
and
a
never
numbing.
truly having wisdom about it?
Yeah. Living in the here and now in this pop culture, this consume and throw away culture, this, you know, yeah, never. It's like people are not invested in this world. It's like they
'Cause
don't have a stake.
they got the fantasy world to go into, the imaginary land, and they spend a lot of time in that. So invested in it.
Yeah, let's face it, for most young children today, superheroes and werewolves and vampires and witches and wizards are more real than anything.
Globes, black holes,
Yeah,
planets.
the whole space thing.
Black hole sun, won't you come
Black hole.
wash away the rain? It's the only black hole I know of. It's a song. What do you call it? Soundgarden.
It's a
Anyway.
classic.
Yeah, I've got it on my playlist in my car.
Hey, do you
I
notice
was
how flat that grass is?
sorry, say again.
Oh, Jay Dotery posted a picture that was RJ the Great's picture, and he said he had questions about it. But I see a large paddock, and that whole field right there looks completely flat. They're at a 57 after the hour.
It looks flat because it's a ball.
Yeah, you could tell it's a ball because how straight everything is and stacked up next to each other and not arcing away from each other on any arc seconds at all.
Yeah, you can tell it's moving because it's motionless.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
must be moving because
you
it
can
feels so motionless.
you can tell it's a real photo of a car in space because it looks so fake. That's how you know it's real.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Mic
Welcome to
check. Can
Flutter.
everyone hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you,
Yes.
RJ.
Okay, great. So I guess a couple of one-liners then about where I've been and where I am at the minute. I subscribe to Killer Priest's podcast on YouTube, and I watch it here and there. And it was by chance last week I saw in my recommended that he had the Flat Earth podcast episode with David Weiss. And I've been listening to Killer Priest. If anyone's not aware, he used to make music with the Wu-Tang Clan many years ago. I've been listening to his music for probably about 8 years now. So I feel like I owed it to myself that I respect him as his artistry and as a musician. So if he's going to have someone like David on his podcast, then I should at least give it a chance, right? Because I'm open-minded enough to see things from any and all perspectives, really. So I ended up sitting through all 2.5 hours of that, and a lot of things made sense to me during that. I mean, I only expected to stay on that for about 10 minutes, and I was like, I'll just see, what they're saying, and ended up, staying for the whole thing, which was certainly an interesting experience. So now, obviously, I've been observing things in the real world with, what I can see with my eyes and hear with my ears, and what I can see with my own senses. And so these are a couple of pictures that I've taken this week, and I've got the date and timestamps in terms of the times in the evening that these were taken, if that helps. I guess the key thing here that I've never really noticed before that I've now realised, which makes no sense to me, and my knowledge on both flat Earth and the heliocentric model may be slightly more limited than it probably should be at this stage. But if we can see in that first picture, okay, on the left-hand side we've got the crescent moon there, and on the right-hand side we've got the sun that's setting behind the houses. And it's very powerful. We see some very radiant light coming from the right-hand side there. So I watched the sun go down from when it was above the houses all the way down to the place that it was at there. And I kept taking pictures and I kept zooming in and observing the crescent moon. And from what I could tell from the heliocentric model, the sun setting and the light the supposed light that we can see reflecting off onto the moon there should have varied for the 45 minutes that it took for the sun to set. If the sun's setting directly in front of me, that moon, right, it shouldn't have stayed in the exact same view that I could see of it for that entire period, right? In the heliocentric, it should have changed slightly, correct?
Well, that's a good observation, but observing the luminaries like the sun and the moon, it wouldn't give you the shape of the ground that you're standing on. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Because the luminaries, the sun, the moon, the stars, they are observable phenomena, and they do what they do. We can explain some things about them. We don't know what they are because nobody's been there. You haven't been there. I haven't been there. But to say the Earth is a globe or is flat because I observe the sun and the moon, that doesn't correlate. To measure the ground will give you more information about what the grounds measure.
Yeah, no, that I think that that's fair and that makes perfect sense. I think what I'm getting more at is rather than trying to use this as a platform to try and prove flat Earth, I think I'm more just trying to ascertain
exploring information, observations.
What we're taught in terms of the heliocentric model of the rotation, what's supposedly happening in space, at every second of every day, since time began. And just how that, for me, doesn't make any sense to what I'm standing, on that street looking at. In terms of the movements that are supposed to be happening, that teaches us that there should be variations in what I should be able to see with my eyes. The thing is, I then traveled 3 miles away. I don't know which direction I was in, as the sun continued to set until it was, barely visible. It was just about light enough to see anything. And I could supposedly see the moon from a completely different angle. 3 miles is probably a bad unit of measurement there. But the bottom line was there was no difference to what I was able to obviously see as one person standing on Earth of the moon to what the heliocentric model teaches us about how orbits work. I think that was more what I was getting at, which then brought me on to think of, well, this makes a lot more sense in the flat Earth model, than it does in what we're supposed to be understanding with the heliocentric model. So I think that was just the part I wanted to just to speak my thoughts on a bit more. And I don't know if that makes sense, but
yeah, you mentioned the senses, and definitely when you think about it, the heliocentric model wouldn't make any sense, because to think that the ground you're standing on is moving and you're falling backwards, that's why you see the sun setting, because that's what they tell you, right? The ground is spinning, you're falling backwards, and that's why you see the sunset. So what you're actually observing and feeling, like the ground is motionless, you don't feel any movement. That's one of your feelings, let's say, right? Your vestibular system is not detecting any angular rotation of the ground you're standing on, because if it was moving or spinning, you will feel it. And then you observe another of your senses, your vision, you observe the luminaries moving above you. So that make sense that the ground is motionless and the luminaries are moving. The heliocentric model is telling you the opposite of what you're observing and sensing. So it goes against your senses and against your experience and your observations.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why the heliocentric model makes nonsense. No sense.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Agreed. Agreed. Interesting. Okay. Well, no, thank you very much for that. It just, I guess, confirmed some of the suspicions that maybe I was, not necessarily able to evidence with, any numbers or formulae, but just, what I was able to just feel as, a human or as a soul having a human experience on Earth. So, no, thank you for helping me elaborate on that.
You said you have photographs, didn't you? You took some photographs?
Yeah, I can. Okay, so let me share. Thing is, I can send it to. Is it Jay Dotary, or I can, and then he can put it
I'll
back in
give
the
you
chat.
some permissions. I'll give you perms. You're gonna be able to share your photographs in the live stream
Okay,
voice
cool.
text. That's where we follow the conversation.
Okay, so these.
Go
Okay,
ahead
I've
and
got two
try
more. Okay,
live stream voice text.
there we go. These were yesterday at 9:29 p.m. I'm from the south of the UK, by the way. Okay, there's one more.
Okay, you're taking photograph of the moon and the around the sunset time.
Yeah, and the
Yeah.
sun's obviously there, escaping on the far right hand side there. And you've got another one. It's all been, I'll be honest, it's all been literally, I've only started like actually taking pictures of what I've been out seeing literally like the past 3 or 4 days. So it's all been sky, it's all been related to the sunsets more so than any that. It's been that more so than anything so far. But I do plan on, I definitely do plan on expanding my horizon, so to speak, on what I take pictures of. But and then I've got
Yeah, if you live I don't know, near the coast, it's always cool to make observations to the water level. Because supposedly on the heliocentric model, the Earth is a sphere, and spheres curve, right? But if
Yeah.
you observe at sea level or even lake level, whatever you are, you're not gonna find any curvature anywhere you go. It's nowhere to be found. So you're gonna be able to, if you do the math of the heliocentric model, like the Earth will have a radius of 3,959 miles. You probably go by kilometers, but about the same thing. And if you take that into account and you make observations of long distance buildings or islands or whatever you're looking around, and they supersede the radius and the curvature they should be falling on under. So that's probably
crazy.
one of the observations that you want to do. If
Yeah, no, I definitely will be. So I just tried to tell Bong Sao the name, because I know he's talking about the camera I was using to take the pictures. I tried typing in X50 Pro 5G, which is the name on my phone, but for some reason it saw it as a swear word, so I've just been banned from posting. I'm not sure why that happened. What was, maybe it was the X, maybe? I don't know.
Maybe it was the 5 and the G.
Maybe the
Really?
5G. It's a hot topic.
I can just see Joshua speaking about the chemtrail pyramid, I think that he tried to say there. That just reminded me of a video that I took in June, which absolutely blew my mind. And I could not explain it at all, and it's the first time I've seen it. Wait, can I post videos as well, or?
I believe you can. There will be probably a limit of how big can it be, but just try it.
Okay. Wait,
if you have a link, it will be better. But if you have the whole file, you could possibly do that too.
Okay. I should probably remove the sound actually, just to protect the people that are with me.
Jamesy, how does this bot work? Who puts like who puts the forbidden words in there?
Well, we do get, like a lot of trolls and people start making claims and say, I'm a flat earther and 5G is gonna kill everyone, stuff like that,
Okay, so the mods do it.
Yeah, the administrators, the admins. I'm speculating on which word he used. It's possible that it could be something else, but I'm not sure if it's the 5Gs. It's possible. But I could say whatever I want, so I won't be able to test it. I could text anything, but I hold myself.
I was going
Let's
to
see
say,
if
wasn't that a song? But no, that's something different.
That photograph with the bridge, that looks like the A13. I was driving there yesterday.
All right, I just got another share.
RJ got another detention. What are you doing there, RJ?
Bomb Sal asked me to try typing the name of the phone again, so it happened
You're
again.
fine. I know the bots can be a little bit annoying, but they serve their purpose.
Yeah, especially in the lobby, I'm sure.
I can't
Oh,
even
yeah.
see what Ace is typing. I got mad at him always throwing me in detention. So I blocked the bot. It still does its job, though. Now it's red named. I don't know if it was always red named.
The Ether?
Yeah, the
Ether
Aether.
9000?
Yeah.
I think there's multiple bots. I don't know if that's the one that mutes, but I think so,
Yeah, that's the one that also throws you in jail and bans you.
yeah.
And memebot. It's the exclamation point command.
Globe skeptic.
Yeah, that's fair. For now.
Yeah, some roles might give you a little bit of like leeway just to say some extra words, but can't promise anything yet. So yeah, man, the globe is a cartoon. You only seen it on screens. You never experience it, never measure it. No one has. It's a story.
It's
Some
imagining
people
a
believe in
football
fairies.
floating in space.
Some people believe in fairy tales. Other people try to verify the fairy tales in the real world, and it comes out that the Earth measures flat and it's motionless. So the globe has been debunked. You say you're fairly new, so you probably want to look through information. We have many channels in the server. Like if you scroll down through the channels, you're gonna see additional information channels. There's things over there like long distance observation, scientific method, gas pressure, different things that you probably want to touch and look around
Yeah.
and maybe inform yourself a little bit about those topics. And
If you have any questions, this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Anytime you can come by and talk about the topics.
Good stuff. I will definitely have a look around. Yeah.
Okay. Scientific method, gas
Okay.
pressure.
So the app that I used to remove the audio from this video has made the video quality drop, but this is a completely, real video that I took on June the 6th. And it was prompted by what Joshua just said about are those chemtrails, and this was really puzzling because I've never seen this before. If I just see, it's not a very big file, it should be okay.
If you see those channels that I tagged for you,
yeah,
you could click on them and you'll be directed to the channels. There's some laser tests. Laser tests are they're really legit tests. So you probably want to look into the laser test. That's a good one to look at.
Okay, cool.
Because testing the Earth, it's an important part of knowing what it is, I wouldn't
Sure.
say we know as a whole, we don't know what the whole Earth is and how it works, and we don't know everything. But we do know a lot of stuff, and we can describe the Earth as flat because there is no curvature. So if there is no curvature, why will we call it a globe?
Yeah, the terminology thing was pretty crazy as well. Like, aeroplane, sea level, horizon, even planet, like plane T. Like, you start to see the things you just didn't before.
Yeah, planets, the etymology, I think it's a wandering star, because if you look at the stars, they rotate in a cycle around the North Toroidal field, but the planets, so-called planets, they are wandering stars, and they kind of have their own cycles in a way. But yeah, that's what planet means. A lot of people, since we've been fed a lot of information and movies, cartoons, so let's go to this planet, and they show you images of people stepping in these planets in Mars, and making camps in these places. That's where Hollywood, Disney, and NASA comes in, right, to give you these fantasyland places. But all of those images were filmed here on Earth. So these planets, for my understanding of what I understand of this place, these places are not terra firma places that you can go and play golf and plant flags and make bases and stuff,
Grow potatoes.
You only get that from Hollywood and NASA, which are entertainment.
Yeah, even like the first thing I did was I went to Google Images when I was watching the David Wise presentation, and I was like, typed in Google Earth, and I was like, of all the times I must have seen this, and just it didn't occur to me that all of these were fake. Seeing it then and just scrolling down, no matter how far that Google image page I went down after typing in, Earth, satellite view of Earth, I was like, how did I not see this before?
I mean, they must be real because they look so fake. Elon Musk said that about his car in space. Elon Musk, you know who he is?
No, that video was that video was 100% CGI, all of it.
Yeah, and he was in an interview, and they asked him about this car in space and how he feels about it, and he said it must be real because it looks so fake. You can tell it's real because it looks fake. That's kind of funny.
There's like the epic music in the background, like you could just tell it was a Hollywood production, let's say.
Exactly. You have good eyes because
some people out there see this stuff and they say, "Yep, legit. Yep, picture from space. The car is in space. Is on its way to Mars. Yep, legit."
No chance.
Some people are like that.
Mm. And the other thing, a lot of the supposed live streams of the satellites in space, where I know they loop the videos and all the rest of it. They keep showing like a certain cornered portion of the globe rather than an entire zoom out, and I'm sure they've got their explanations as to why that is, but like you never get the full supposed live view of the globe. It's always a section of the globe, like on all the videos that I was looking at, well, most of them, and I was like, you should just be able to, at this point, however many satellites you've got in the air, you should in the space supposedly, you should be able to give us a full live view, and they've been unable
First
to
of
present
all,
that.
you know how they label it in the video, live stream, right?
Mm.
It's not live stream. It's pre-recorded. Even though it says live stream, it's not live.
No, I'm pretty sure they
Then
put the disclaimers as well in there saying, yeah, they actually put. Actually, you're right. They actually put the disclaimer in there saying, like, this is pre-recorded. I think you're right. Actually, yeah.
yeah, and then if you put it together, you could have they can have high altitude balloons making a recording of the Earth from really high, and then they could patch it together with the astronauts in their salinated pools. You know, NASA has some of the biggest pools on the Earth, and they have a full-scale space station inside of a pool, right?
Yeah.
And they could put all these images together and give you a movie. And some people will believe the movie is real because NASA says so.
Mm-hmm.
But some people will question it enough to the point that will realize it's just a montage.
Okay. So, that's interesting. So, for all of these years that the deception has worked on the masses, surely whoever, the powers that be, quote unquote, would have expected there to be, maybe a few brighter individuals out there that would have really started digging deep. Like they must have planned for what if, people start to figure this stuff out. Like they must have had, right, a plan B. COVID, maybe?
Yeah.
Is that the current theory? Like
Yeah,
more destruction?
people have been questioning this since the beginning, since before since they announced they were going to the moon. There were scientists saying there was a scientist back then saying nobody can land on the moon. The moon is plasma, right? And people in the projects they were questioning. Do you know how long they took to go to the moon and how many setbacks they had back then? And people were saying this is impossible to do, blah blah blah. And even astronauts were killed inside the launchers, right? And people that were questioning this. So it's been questioned since the beginning. So yeah, the C thing that you said is it's not okay to mention it too often. If you're gonna mention it, try not to say the keyword because they're kind of difficult with this, and we have a live stream in YouTube, so we don't want it to get shut down because we're making claims about the emergency and stuff.
No, sure.
The C thing.
No, that makes sense.
You could call it the Mexican beer.
Yeah. The other thing about the first supposed flight to the moon as well is like, what was it? They were saying that we have more processing power in the first iPhone than we did to get to the moon, right? It's like the more polarizing their statements are about how they did it, people would believe it more. That was it. Anyone who knows their computers here, 72 KB of ROM which is literally like 3 Word documents, and we're supposed to believe that with all the the operations it had to make for it to successfully get to the moon was sufficient to fly all that way, and we've never done it again. Like, we haven't really done it since then. Like,
It's good that you question it like that, but besides that, it's actually movie production. NASA was in hand to hand with Disney back then and Hollywood. Von Braun was a science fiction writer. The guy that's a Nazi, right? A bunch of Nazis working in NASA. But the thing is, they gave you a spectacle, right? They announced we're going to the moon because not because it's easy, because it's hard, right? The president spoke about it. So they make this big show about going up there and televising it, blah blah blah. But the main argument about that, even though we know it was done here on Earth in a Hollywood basement, their claim of sending people in rockets to Narnia, because this place that they call the vacuum of space goes against natural law. It's like saying that we sent people to Narnia and they spoke to the talking lion Aslan, and they came back and they have a story about this. That's their claim, because natural law dictates that you know how you can breathe fresh air right now, because you can there's air pressure all around you, and that's why you can breathe fresh air.
right.
So they're saying that this pressurized system, high pressure system, it's next to a vacuum, and the pressure is not going into the available space, because the vacuum of space is empty. And when you look at the law of thermodynamics, high pressure will move to low pressure. And if we have high pressure here where we are right now in reality, and there was a vacuum of space out there, all the pressure will equalize, and you won't be able to breathe air. So we live in a contained environment, because the necessary antecedent to have gas pressure in the first place, a container is required. So their claim that they're going to outer space, it's a violation of natural law.
But what's their reason for us not getting sucked into that vacuum of space here on Earth? Is it that it's because of our atmosphere? Is that what they say, right?
Oh, they make a bunch of claims like gravity and all that kind of stuff, but that's gravity is like, so when let's say you create a movie, right? You make a movie, and in the movie you have this language spoken in the movie. You have names of the places, and you have you know how in the movies they make their own kind of dialects of things, impossible. How do you say this mystic place and black holes and planets, and they make up so many words. It's like a language that they use it makes sense in the movie, right?
Yeah.
In the fantasy land. So they give you all these terms, all these made up ideas, like gravity and mass attracting mass and the warping of space time. Can you warp time? Can you grab space and time, put it inside a glass and paint it purple?
No, you can't.
You can. So how can these two concepts have an effect in physicality and cause things to form into balls?
No, it shouldn't.
There you go. It's just a story. So they add all these claims outside of reality, outside of the real world. They say the ground is curving. When you go out there and do the laser test and do the observation, no curvature to be found. So no curvature. They claim the ground is moving, it's rotating. Your vestibular system that is designed to detect actual rotation, right? You don't feel any movement. So that's debunked. They don't have any proof of movement of the ground. And then they say we have gas pressure without a container, when the definition and the requirement to have gas pressure, it's a container, and they say, oh, we're going to space. There's no container. You get it?
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's puzzling.
In it's the whole thing is very questionable since the beginning. People back then was questioning the whole thing. When because we've been fed a lot of bad information, a lot of information that is just fantasy land. We get all this Hollywood, Disney, we have all this fantasy that children today are under. Even us back then and people back then used to be fed a lot of Hollywood stuff.
Mhm.
So a lot of bad information was inputted into people's minds, and then when it was given to them that men landed on the moon and they watched it in TV or heard it in the radio, therefore it's true. You see? Before they landed in this moon, people were giving all these movies and all these series about going to space and aliens and all this fantasy land. So people were kind of like ready to go to space. We just haven't done it yet, right? And then they did the moon landings. Just it was just a movie on TV, and people were told it was real, and that's it.
Yeah. I mean,
I remember the President Nixon talking to the astronauts from the moon, no delay.
No
And today
delay,
you
yeah.
can't get a call, you can't get a Wi-Fi connection today
Yeah, that's true.
from a few walls.
Yeah, that's true.
So how did they make a call with the president of the United States from 300,000 miles away?
Well, I mean, let's go a step further, right? They said they had the audio recordings of the rumblings from Mars, right? And that's what, 33 million miles away?
That's a long trip. I don't know how long the Mars is right now, but
yeah, they're saying 33.9 million miles, and they actually say that is the minimum distance from Earth to Mars. So it's baloney. It's phony baloney.
Well, just if you look at the velocity they said they traveled at, I mean, that's just garbage. Over the distance that they say they traveled.
You know that the last drone that they sent is actually a helicopter drone? How are you gonna flow a helicopter in a low pressure environment? Is there like a atmosphere in Mars that you could,
How are they
fly
going to
the
generate?
helicopter?
How are they going to generate enough electricity or enough power to actually achieve liftoff with that little funny little rotor that they have? And the press conference afterwards was super surreal. I mean, nobody there had anything coherent to say.
Oh yeah, just listen to the astronauts and the claims they make. They make no sense whatsoever.
So the satellite has a useful lifetime of between 5, this is the official story, of between 5 and 15 years, depending on the satellite. So you're telling me that I need to get my phone repaired every 6 months, but you're going to send a self-assembling satellite into space, up 100,000 kilometers away, and it's going to stay up there for 15 years without any maintenance? No chance.
Or any upgrade.
They do send equipment up there, but they use balloons to send these equipments.
Right.
The satellites that the people see in cartoons and and go around the globe Earth, that's only cartoons. But the real ones, basically, let's say a computer device with camera equipment and GPS, whatever they need to do whatever measurements they want to do or communications, they attach those to helium balloons and send them
Right.
up. And they have a certain lifespan or whatever, and then they replace them whenever they need to be replaced. NASA consumes more helium than anyone in the whole world.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So you could call them Sataloons. Just equipment attached to a balloon. They've fallen down to Earth many times. It's been reported in many countries. Brazil, in the US, many nations have Sataloons fallen to the ground.
Admiral Byrd's expedition was funded by Rockefeller and Ford. No way. I didn't know that. That explains it.
What was that?
Bong Sao put that Admiral Byrd's expedition that he did whenever it was 1950 something, I think it was off the top of my head, was funded by the Rockefellers and Ford. And, Rockefellers were, proven Freemasons.
Oh yeah. It's a secret, and it's up to you to figure it out.
Think they could be getting tech, knowledge, etc. The list goes on from whatever's happening in or beyond Antarctica.
So when you put the timeline, they decided to explore. They had explorations to the north. Then they went to what was it? The south. Operation High Jump. Then Operation Deep Freeze. I think the high jump, they call it high jump because once they reached the ice region of Antarctica, they were confronted with this 200 plus feet ice barrier, which is a really high. People call it the ice wall, whatever, right? So they call it Operation High Jump. So they have to jump over the ice, and then once they went more further into the land or the ice, they call it Operation Deep Freeze because it gets colder and colder and colder and colder, apparently. But even though they found some warm areas where the fresh water was like a temperature to be able to, drink and everything. But this whole region is pretty icy and cold for what they say. But I wouldn't be surprised if they terraform some of these areas because once they found, fresh water, they could probably terraform that area, and make buildings and whatever. How you could build in the winter, people have built these places that they could have like plants inside and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like
How do you
greenhouses.
call
Yeah.
it? Greenhouses, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. They probably are capable of doing that kind of stuff. Maybe build a whole city around these areas.
Well,
I'm speculating. But then they have
no.
the Operation Deep Freeze, and then they had the Operation Dominic, the Russians, and the Operation Fishbowl, Operation Fishbowl, and they sent like a bunch of bombs to the sky, and they threw supposedly nukes, I imagine they were testing the firmament or the container to see if they could break it because they claim they didn't know what was going to happen to the atmospheres when they threw these bombs. They even threw a satellite. They claimed, I don't know if this is true, but they say they crashed a satellite to the moon, and they say that it ringed like a bell for hours.
Nah. No chance. A small interesting point about the greenhouse, about how they could be generating their heat to make it livable out there, If I know one of the flat Earth theories is that the sun never
That's me
sets out there.
speculating about that.
Yeah, no. But the interesting part is, if the concept that the sun doesn't set out there is true, then they've got a permanent heat source for them to then be capturing that heat stroke energy to generate their heat, right? They will never have to worry about freezing to death. So that would make sense. That would make full sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they can terraform and turn ice and water into whatever they need. It's doable stuff.
So RJ,
Hello.
how crazy does it feel to be considering all these things?
Yeah, that I have to like bring myself, I guess, funny enough, back to reality at times and be like, 2 weeks ago, this was unbeknownst to me, and I didn't think I'd be on the other side having this conversation. So it's pretty wild.
Surreal, yeah.
I mean, like I guess I don't know, whatever you want to call it, truth seeking or whatever. Seeing beyond the deception has been something that myself and a few of my relatives, a few of my cousins have always been on that kind of path anyway. So it's not like this is a brand new idea where I've just been living I'm 20 something, so it's not like I've been living my life with blind or just following and believing anyway. Like there's been a whole bunch of things which I feel like I've found the truth to, I guess you could say. So this could just be the ultimate piece of the puzzle, I guess you could call it.
The end boss.
Yeah, the end boss.
This is actually a fundamental understanding of the place that we are standing on, but the lies go beyond this, because if they lie to you about the place that you are, and you don't have any understanding about this place that you're in, they could lie about anything else.
Very true.
So the fundamentals of the earth, and knowing that it's actually a flat, level, motionless, contained, geocentric dynamic system that we're in, it points out that there is design, that at least for me, right? There is design, and a design requires a designer.
100%.
So when they throw you in
100%.
the globe, when they throw people into the globe spinning, they create people that in their minds, they're just an accident of nature, and they're just spinning randomly through space, a speck of dust. They have no value, right? Because at any time, any asteroid or comet can hit the earth and reset the whole world, and life is short or whatever. That's a lot of the mentality of the globers.
Those CGI YouTube videos of where they'll those zoom out from Earth videos where it just zooms all the way out until you just see like millions and millions of galaxies. Or on those videos, all you see in the comments are thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people saying, "This just reminds me how insignificant I am." So there you go. It worked. Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, for me it was like taking all of this in. And I only saw it last year. It really concentrated my attention to, so this is it. This is for real. This is us. This is where we are. We've always been here. We're not going anywhere. There's going to be no accidental asteroid annihilating us.
That makes you think, there is laws of nature. We can, like the law of thermodynamics and all that kind of stuff. So there's a certain way the world actually works, and then we put man into the equation, and we have, family, community, nations, and to have that working, we do need certain rules, right, and understanding of things to be able to, I guess, prosper and figure things out and get stuff done. But it's not the law of the jungle in here, right? Right now, I think these liars and deceivers, they want the law of the jungle. Everybody to be like thinking you're monkeys, evolved monkeys, right? But there is rules or things that we should be following, and understanding to things. And right now, the world is kind of like shaking on all the fundamentals. I think it's like a lot of people are figuring things out, and that's probably why they are doubling down on the deceiving side of things, because eventually people will see the world for what it is and put things together and see through the lies. And I guess they bring a new lie every other year.
Yeah.
Keep people busy in the lies.
Yeah.
But that
Well,
doesn't take
it's
away
lunchtime.
from whatever goals people have. You can achieve things, and there's things that are doable. Everything works on the flat Earth. We have business, commerce, technology. We do things. We got family to take care of, and
Well,
your relationship with the world and and even God or the designer. Whatever you think that is. But it's a lot of thinking and reflection that I've been doing since I realized this kind of stuff.
I was literally about to speak about, the shift on the worldview and the impact that has on your immediate surroundings and, everything else surrounding that. And you just said it before I said it. So yeah, I was just about to say that the worldview perspective shift that happened.
Yeah, and it's okay for you to have the understanding of things. And maybe if you say your cousins, you could have a conversation with your cousins, and it's cool to talk about things and not take it too personal, and not try to push it to people that are not interested in it, right? Maybe you do want to share the information and have the conversation with people, but it's for you to take it in and do what you want to do with it. But it doesn't have to make you a martyr of society or anything,
Yeah, no,
It's just
it's interesting. We were traveling up. We were doing a long car journey the weekend that just passed, and as a laugh, my cousin was like, he made a joke about me being Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, and my other cousin, yeah, it's crazy how many truths like they put in Simpsons, Trump, etc., etc. And then I was like, yeah, and in the Simpsons movie, when he gets to the edge of Earth to the dome and tries to break out, and he looked at me and he was like, "Have you been seeing the flat Earth stuff as well?" And I was like, "I just watched the Killer Priest one," and he was like, "Yeah, I just saw that this week as well." So for the rest of that 2 hour journey in the car, it was flat Earth, entirely flat Earth related, and I was like, "Yeah, that's kind of crazy that we just happened to have both seen that podcast episode." And the way we came to that conversation as well was from like a joke, and next thing you know, by chance, I was like, let me make a joke about flat Earth and see what everyone in the car, what their first response to it is. And lo and behold, one of them had actually seen the podcast episode, and I was like, yeah, that's pretty that's an uncanny coincidence for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't make this up even if I wanted to. It's undeniable.
So RJ, if you come here and hang out with us, you will hear so many, many more things that will underscore like the difference between why people say we can't perceive the curve, we can't find it, we can't perceive the axial rotation because they tell us the Earth is spinning so very, very fast. And how can we exist with our atmosphere right next to the vacuum of space? without just getting sucked into it.
Yeah, that one's impossible for me to get through from what they say. No, I was going to say actually, I'm so you must get some GEs in here, right? Like I want to listen in for the back and forth. So I'm sure they come in here often.
Like when you came in here, like we didn't know what to expect. A lot of people just come in here and they are outraged that we think the Earth is not a globe. So
Bless them.
there, there are people in here with the scientific acumen to discuss the principles and the science, and so you're welcome to come back and take part in that.
Yeah, we do get a fair share of trolls, and we do get people that actually believe they live in a spinning globe monkey cartoon. And they many of them kind of act very religious. They just believe they live in this imaginary world, and some do realize it and question things, but many just believe it because they can't let it go. They can't let go. If you say space, the space that they seen in cartoons doesn't exist, they start spiraling like crazy. You can't. If you try to take space away from some people, they'll fight you. They can't let it go, and it's kind of religious. The heliocentric religion, which was proposed by religious people.
Yeah, the cult. Yeah. So it's even things like if we're moving whatever it is 66,000 miles through space, right? Not a single other we do that, and we've been doing that for the billions of miles we've traveled through space, and not a single other significant celestial body or planet or star or whatever you want to call it has entered our atmosphere, like just by chance. Like you'd expect for us to have collided and just been gone by now, right? Like we can't still have been gracefully just flying through without any sort of major disruption to our Earth, right? It's not possible.
Yeah, I think I know what you're trying to say. You maybe want to say it this way. You want to look into parallax, right? So if we were moving at these speeds, right, the Earth is at the start of the year is in this position, and then 12 years after 12 months after that, the Earth moved like 100,000 miles, right? And you look at the luminaries and they are in the same position. There is no parallax. If you look at the North Star, right, it's always on the same spot. So if you're moving these crazy millions of miles distances, or billions and trillions of miles, and those celestial bodies are also moving because they're moving, right? Why is there no parallax? Parallax when you're driving and you see a tree and a mountain behind it, and it's changing angles.
Right.
So the constellations are constant and they always reset. So no parallax if we're moving through space. It shows that what's moving is the sky. The luminaries are moving. It's pretty obvious. You can look at it. You can look at it every single night. The luminaries are moving. And to claim that the ground is moving, that's why the luminaries look they're moving. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I've just quickly had a look at the parallax effect. I know, yeah, I didn't know that was the word for it, but I know exactly what you mean. Yeah, you got your foreground, midground, background, and they move at 3 different speeds. Yeah, okay. I get you. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I'll definitely be back. I'll fly in about. So this just goes on, right? And people just join and leave, and this never stops. I guess it's literally 24/7, is it?
It is 24/7, and you can join anytime. There might be people in here talking about anything. Well, feel free to open your mic and ask questions. And we had Ariel in here. She's pretty cool. And me myself, we spoke to you. Some people might be a little bit more aggressive. Don't take anything too personal in here. It's just people in the internet talking about things.
Oh yeah. That's cool. That's fine. It is officially lunchtime here, and I get angry when I'm hangry. So
Can I have a
I'll.
Snickers?
That was definitely inspiring, and
Bro,
thank
nice
you
to
to
meet
everyone.
you, RJ.
No, you too. So yeah, there's some good people in here. So yeah, appreciate you all. Thank you very much.
Cool.
Take care. Good talking to you.
Bye now.
See ya. Wow. Wow, it's nice when somebody like that comes in here.
Yeah,
Not,
good
not
work,
some,
Ariel.
not some demented glober. He's going to be a flat
He was-
earther. I think he already is.
Yeah, he sounds pretty how do you say, logical. So
He's wide awake. I don't know, but I always really get excited when I hear that somebody is, grasping it.
grasping the information.
Yes, when I can hear it, they're understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Hello.
Hello.
Yo, I need. Can one of you guys help me out, please?
What's
Call 911.
Okay, so it's this dude. He like debating about like flat Earth and stuff like that, and he really getting into people, skins and stuff like that. So I was wondering if one of you guys can help me like debate him or something.
Bring him here.
Bring him
Invite
in
him.
here. Let's see if he'll do that.
Ariel is ready to debate him.
Hopefully, he not scared to join.
Why will he be scared?
Okay. Let me see.
Hit that, so
Hey yo,
they smack the ground at 68.6 meters per second.
yo, hold up. Oh wait, I'm gonna push the talk.
Now in his model, they would have just fell at 9.8 meters.
Yo, Jay.
Yeah, what's up, bro? Stop.
Hey, I got some people who down to argue with you in the flat Earth server.
Flat Earth server?
Yeah.
I don't go in the flat Earth server anymore, bro. I used to be a flat earther.
What made you change your theory?
Basic physics.
No, he didn't.
I
He was no flat earther.
Go over the college physics class, and you'll realize how retarded it is.
Yeah, no bro.
Actually, I'm about to text my high school physics teacher and tell him to get Discord.
Wait, hey, I'm gonna ask you another conspiracy. Y'all know who's sitting on the left or no?
He's Bush, inside job by a Zionist.
Hold on. Yeah, let me see if I can try to invite him.
Your friend.
Oh, he is
Why
definitely not my friend.
Why will he lie?
I don't know.
He used to be a flat earther. Ha!
Yeah, there's no such thing as an ex-flat earther.
If he's scared of debating flat earthers, that's fine. That's on him. If he's scared.
What about the second law of thermodynamics?
Care about
He hasn't got to that chapter in the physics class.
What about the vestibular system in your ear?
Facts don't matter.
What about geometry?
Well, he will have to go to a different university to get that.
Geometry is different if you just imagine.
What about spheres?
Really big.
Spheres only works on a flat Earth.
Okay, his friend said he's going to get his physics teacher to get Discord. So that should be
Uh-oh.
Tell him to get his whole crew. And bring it.
What did he say about Bush? Something about Bush.
It's an inside job, he said.
You know that Michael Jackson song, "Beat It." I mean, is it Beat? Yeah, Beat It.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My physics teacher didn't answer.
Those guys
I was
gathering
on
all their crew, like,
Oh, you gonna? He said he'll come through later.
Yeah, I'm gonna
No,
text
he's not. He's
he's
scared of flat earthers.
I'm terrified. I used to be a flat earther.
He said I used
How
to
am I
be a
scared
flat
of?
earther.
He's scared of debating
alright,
flat earthers.
another thing. Do y'all know about?
You cut out.
You cut out, bro.
I'm gonna make lunch. Nice talking to you, Jamesy.
Later, Ariel. Good
Later.
talking to you. Make some good lunch. I just lost Ariel to back me up against the Glober.
I have a friend who actually did go back to the globe, but he's retarded, so. Nah.
You heard that, Scar? Only retarded people go back to the globe. So is your friend retarded?
Wait, what y'all said?
I have a friend who went back to the globe, but he's retarded, so he's an exception.
Yeah, just like your friend, Scar.
This is not my friend. I don't know Jane.
Yeah, but he's still retarded, even if you don't know him.
Y'all can just request to talk. I'll bring y'all up here.
Oh yeah.
If y'all want to talk about some conspiracy. I like to hear people about.
Just kidding. I don't want to use the R word. I overused it.
I
It
should
was
have.
usage.
That was rude.
You don't like the right ear?
I mean, he's just religious. He believes he lives in a globe. He believes the ground he's standing on is spinning. He believes there can be gas pressure without a container. So he's religious at the least. And he believed it was an inside job. So Jay holds a lot of beliefs. Right, Jay?
if you believe in yourself and work hard, what Richard Branson said on the plane. Hey kids down there, I used to be a kid once, and look at me now.
Did he really give a motivational speech up there?
Yeah, he said, if I can do it, imagine what you can do. That's what he said. Power of belief. Like, believe.
Whatever happened to his record label and like film? Didn't he have a phone company or something? It's like some lame attempt to revive his career or something.
Airline. Yeah, he's got all kinds of
Dead businesses in dying industries. May as well go to the last resort.
He's been promising it for a long time, right?
Promising what?
Going to space. Is that it?
Oh, I think I didn't check this, but India joined, I think it was yesterday, and he said that the stock of the Virgin Galactic went up and then it crashed down. So it was a pump and dump. You know, they went to space, it went up, and then it came down. So some people made a lot of money.
So, yeah.
I gotta check that stock. Let's see. I said
Because
that, but I haven't double checked it.
it depends on how many people believe it. Is how does the stock go up? People watching, marketing.
Let's see. Huh. Today is down 12%. That's a lot. 12%. Wow.
Anticlimactic. I was like, it's over already. And the Earth was still right outside the window, right?
They
The
sold
horizon.
500 million in stocks that they Virgin Galactic falls after he gets set to sell 500 million in stock.
Wonder if he was in like a studio, one of those new studios with the screens that surround it.
This was
Like
his retirement
this
plan. Sorry.
it could be real, but like the horizon.
I'll be back. Let me know if the Glovers comes by. Bounce out. You got this.
Yeah, mate.
Hello, hello.
Oh, fuck off, fly. They love you, Genji. They love you. It's tough. What are you slamming the door for? What are you slamming? Go get something. Anyway, why is she such a cunt, dude? Holy fuck. Imagine being that big fucking bitch to be around in general. She's so fucking miserable all the time, dude. Holy shit. Yes. She's such a fucking bitch. Or something. But like, Jesus. Like, be a little chill to be around, you know? Okay, don't get caught. She's such a fucking bitch.
Yeah, my bad. Was that picking up through the mic? Because I saw I was lighting up. I hope that doesn't give him a copyright strike. It's not a studio recording. Hopefully it doesn't do anything.
Good morning. Why is it so quiet in here? Everybody like not here?
We've been waiting for you to say something.
I've been waiting for someone else to say something. Been quiet.
I've been watching Matthew Weather's new video.
Is it good?
No. That Matthew learns responding to Flat Earth comments. He's a lot more honest when he's in here. We'll say that.
But for the globe, he has to put a hat on to pretend that you live in a spinning globe, you know? Can't be that honest.
Were you guys here when they were talking about quantum physics and photons and all that and particles?
Yeah, I was here.
One thing I didn't understand is well, no, I did understand it, but one thing I tripped out on is a lot of those things that, you know, when we get into that and those subjects, we're talking about things that we can't see. And I guess the maths come into play and the theories come into play, but it kind of starts walking along the lines of the way like a baller would, you know, present their evidence as fact. How you're presenting something that you cannot see as fact. I don't know, but hey, whatever. So yesterday, while everybody was talking about it, I was just like, it's kind of like talking about space to me because it's not to me. Maybe I'm ignorant of it, but it's just not as real as just because some guy said it in a textbook a long time ago, or science says, oh, this is what it is. We're just back into the same point of where we tell ballers, like, yeah, just because your science says that, just because a great scientist said that, doesn't make it true. But I could be wrong, but I'm just saying that's kind of the way I felt about it all yesterday in that long conversation of things.
I think the main claim was the light is a particle, not a wave. But when he was talking about that, I asked him when we say light, we observe the sun as the main light, right? So in a contained dynamic system, my understanding is that the sun is functioning as an input into the system and is inputting particles that are causing an effect, and one of those effects will be waves.
Yeah.
So there is a difference between light being a particle and waves, because the particles of the light are causing waves in the medium where we are in, right? The atmosphere, whatever. But
Yeah.
the light itself is not a wave.
Yeah. I just what does a particle look like? Like how do we view that? How do you and I get to take a look at a particle instead of just believing whatever someone said, oh, that's what a particle is and this is what it looks like. Like it's dealing with the invisibility, I guess. I don't know. But like I said, that just puts us back to like when we're talking to a baller. Like just because your science book says that doesn't mean it's true. Because you have a theory. You can't see this event happening, but you're saying it's happening. You know what I mean? It's just not 100% absolute truth. So it's just weird to me. I feel like when he starts talking about it, he's so educated in it, but it reminds me of some other guy that's very educated in rocket science. And then they'll say, "Oh, of course rockets can go in space." So now you're dealing with someone that's very learned in the subject, but the subject itself is it's pseudo to me. They could test it using what, math? The long conversation of, oh, so these particles were only existing because of the observer, and I don't know, man, but I'm just like, why does that sound like so much bullshit?
Did you saw the images? That is, they apparently they what was it? Let me look. So when you look at the at the light or the particles, you see like a construct. You see these lines that are separate one from the other, and when you zoom in them, you see this I don't know, these little things, dots, but they're arranged. They're arranged like a one line next to each other. So I think this is an observation. I don't know exactly where this came from or anything, but
Are you talking about the double slit experiment?
He shared some
Is that what you're talking
images of did you see it's black and white. There's some lines.
Was it the double slit experiment?
They spoke about that, but I'm not sure if this came from that.
Oh, okay, because I remember correctly that there's this experiment that they did, and again, that like he said yesterday, it's not science unless there's experiment. Okay, so they're shooting light through this whatever it was, and some lights were going to the left, some lights were going to the right, but then they realized that like what they thought was going to go left went right, and then even sometimes went both. I don't know. It's all weird, but I guess that experiment, they concluded that, well, it's only when we observed it did they react a certain way. When we didn't observe it, but I don't know, but that just sounds like such hogwash to me. Like, it sounds dumb, but I don't know. And then they got into like, well, if a tree falls in the forest, does it make a sound? It got really philosophical for a minute. And then they're saying like, well, if you didn't see it, it don't exist until you see it. And it just felt like I was in the Twilight Zone, to tell you the truth. Like, am I hearing right? Like, is this really happening right now? A lot,
Because we interpret information, right? And whatever is happening in the environment, we gather that information, consciousness, We have the body, but then we have the mind that can interpret, right, the information. But if there is no information to be interpreted, and there's no one that can interpret the information, what happens? There's nothing happening.
well, that's what the argument was, I guess. I mean, it just opens up a whole to me that opens up a whole nother discussion of almost like the simulation argument, that this is all just simulation and this is all just whatever you see is whatever your reality is, and that you don't see anything else until it's not there until you see it, kind of like what they were saying yesterday. That's why I was just like, this is weird. This is really, really weird right now.
Yeah, it goes kind of deep.
Yeah,
but when you
it's really philosophical.
But the information, or let's say, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know everything about this, but us me as a man, right? I got, I guess, my body, but then I got this, I don't know, my mind and a way to interpret information. The body by itself is not gonna be capable of doing that, right? If the body, if my body is dead, it's just there, and a tree falls next to me, but I'm dead. Did I hear the tree falling?
Well, you might not, but that little squirrel that was like picking at your clothes might, and he might square him off.
It's taking the information in, right?
Yeah. See, but for instance, so like let's take the Statue of Liberty. Like now, I can't see it from California, but I know it's there because I've seen it before there. But just because it's not in my view anymore doesn't make it not there. It doesn't negate it. It doesn't take it away. Like I just feel like that conversation yesterday got a little too deep, and It was almost like if you don't hear it, if you don't see it, if you don't smell it, if you don't touch it, it doesn't exist until one of your senses comes across it. Like you're saying, then you get that data, and then it's information that you can look at it, you can smell it, you can touch it, you can see it, you can hear it, whatever. But that just, I don't know, it doesn't. I know the Statue of Liberty is in New York right now, on the island, so. But I mean, I don't know. That just, it got really deep. But then it was all along the lines of quantum physics, so that's why it got that way, because quantum physics is so, it's very strange when you start looking into it.
What is so called these days science, right? Science proved the Earth is a globe, right? That's pseudoscience. We know that, right? But he mentioned many of the sciences and many of the pseudosciences, and all that stuff today is mixed together, and people make claims about everything these days. When you scrub everything, even the real sciences, when you take everything, let's say we understand the sciences, and we can put everything on the books and work with the sciences and experience the world or whatever. But when you take all that away, what's left, like at the bottom of this construct that we're in? I guess above all that is whoever put the rules in, the designer.
Yeah.
So you could put all the sciences and all the pseudosciences and all the stories that we can make about anything, but once you take all that out, what's left?
Yeah.
There is the informer, and I guess whoever designed this thing.
Yeah, true. But using that same logic, that it makes me realize why ballers are so stuck in their information and their data and in their teachings, and that's why they come here and regurgitate what they've learned, and they know no better, and they were, brainwashed since. So I was in a room, I think it was yesterday as well, and they were, I think, it was Jim Panda's room, I think, yeah, something like that. And then they were making fun of this guy for saying, well, we have to start with the children, because they're the future. And they're like, oh, so you're going to go, like brainwash kids, like little kids? And nobody was saying it, but I wanted to say it, but I was at work and I couldn't really talk at the moment. And because it was really loud. But I felt like saying, wait. All of you guys have been brainwashed since before you can talk. So what do you mean? Why are you demonizing him for saying he wants to go reach children? Because they're the ones that are, that's, I mean, if you wait till they're older, they're going to be programmed and brainwashed already, and then they're going to sound like the ballers today. Like, oh, that's crazy. Why is it crazy? Because I was taught different, and I believe different. You know what I mean? But I don't know, this whole, I totally forgot where I was going with the story because that threw me off. It reminded me of yesterday. But going back to the way the ballers think. So like you're saying, the information, the data, if you take away all the sciences, well, you can't really do that, of course, obviously. But that doesn't make an argument stronger on one side or the other either. Because at the end of the day, we're still, you either get it or you don't. Like a baller either gets it or he doesn't, he or she. And vice versa for a flat earther. He or she either gets it or she doesn't. Like that's why sometimes in the room, like I hear, in different servers, and you hear, ballers preaching the same old thing that they have been since the beginning, and you're like, I I was once like stuck in that way of thinking, but I've broken free. I don't want someone else to try to bring me back to my chains of that way of thinking. So why am I here? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's because when you start thinking about I guess we were just exploring that kind of side of things because I guess it's deep thinking because I don't know, I guess they were just talking about that, and in philosophy they talk about these kind of things as well. So entertaining the thought and the ideas of that kind of stuff. I guess you could do that, right? You can definitely do that,
Yeah.
but gotta stay based on I guess the reality, because if we entertain let's say the globe idea, and we add into the globe and how the globe works, and make this movie in our minds about how the globe works, and how make this language of gravity and black holes, and put all this stuff, all this information made up in our minds. We could make that picture and then maybe draw it in a piece of paper, and then probably make it in a movie in a CGI illustration, right?
Yeah.
But that's not reality. That's a made up idea. So then when you go to reality and we talk about, I guess, flat, level, motionless, geocentric, contained, dynamic system, we're stuck inside of this place. And then when you start going deeper or higher, you're gonna entertain the requirement for this kind of place is a designer, an informer. How that works and what that is, some people are Christian, some people are this and that,
Yeah.
but entertaining that idea is totally possible because it's based on what we have in reality. And I think it's okay to, I guess, go to those levels, but it's not necessarily the same thing as the Glober, because the Glober is making stuff up and it's way off the reality. Hopefully you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I mean, that I just feel like that's the way they look at a flat earther, because a glober, a hardcore glober, that they're never going to change. You can show them the absolute truth, and there's no way to go around it, and they'll still be like, "Nah, you guys are stupid." Like the rules of ball, even though they've never ever seen it to be other than what they've. They look at flat earth the same way. Like you guys just make stuff up because it's comes down to their core belief, and it's really hard to break the minds of men and women, or boys and girls that have been brainwashed since, like I said, before they could even talk. They're already learning about the globe, the world, the planet Earth. I mean, I have children, so I know, like, in all their cartoons, in the beginning of it, even in their, even down to their little mobile stations they have when you're first born and put into a crib, they have, like, a globe. I mean, it's just the indoctrination is crazy, and it runs deep, constantly reminding you, constantly hitting you, brainwashing you. It's a globe. It's a globe. It's a globe. So when you get to school, and then it's just reinforced and it's just very, very, very hard to break a lot of these guys, you know, beliefs from that. That's why I said, if you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. There's
I,
some people
yeah,
that they just get it.
no, I do agree with what you're saying. It's just that let's say this community, right? This Discord app, a lot of people come into this and find the Flatter Discord and join the Discord because they want to talk about it, right?
Yeah.
And we do talk about different things, and we do like talking to the new people on the Globers that believe they live in a cartoon spinning globe. But it, it's just part of it. We gotta have people that join and ask questions and are, question the information, and that's fine. uh, have a conversation. Hey, there's no curvature, there's no movement, and that kind of makes sense, sure. And they go away and they never come back. And there's people that come in here and stay and join every other day and talk about things. And there's Globers and people that just are gonna attack whatever a flat earther have to say about the world. And that's how some people are. And you can tell them, hey, there's no curvature. Got a laser test. No, there is curvature, but it's too big. Can't see it. But the curvature is in their minds. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Like sometimes you're gonna present the information to some people, and they're not gonna take it. They're just gonna believe what they want to believe, and I guess that's fine. It's been put into their minds since what? Since they joined first grade or whatever, right?
Even before that, I mean, like I said, you have books that are made for like toddlers, like 1, 2 year olds, and they're pushing that agenda on them way, way early.
They
Way
always
early.
go into space in the books.
Yeah,
Space.
exactly.
Yeah, they always taking the mind into a place that you can never go to.
Correct. And I mean, you're teaching a 1 year old about space, bro. Like that fool don't even know what like his shit is yet. Like, and he's shitting on himself. Like you're dude can't even say a word yet, and you're teaching him about space already. Like, look at rocket, and he's like, Google Gaga. Like, what the fuck? It's crazy. It's the indoctrination is crazy, and how they start such a young age for this.
And the conversation last night is like you're saying, we probably don't agree with everything, but those type of conversations are gonna happen, and this is what the community is for: is people talking about things and figure things out, learning from each other, because no one person knows everything, right? So just talking about things is just part of what we do. And some people will listen, some people will talk and ask questions, and the conversation will continue. We had a guy earlier, he's been talking about Flutter for a few days, and he watched a few videos and talked to his cousin about it. And he came here, it was like an hour ago, 2 hours ago, and he realized a lot of things pretty quick. I mean, you know, there's
Yeah,
people like that
yeah,
question the information, take the information in, and they're like, "Oh, okay, this and that," and they just go.
yeah,
A lot of
they're
people are.
logical.
You remember, like 2015, when you first, me myself, when I first saw something related to flat Earth, a video about flat Earth, and I was questioning one thing at a time and realizing a few things here and there. There's a lot of people like that still. And even though these days we know a lot of the arguments and we understand a lot of the things, there's people that is fresh to the information, never thought about it, and that's why step by step telling them things here and there is totally fine, providing information so they can, do it themselves and realize it for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I remember first hearing about it, but without even doing, the looking into the science behind it and the experiments and the findings of wait, their science doesn't make sense. Like without even going into there, I'll admit it didn't have nothing to do with the science of it. It was purely off of the scriptures. I've been pointed out so many scriptures that talk about the world not being this heliocentric model, if you will.
Yeah, because the science is a how is, uh, relationship,
Yeah.
and the earth is most like a what is. If we asking about the shape of the earth, we say, what is the shape of the earth? Let's measure it. That's not science. So when someone tells you science says the earth is a globe, no, science doesn't say that stuff.
Yeah. But it's I don't know, man. There's a lot of people that
I remember don't even thinking about any of the science, but I did hear people talking about level water, uh I remember talking about the stars. That's one of the big points that I was thinking about in the beginning, about the constellations and what it actually meant, that it worked almost like a clock, like a calendar, that is, it has cycles, and it repeats and resets. I was like, how will that work if the world was spinning and flying through space, that was one of the things that I was always thinking about.
yeah.
But then the level water, that's so powerful, the water being level and not being attached to the outside of a spinning object, and then curvature and all that kind of stuff. And then looking at the laser test and all that kind of stuff, everything started adding up. And the way things are made, constructed, airplanes are designed to work on a flat, motionless plane, and just
It's just
adding everything
everything,
together,
just
you
everything.
you realize you're not spinning, and it kind of felt good thinking I wasn't spinning on a globe. And I didn't have to worry anymore about these asteroids coming from space and extinguishing humanity, like the
all that
dinosaurs.
nonsense. All that nonsense, man. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I felt grounded.
Yeah, there's a lot of searching that I
No,
did
no,
going
guys.
out. What?
Hemorrhoids cannot distinguish asteroids cannot distinguish mankind.
But actually, back then, before I started looking into flat Earth, I was also thinking about, hey, one day maybe an asteroid will fall and kill us all. I actually thought about that, because if you look into the news, right, the Google News and Space News, they always have these
Well,
rocks passing near Earth.
yeah, and comets.
Yeah,
And
well,
the
like,
funny thing,
guess.
even if you're a glober now, you don't have to worry about it anymore, because on the 21st July, I think, they are sending this solar sail to drive asteroids away from Earth.
Oh, thank you, the Chinese.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's NASA. It's NASA.
Yeah, but it's made in China anyway, so.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the stuff they come up with, man, it's crazy.
Mm.
That's where all the money's going, apparently.
And I also found another secret. They are not using actually kitchen foil. They are using these special emergency blankets.
Oh yeah, it's definitely special stuff.
Yeah.
Some NASA quality. That reminds. Well, I mean, I do know that there are certain things that are developed with just higher quality and this, this is amazing, new and innovative, technology or design or product. Because, like, for instance, at the new SoFi Stadium here in California, I know that there's these panels. I mean, thousands and thousands of these panels were put up for to cover it, and they were saying like these things are like some NASA type shit, and they were expensive, like per panel, super expensive, and they have thousands of them. But what it did, it made it's like translucent, but you're able to see on the outside. It's like a huge TV screen. Like if you ever go to YouTube and just put like SoFi Stadium, from the sky or something, and it's pretty freaking amazing. But the panels themselves are, I don't know, it was pretty cool. But I'm here at work now. I gotta go, so y'all have a good one. If I get on later, I will.
Yeah, they probably
Later,
experiment.
man.
They
Take care.
experiment.
Take
See
it
you
easy.
later. They do all these experiments with lenses, so they can see how they can affect the weather. Not manipulate it, but affect it.
Yeah, affect the weather.
And these solar panels, I don't think they are good thing. All that energy, which is not being shined ground, so it must affect that place area where these panels are installed. And they have, I'm not talking about a house roof panel and stuff like that. I'm talking like hectares of forest cut and replaced with these solar panels. Do you think $1,000 ticket for a virtual flight tour on the ISS is worth it?
Wait, a virtual flight to the
Yeah,
ISS?
virtual. Yeah. Virtual. A virtual tour. They have to be virtual. Commercially virtual.
Sounds like a scam. I mean, a scam.
Scam. Yeah, the same for me. Like they are sending this new module, EFT or whatever, crew flight to the ISS on the 30th this July. It will be a big event.
I'm back. I don't have to go until 7. You guys still talking about stuff?
Yeah, a little bit. It's been a bit quiet, so we don't have to force it. I mean,
Starliner.
Huh? You're really low.
Starliner. They are sending it on the 30th July.
Oh, the thing for space?
Yeah.
Good old space.
And they will offer a virtual launch tour all the way up to the ISS. Virtual.
A virtual tour.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nice.
all you need is $1,000 and
Yeah.
imagination.
Yeah.
And the computer. It's ridiculous,
I
man.
mean, to make a video tour is, it has to be real. So virtual is much easier.
Space. Thermodynamics violation frontier.
Wasn't yesterday that they were saying that like all the asteroids or whatever were all gathered around Earth, and they had this like this model, this like 3D computer simulation showing it was like a one time in our life event. It happened yesterday. Did anybody else see that or know what I'm talking about? I'll look for it and post it.
Posted the picture. Do you guys know what that is?
I could guess.
Yeah, that's what I want. Give me your guess.
It's Pluto.
No.
It's a frying pan.
Europa. It is Europa. And
It's
it's
a
an
frying pan.
illustration. Yeah, it's an illustration, but it is directly from a website. And
Wow, we're going there?
art.
We're going there?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they want to challenge students to come up with innovative ideas and technologies, how to drill through all that ice and take ocean samples from. It's real science. They are not even doing the faking anymore. They have all these universities where they put the students to do all the faking job for them. Now, isn't that brilliant? Teaching our children how to lie, scam. Wow.
Hello? Yeah, I think she might still be sleeping. Hold on.
Is just no one talking? What's up?
No bendy water, no bendy clouds, nothing to talk about. Everything's flat.
Cool, man. Good morning. Good day. Whatever it is.
What are you saying? How are
It's a new
things on your part of the earth?
Good, good. Can you hear me okay? It's a new Bluetooth. Just curious.
Yeah, not bad actually.
Cool.
I
Thank you.
couldn't even tell it was Bluetooth. Yeah, there's a native center up the road I go to visit from time to time. I was gonna head there the other day, and then that 160 unmarked Aboriginal peoples were found at that island just off of Vancouver Island, and I grew up on Vancouver Island in my younger years, and I don't know, it's so heartbreaking, man. Fucking atrocious. Haven't been motivated to do much since I found that out. Probably go for a nice drive this afternoon, though. Clear my head a little. Visit a friend out of town. Oh, can you hold on? I'll get right back to you, brother. Got an incoming call.
Wateroverlast in het zuiden.
The hero? Get. I know you're there. Oh, okay. He's gonna pretend like he's still asleep.
Good hello. Hello. Wow, it's sure empty in here. What's going on? Check, check, mic check.
June 2021, MC Tune. The McBooger eatinest McMoron this side of the McWest. Say goodnight.
It's a little bit. That's a little bit of word games. I will not.
All right.
I will not
I'll-
accept
I'll-
that science proves things because scientists will stand up all day long and say, "No, I'm sorry, we don't prove things."
Are you high right now?
Far, far beyond high, love. He's McDunning McKruger, McShroomed. From Lumen Learning, biology for majors forming a hypothesis. You must be able to test your hypothesis, and it must be possible to prove your hypothesis true. Duh. From Genome Research, 1999, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory. Students are taught that the proper way to do science is through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove it. My word. From Anne-Marie Helmenstein, PhD, Biomedical Sciences. Requirements for a testable hypothesis. In order to be considered testable, 2 criteria must be met. It must be possible to prove the hypothesis is true, and it must be possible to prove the hypothesis is false. Duh. Let's wrap your dumpster fire up with Dr. Craig Venter, the geneticist of geneticists, Celera Genomics, National Institutes of Health. You know, there's some things we can do in science in terms of proving certain things in life we discover.
Fatality.
When McBaltard says scientists will stand up all day long and say they don't prove things, he's quoting pseudoscientists, astronomers, astrophysicists, cosmologists, etc. They say they don't prove things because they need massive latitude. So when their fairy tale stories are inevitably pummeled into the belly-laughing incoherent oblivion, as always, they then can play Texas two-step ad hoc hypothesis shape-shifting hopscotch and wholesale replace their old disheveled horse pucky with the new hotness horseshit story. Then say, science is correcting itself. McBooger Eater, you'd fail. 5th grade, general science.
Excellent, thanks very much. MC Toon.
Yes. Well, before Einstein, it was called spooky action at a distance, and that kind of comforts me like a warm blanket.
What the hell did you just say?
The real question here is what's going to comfort others exposed to your inane horseshit, McIdiot. Just tattoo Pretender Clown McDoofus on your forehead and be done with it already. From MIT Technology Review, Einstein's phrase, spooky action at a distance, has become synonymous with one of the most famous episodes in the history of physics, his battle with Bohr in the 1930s over the completeness of quantum mechanics. So, McMoron, you said, before Einstein, it was spooky action at a distance. How can that be when Einstein coined the phrase spooky action at a distance? And what's it? You said before Einstein, it was spooky action at a distance. What's it, McIdiot? Folks, this is merely minor McBooger-eating birth pangs.
Prepare yourself.
The distance to the sun has been measured.
Yes, and Aphrodite was actually Elmer Fudd in drag and was directly responsible for the Tet Offensive.
You don't like it, I don't care. It's been measured.
Feeble appeal to emotion fallacy. From lumenlearning.com. An emotional appeal is a logical fallacy whereby a debater attempts to win an argument by trying to get an emotional reaction from the opponent and audience. And how on earth do you know others' likes and dislikes? You invoking those special Evo mind powers again. Falling back on your true vocation, carnival. Perhaps you should scurry on back to guessing people's weights and barking for the yak woman. After I'm done with your dumb ass here, the Carnival Tent Clown Show board of directors is going to need a notarized numpty dipshit waiver from you before reinstatement.
So there we go. Here is mc2.net/sun.
So there you go, eh? From McBoogerEater.McMoron/McFraud. I don't think so, Crayon Muncher.
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
So the sun's a gas giant. Even in your mindlessly regurgitated second law of thermodynamics violating, preschool basic reasoning defying, fairy tale spinning space monkey, belly laughing dumpster fire, ball hugging religion, the sun's not a gas giant. You uneducated science illiterate McBooger eater. From the Plasma Science and Fusion Center, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT.edu. Plasma is often called the fourth state of matter, along with solid, liquid, and gas. Plasma is superheated matter, so hot that the electrons are ripped away from the atoms, forming an ionized gas. It comprises over 99% of the visible universe. In the night sky, plasma glows in the form of stars, nebulas, and even auroras that sometimes ripple above the north and south poles. That branch of lightning that cracks the sky is plasma. So are the neon signs along our streets. And so is our sun.
Fatality.
The star that makes life on Earth possible. You'd fail third grade Intro to General Science, McFuckwit. And radar doesn't bounce off gases, McClown. If it did, we wouldn't be able to deploy it on Earth. Cause? Wait for it now. We're surrounded by gases! Next block of instruction, how to observe when looking. By the way, radar bounces radio waves, i.e., reflects light off surfaces. Newsflash, McIdiot. Gases don't have surfaces, much less a reflective surface. Specifically to your belly laugher, from Science Daily, unlike rocky planets, which have a clearly defined difference between atmosphere and surface, gas giants do not have a well-defined surface. If it's not defined, that is, gases don't have a definite shape or volume, you're not bouncing squat off it, window licker. And finally, gases only emit and absorb in bands. That is, emission and absorption line spectra. But the sun itself emits a continuous spectra.
Oh, son of a... That's gonna leave a mark.
From NASA.gov, the spectrum of the sun appears as a continuous spectrum.
You dumbass.
So how can the sun, a gas giant according to you, emit a continuous spectrum when gases only emit and absorb in bands? Por favor.
You're busted.
Just when I think you couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this. And totally redeem yourself!
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
What the hell did you just say?
I think the sun is a physical object, and I think it is solid enough.
Say what?
Yes, a gas giant bounces radar.
How in the world can a
gas giant
be
solid enough?
You dumbass cracker!
Calling all cars. We have
Numpty dipshit!
all cars, please assist. All cars, please assist.
We haven't even touched on the two skull crushers just yet, and your sun-bounced dreamland parroted fantasy is worse off than the Hindenburg.
Radar is just electromagnetic radiation, right?
Wrong. Radar is light. Light consists of photons. Photons are neither electric or magnetic. You're just mindlessly parroting what you've been told without any due diligence or scrutiny. An incoherent 6-year-old can do your job, clown. This clinical level Dunning-Kruger numpty dipshit's entire game is find something his wiki Google pseudoscience priests vomit, lap up the surface puke, and mindlessly bagak it. Then, if any of his brain-dead nested listeners don't open up their honey creeper beaks wide to receive a bellyful of his mindlessly regurgitated wiki surface puke putrid cud, he says,
now, if you don't like this, you just go ahead and deny it, and then confirm that you are a uneducated science denier.
That's it. That's all he's got. Here he goes again.
Give me your evidence that you know what the sun is first of all before you... But it's physical. It's physical. You want to deny it, you are a science denier. I love it when you confirm that you are a science denier.
Whoa, whoa there, Professor. Can you go a little lighter on the white paper technical language? It's physical. The laymen are having a hard time keeping up. Moreover, McBooger Eater, newsflash, identifying the characteristics of something, that is answering what is questions, isn't natural science. Natural science only adjudicates predictional suppositions of natural cause and effect relationships. That is explaining the hows and the whys, not describing the whats and the ises, McMoron. Thanks again for exposing your silly wabbit science wackuman. Again. Everything up to this point is mere bare-bones, basic, fundamental knowledge. And you got all of it. Wrong. Woefully pathetic. If you're part of the McMoron, McFraud, McBooger Eater fan club, I'm deeply sorry for your crushing losses, and think this numpty dipshit of megalithic proportions can recover from the shellacking he's taken thus far, and you gotta be a real dumber than a bag of hammers mouth-breathing knuckle-dragger to even entertain that possibility for a microsecond, then from this point on, I'd turn away. Because it's time to get medieval on McMoron and annihilate this booger-eating ball-tard schmuck permanently.
Anyway, the important thing here is how long it took. That's the critical thing. I pulled it out. Sorry, there it is. There, I pulled the numbers. The first publication says the radar bounce took approximately 1,000 seconds. The second, approximately 16 minutes, or 960 seconds, giving us a mean of 980 seconds, plus or minus 20 seconds. Radar is traveling at the speed of light. The speed of light, we know. We can use the amount of time it took to bounce and the speed of light to get the distance to the sun.
Oh, what do you mean? Oh, wow, man.
You just stepped all in it, numpty. Just so we're clear, overall, this isn't and has nothing whatsoever to do with natural science. Now, I can pulverize your mindless, unsupported bounce parrot on any number of fronts. Traveling through a second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale vacuum, free space path loss, wave propagation when they're not even waves. But allow me to run home to mama on this one and go outside the box. It was 14 years ago, one of my first presentations. I released it on 3 Christian forums and multiple physics forums. The feedback was profuse laughter, mocking, and ridicule. I said, okay, all right, I'll just wait. 3 months ago, Veritasium essentially streamed my exact presentation. Let's see what he has to say about your "we can tell how far away it is because we can time it" fiasco. Veritasium, if you would, my good sir.
The speed of light is exactly 299,792,458 meters per second. But hear me out. In this video, I will prove to you that light may never actually travel at this speed. And I can say that because no one has actually measured it.
Uh-oh! 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 You want to know what this rate actually is?
A convention. It's known as the Einstein synchronization convention.
It's also a textbook example of
Petitio Principii, the logical fallacy of begging the question. A particular argument which commits the fallacy of begging the question, a circular argument.
Because you're coming outside the framework of that man-made convention and making claims upon reality. From Albert Einstein, Relativity, the Special and General Theory, authorized translation by R.W. Lawson, 1961, pages 22 and 23. Regarding the speed of light, it would thus appear as though we were moving here in a logical circle. In the same reference regarding the one-way speed of light, Einstein concludes that light requires the same time to traverse the path A to M as for the path B to M is in reality neither a supposition nor a hypothesis about the physical nature of light, but a stipulation which I can make of my own free will in order to arrive at a definition of simultaneity. Ergo, the speed of light, that is the average two-way speed, is merely a convention that we've agreed upon. Therefore, your feeble fumbling appeal of "we can time it," implying that you can calculate a distance to the sun, is heretofore crushed into the incoherent oblivion. Let's wrap this on up.
Our inability to measure the one-way speed of light.
What you talking about, Willis?
That's what I'm talking about. All your pseudoscientists have is the average two-way speed. But they make like and tell all their parishioners that they know the absolute value of C. They will never, ever validate the one-way speed of light. It's impossible to know. Forever illusory. Which not only reconfirms astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology, belly laugher pseudosciences, which are based on logical fallacy, but deals a death blow.
Fatality.
To your mindlessly parroted, bumbling, McGoober radar sunbounce. How you like them apples? You nose fruit schnoz particle chef? Even if you did know the one-way speed of light, which you or anyone else never will, you must know the precise makeup of the medium between Earth and the Sun. It's most certainly not a second law of thermodynamics violating fairy tale vacuum, that's for sure. Time to release my wolf pups. It's feast time. You ready for the ringer, numpties? And no, it's not the whites. In fact, it's the black. It is the ringer, a.k.a. the black, a.k.a. my little fret. So radar uses light to reflect off of objects, yes? In this case, the sun, correct? Well, the sun is a black body. Uh-oh! A black body's reflectivity is much like the collective Baltard IQ. 0. So, can you tell us how in the flying Fukuyama can you reflect light off a black body when black bodies don't reflect light? Por favor. Can you riddle us that, crayon munchers? You bumbling, boneheaded Dunning-Kruger bozos take, then run with any and all claims given to you, by your pseudoscience priests at Wiki and Discovery Channel without a whiff of due diligence or scrutiny. Why? I know why. Because you're fanatical religitard zealots that couldn't tell your ass from a pipe wrench. That's why. This tear-jerking belly laugher has no less than 4 paradoxes. 4! I'd bet the farm if your wiki priest told you were facultative anaerobe woodpeckers, all we'd hear is everywhere we went. Listen up, you woodpecking window lickers. From one of the most prestigious universities in the entire world, Brown University, brown.edu. The sun is a black body.
Oh, yeah.
From Science Direct, section 1.14.4.1, black body radiation. A black body is a body that absorbs all wavelengths of light. No light is reflected. Uh-oh! And therefore, at low temperature, it appears black. Emission from a black body is temperature dependent, and at high temperature, a black body will emit a spectrum of photon energies that span the visible range, and therefore it will appear white. The sun is an example of a high temperature black body. Section 2. Absorptivity. A black body's surface completely absorbs external irradiation.
Fatality.
Regardless of direction and wavelength distribution. Its surface absorptivity is always 1. So alpha wavelength equal alpha equal 1. The reflectivity of a black body is always 0. End of citation. And a belly laugher end to your feebly pathetic, mindlessly parroted dumpster fire of epic proportions. You'd have better luck bouncing a McButtermilk McBisquick McBiscuit off a baboon, McBooger eater.
But here is the publication. You can look at it yourself. You can read all about it yourself. V.R. Eshelman, R.C. Barthy, and P.P. Gallagher.
Say hello to my little friend!
Psst, McBooger eater. You will never, ever recover.
Hey!
Hello. It's for you.
Yeah? You've just been erased.
That statement of "you've been erased" sounds just like Roger.
Anyone in here is sure they live on a spinning ball? Well, there's literally nobody in here. I mean, I'm not discounting the people that are in here, but y'all usually don't talk. Am I in the wrong thing, maybe? So I'm pretty sure this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Right now we're in moments of silence. We're going to need proof of the scientific evidence for the globe model we all got taught that we live on. I think three things going with that would be Earth curvature, motion of the Earth, and the existence of said Earth in the vacuum of space with gas pressure system attached without a container. If there's anybody listening, I guess I'll shut up for the moment. If anybody wants to talk, feel free to open your mic.